Good morning, everyone. We will now call to order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 16th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, will the clerk please read the Metro statement?
Certainly. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV U-verse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, June 19th at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and the use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the time matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter posted on the agenda and can include setting a specific amount of time devoted to public comment for that item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of request to speak forms, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Are there any announcements?
Yes, I do have a few announcements. For some items on today's agenda, we have a few continued and one item dropped. Each will require a vote. First, we have item number 50 on our AM meeting matters, hearing matters. That item 50 is approval to initiate employee layoffs from the Personnel Services Department. We're requesting that item be dropped. And items to be continued. We have item 15. We'd like to continue this to July 14th. That is contract 4685, AC Overlay Project 2026 Phase A. We have item 51. We are requesting that be continued to July 14th. That is 2027 One-Year Action Plan Federal Program Allocation Process Workshop. And item 53 being continued to July 28th. That is Annual Report of Housing Trust Fund, Affordable Housing Ordinance, Home Investment Partnership Program, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, and the State Local Housing Trust Fund. And finally, Item 57, we're requesting that item be continued to July 14th at 2 o'clock p.m. And would require a motion for the drop and then a motion for the continued items.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
All right, that item 50 is dropped. Item 15 is continued to July 14th, 51 to July 14th, 53 to July 28th, and 57 to July 14th at 2 p.m. by a vote of 5-0.
Todd, can you give me the status on 56?
The status on 56. I believe we are hearing 56. Let me see.
Oh, it's introduction. Okay.
Oh, yes,
Thank
it's an
you.
introduction.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
All right, then will the clerk please call the first item?
The first item on our agenda, number 1, is Bark of Supervisors Adoptable Pet Update.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Annette Besworth, Sacramento County Animal Care Services. Today I have Jessica and Michael that brought us this sweet little dog named Rain. Rain is a special little guest. She's an adorable blue brindle, American Bully mix, who's currently available for adoption today when we open at noon at the Bradshaw Animal Shelter. Rain is a 5-year-old blue brindle mix with a gentle soul and a heart ready to trust again. She came to us very nervous, very anxiety-driven, and not able to even walk on a leash. And you can see today that we've worked with her, and she walks on a leash. She's very gentle, just wanting a loving home. We believe that before Rain came to us that she had a litter. She was probably bred a lot, but now she's ready for a new life, to be spoiled, cherished, and given the happy life she deserves. So if she's already still in your heart, please write down this animal ID number. It's A921332. She will be available at noon today when the shelter opens. Please remember, all pets that come from the shelter are spayed, neutered, and completely vaccinated and microchipped before they leave. And as a reminder, please look at the animal shelter for any of your adoption needs. You can go to our website, which is the most busiest website in Sacramento, at animalcare.saccounty.gov.
Thank you, Annette. And just as an update, Penelope
was adopted last week. So all
That's
dogs have
great
been
to
adopted
hear.
that have participated in Barks of Supervisors.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, next item, please.
Item 2 on our agenda today are public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And we do have several speakers signed up. When you hear your name, please approach the lectern, and you have 2 minutes to address the supervisors. John Frias Morales, you are our first speaker.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. I oppose the reduction of $5.9 million from the sheriff's office and $2.7 million from the district attorney's office. You spend $277 million on homeless countywide, but only 203 homeless transitioned out of shelter in the first half of 2025. That's $48 million from the general fund wasted on 203 homeless. Take some of that and restore the sheriff and district attorney's budget. 77% of homeless in treatment and recovery did not complete the program. A recent audit of the homeless program in the city of Sacramento showed that only 20% of shelter residents exited to permanent housing, 51% to the streets. The audit found shelters to be worthless because they are low barrier. Only St. John's Shelter produced good outcomes. That's because drugs are not allowed. Stop funding programs that cannot demonstrate measurable success. Redirect funding away from failed programs. Sacramento County produces biannual outreach reports to the Board of Supervisors, but has never conducted a longitudinal performance audit of transition outcomes. Fully fund law enforcement. This is a drug dealer selling drugs in Midtown. This is Damian Newton by my neighborhood, totally passed out. He's a meth addict. We call the police on him all the time. This is behind McKinley Village, a woman passed out from meth. McKinley Park, another transient passed out. The underpass at Business 80. And other addicts at the underpass. And this is Alhambra Safeway. Fully fund law enforcement. It's a waste of money to spend $277 million every year without having any results. Thank you.
John, could I just tell you that I want to appreciate your comments at our last week's board meeting. It was your recommendation about doing a forensic analysis on homelessness, and so that request was made of the county. But it just goes to show the power of public speaking and coming here and presenting us with suggestions that the county needs to do.
Yeah,
So,
anything I could do to
thank you.
help,
Appreciate it.
I'm available. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Corbs.
Morning, Karen.
Good morning, supervisors. I am deeply concerned about this year's budget priorities. I'm going to share with you the same thing I share with our elected leaders in the city of Sacramento. The residents of Sacramento, both in the city and the county, overwhelmingly want a well-funded, well-trained, and well-equipped sheriff's department and police department. Nothing else matters if people do not feel safe in their homes, their neighborhoods, parks, and businesses. Public safety must be the county's top priority. So my first question is, why are we cutting funding to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department? Sheriff Jim Cooper has provided strong leadership, and our deputies are already stretched thin. We cannot afford to lose resources at a time when residents are demanding greater public safety. Since it appears you want to give more money to the homeless, maybe consider ways to give more money to the Sheriff's Department and their dedicated homeless outreach team. Second, why are we cutting funding to the District Attorney's Office? District Attorney Tin Ho has been a strong advocate for victims and public safety. Prosecutors play a critical role in our justice system, and reducing resources to the DA's office risks creating delays, increasing caseload burdens, and undermining accountability. Finally, I question the decision to increase homeless spending while cutting core public safety services. When is enough going to be enough? The state is spending billions, the county is spending hundreds of millions, and the city is spending tens of millions, and the homeless population continues to grow and grow. Let's stop the endless spending and start making our communities safe with more spending towards public safety. Please restore funding to the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office and prioritize the safety of hardworking, tax-paying county residents that could not be here today on a Tuesday at 9:30 because they are working to provide for their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen.
Our next speaker is Bay Miri.
Good morning, Bay.
Sure. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Bay Miri, and I am a Sacramento resident and a real estate developer here for close to 25 years. And just wanted to share a couple stories of some of the things that I've been going through recently. I own a 45,000 square foot office building in Campus Commons, close to Fair Oaks and Howe, that area that I'm sure you all know well, with some of the challenges and dynamics that we have there. And I also own the 1 acre piece next to it where I'm currently building 24 homes. And last December, I purchased the property across the street in an attempt to do hopefully another 60 homes. And over the past few weeks, it's been some of the most challenging of my life. And it's an example of something that I thought I wouldn't experience as much in Campus Commons. I thought it was a lot more something that I would experience like with our projects on K Street and R Street and Midtown and downtown. But a gentleman, 32 years old, Santos Garza, has broken in to those buildings and the 6 or 7 around that area countless times. He's currently in jail. I've been working very closely with Tien Ho's team, Detective Manger. It's taken a lot of my time. And he currently has 7 or 8 second-degree burglary charges against him. He was already released once or twice before. This is the 3rd time now that he's in jail. And our entire office is scared. We have over 50 women that are in our different suites at our office, and it's just been a complete nightmare. And this is just one example that I could share with you out of probably 100 over the last couple years. And so I just urge you, please, as much support as you can give to the DA and the PD as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Vignocchi.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Vignocchi, CEO of Region Business. And I swear I was here last Wednesday, I think at 700 H Street, discussing the budget. But when I went home and read about the results of what happened, I could have been confused because I thought it was at 915 I Street with the way that things went down. So let's just be real about what happened. The sheriff and DA had their budget cut. They are led by fantastic leaders in Jim Cooper and Tin Ho. And we increased the budget for the homeless department, which I know I'm on a tirade on recently about this department. It is not a personal thing. I don't want this to be confused as I'm trying to personally attack anybody. I think the intentions of the folks in the homeless department and behavioral health services department are noble. Okay, but when it comes to Sacramento's ascension, I don't care about intentions. I don't care about egos. I don't care about friendships, really. Okay, I care about successful results. Success breeds long-term friendships, and we are losing. And losing creates bitterness and division. And what we need is to succeed in this area. So with that, I really question, it begs the question among the business community of who is steering the ship, right? I would expect you to be steering the ship. And I would not expect the county to be reducing funding for two of its most effective departments and adding additional funding to a department that struggles to have a vision, a comprehensive vision of how to solve this problem with capitally efficient options. And again, this is not a personal attack on these people. We want to partner and work together. There are solutions that exist, but we have to put the bureaucracy and egos and all this stuff aside, and we cannot keep throwing good money after bad. The taxpayers deserve more. And when it comes to Sacramento's ascension, we are not on the ascension. We are, but we are facing some serious headwinds. And with the governance challenges that we have at the city and county and state, we cannot be cutting something that has a razor-thin margin of success, as Bay was mentioning. You know, these misdemeanor crimes, I understand that the DA, that's where he's choosing, potentially to make reductions. But where else is he going to make reductions? We don't have a lot of cushion. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And our next speaker is Ronald F. Owens, Jr.
Good morning, everybody. Don't start the clock yet.
Of course.
No, we'll wait for you to get
I
to
have a
this.
video I wanted to play,
Okay,
so put it on FaceTime?
Yes, face up.
Face down or face up?
face up.
Face up?
Yeah.
Okay. I got to take the volume off. Just set it here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me time to speak. I am a U.S. Army veteran. I served 17 years and 10 months of service. I was illegally separated from military service for refusing to take an emergency use product known as the Pfizer vaccine for COVID-19. The military violated U.S. Code 1107 Alpha and retaliated against myself and thousands of other service members for being whistleblowers during the illegal, unlawful General Austin COVID-19 mandate in August of 2021. Our local and state representatives use the military and veterans as a tool to gain favor with the public. It is time to stop using us as pawns and start doing your job. If you care about this country, it's a no-brainer. You would support the military and its veterans. I am honored to be in the documentary Duty to Disobey. To show your support, I ask that you watch the documentary and start learning the truth about the COVID crimes and corruption to the military, veterans, and the entire United States population. Covering up or ignoring this issue is no longer acceptable. Show up, do your job, and protect the public. You can start by watching this documentary. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me time to speak.
That was John DeLarme, and he served our country honorably. As he indicated, he's in the documentary Duty to Disobey. It's being shown on June 30th across the United States, in Sacramento specifically, at the Tower Theater, 6:30 p.m., June 30th. I have tickets for all the supervisors to go. If I had the money, I'd buy tickets for everybody to attend this very important documentary. So I'm going to hand the tickets to the clerk of the board, and I hope to see you guys on Tuesday, June 30th at the Tower Theater. Thank you.
So, Ron, I just want to let you know that it's interpreted as a gift, and David, or...
It's less than, it's only 20, it's, your limit is what, $25?
You know the value.
Pardon me? $21. It's only $21 per ticket.
Okay.
So I think it meets the threshold of not a gift. So hopefully I'll see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Bankert.
Adrian? Okay, let's go to the next one.
All right. Our next speaker is Ron Harlow. Ron? Looks like Mr. Harlow is not here. Marie Harrell is the next speaker on our list. Marie Harrell? Looks like Marie is not with us. Dean Broussard. Broussard. Dean Broussard, please. Yeah, Broussard. Thank you.
Good morning, Dean.
Thank you. I'm here to support us giving the funding back to the Sheriff's Department and the DA's office. The reason is very simple, folks. The business watch meetings we have throughout the county, all your staff goes to. The POP team settles problems in our communities very quickly with the HOT team and the community DA. Us getting rid of these folks or getting rid of the budget is going to make it a big problem. And the reason I say that is because the POP team is more active than inactive. They're not going to get a call from 911 and respond. They deal with the problem in advance before it becomes a problem. Everybody that I know that sits on this board has people that go to their staffers, go to these meetings, and they ask these POP and HOT team members to do certain things in their communities, in their districts, and they get it taken care of. Getting rid of them, we're going to get rid of a lot of things. Like last year, just alone, they took 80 guns off the streets. They took over 416 grams of fentanyl off the streets, which could have killed 123,000 people in our county. What I'm asking is please do not get rid of our business watch meetings. The voice of the small business is super important for this county. I'm very passionate with it. I'm very upset that we're going to do that because if the small business doesn't have a voice, what are we going to do? Big companies like Targets and Walmarts, they have attorneys. They can come and do things differently. The small mom and pop shops are the ones that we're hurting more than we're hurting anybody else. So please, when you go back to the final budget, please support giving them back their funding. And please, let's not get rid of our POP and our community DA's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean.
Our next speaker is Kenya Bell.
Good morning, Kenya.
Good morning, Supervisors. I came in last week and I also spoke about the budget, and I sat here with a lot of business people in our community. Small businesses came to beg you to please not cut the cost or the budget for the POP and the district attorney's office. A lot of our PBID managers came and asked for the same things, and I understand that the college kids with the heart and the passion also came against that. But the community as a whole, we're begging you to please adjust this budget. I run the Business Watch meeting in North Highlands, and without that, our unincorporated areas are not heard as business owners. I've been there for 15 years, and before talking to the district attorneys, my business was, I was gonna move. I couldn't handle being there any longer because there was no voice. I wasn't heard. I had to call the sheriff only when there was a problem. And by running these Business Watch meetings, I've been able to steer our community in a different direction. And I hope that we can think about what this is, potential loss for our areas if we continue with these budget cuts. I know this is a tough decision, but I beg you guys to make a decision for the business owners and the people in the unincorporated area of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya.
Our next speaker is Rudy Aguilera.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Rudy, and I'm here to oppose the budget cuts for the POP and Attorney General's office. They do affect our community, our unincorporated area, our small businesses. and community can see the change that they make, and we really need them. They make a difference for our community, and I hope that you guys don't cut the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Bodie.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Bodie. I'm the owner of Bodie Family Boxing Academy and also the founder of the Rolinda Alberta Teen Council and Youth Program. I work closely with our families and youth. Every day, I see both the challenges and what actually makes a difference. I also host the Business Watch meetings in Rolinda. We bring people together to have real conversations about what's happening in our community, from sideshows to mental health needs of the unincorporated neighborhoods. The POP team has been on the ground with us. They respond to issues and working directly with the residents to help create solutions. The community DA has helped connect families to resources and support prevention efforts that keep youth on the right path. This is what real public safety looks like, and it's working. If we lose this support, we lose trust, we lose progress, and stability. I'm asking you to protect what is already working and what our families depend on every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Adrienne Benkert.
Good morning, Adrienne.
Good morning. I have so much respect for the positions that you hold. It cannot be easy sometimes on you or your families to make these decisions, and it's more than math. But I would say that the public comments that were held, I mean, there were over 120 people here when you all held your last meeting and you decided on the budget. And it makes it look like, and I say this with gentleness, it makes it look like it's just theater and that none of these public comments matter. Only one of you decided to vote for the budget cuts to be reversed when most of you, if not all of you, have said how much it would be detrimental to the Sacramento County region to cut these necessary funds for law enforcement and for the DA's office. It's scientifically proven by the National Institutes of Health that misdemeanors lead to more violent crimes. And so if we want to improve our community and we want to continue with the forward motion that we have seen since the passage of Prop 36, when law enforcement was no longer had their hands tied behind their back and was able to actually enforce crime for multiple time offenders, then we need to continue to fund them. We're also sending a negative message to our constituents, to the community, to business owners, all of whom are feeling like criminals, and those who are homeless who need intervention and not just free needles, that they're less important than the people who are actually committing the crimes, all in the face of mental illness. All of us have family members who have mental health struggles, who struggle with depression, and highly likely everybody in this room and everybody in the county knows somebody who struggles with drugs. That does not mean that we can afford to cut costs to the sheriff's department, to the district attorney, and allow them to have to turn a blind eye to crime constantly, time and time again, and reverse what we've seen as progress in the last 5 years. I'm asking you to reverse the budget cuts and to actually reconsider what the constituents need and to send a message that you actually care about people and that this wasn't just a game. It's a slap in the face to the people who care about this community, who pay taxes in this community, and I'm asking you to actually reverse what you've decided on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ron Harlow.
Good morning, Ron.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm expressing my disappointment in the budget to fund the sheriff's and the district attorney's department. As a police services aide for 25 years at San Francisco Airport with the San Francisco Police Department, I saw what budget cuts could do. I saw how defunding affected not only the airport, but also what happened in the city of San Francisco. There was one particular class of police officers that normally would run 75 to 150, had 12 graduates from the academy. There were 50 retirements that also happened and also 25 promotions, which left a great deficit in the police force. I've also seen it at Sacramento Airport, where I worked in operations for 4 years. It was so short, they were so short that the 960 program, which is to allow retired officers to come back after 6 months, they shortened the time of waiting from 6 months to 3 months, from 3 months to 2 months, and finally just a few weeks. Again, there was a lot of shortage out there, and they need to have certain levels to be able to enforce effectively. I hope you will reconsider the funds to find them for law enforcement. I believe crime will increase if not, and I believe our businesses and our residents will suffer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we have no more off-agenda speakers. I do need to let the chair know that our Comcast is not streaming our meeting at the moment. We are live on other platforms and streaming online, but Comcast is down. If we had a short 5-minute to address it. It's not required that we have it, but that is an option.
Actually, let's take a recess for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll be back at 10:07.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 16th. Will the clerk please call the roll to reestablish a
Supervisor
quorum?
Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, next item, please.
All right. The next item on our agenda are consent matters. That is items 3 through 49, and I do have 2 quick notes. First off, for item number 12, we will be adopting an ordinance. This is the Crowing Fowl County and Zoning Code amendments to adopt an ordinance of the Sacramento County Code, adding the listed sections related to roosters, and a zoning ordinance amendment to amend the listed chapters to address the keeping of crowing fowl. And then also, we previously moved continued item 15 to July 14th, and that item is the AC Overlay Project 2026 Phase A, awarding a bid to De Silva Gates Construction. And those are all the announcements I have regarding the consent matters.
Okay. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment on item 13, if I may.
Certainly. Item 13 is too many papers, and I don't have my binder today.
It is the authorize the Director of Department of Transportation to execute a revenue agreement with Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy for Phase 3 of the Freeport Delta Gateway Monuments Implementation Project.
I concur. Thank you, sir.
You helped me out many times on the nominations from own rank, so I'll return the favor.
Thank you very much.
I just want to congratulate staff for finally bringing this project to a point where it's under construction. One who serves both on this board as well as on the Delta Conservancy Board. The amount of it's not even bureaucracy. It's just working through the process. There were easements that had to be acquired, different property owners who had opinions about whether or not this moves forward. But this type of a thing is a reinvestment in the Delta, and it's a reinvestment in the tourism and making people aware. And I want to thank staff for finally getting this to a point where we're moving forward and going to be under construction soon, I hope.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a quick comment on item 11 and 17. And if you read them both, I can
I got them right here if you want.
Great. Okay. Or I can read them, Todd, either way.
So item 11 is the Ansel Hoffman Park Overlay Project, final contract acceptance.
And then if you want to go ahead and read 17, I'll comment on both of them.
Oh, at the same. Okay. And item 17 is the AC Overlay Project 2026 Phase C award of bid in the amount of $6 million to McGuire and Hester Environmental.
Just thank you. And just really quick, I want to just thank DOT. I know some of them are here in the audience, our Department of Transportation. They do a majority of their overlay work in District 3, and I probably burden them more than any other supervisor. It's just by virtue of the number of or lane miles in District 3. But I so appreciate your responsiveness, your involvement, your engagement in District 3 with me and the constituents, and trying to help educate people about the real challenges we face with having enough money to repair our roadways. And we'll keep it up, and we'll keep working together to find more resources to continue the work and expand it. So I just want to thank staff.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. Are there any public comments?
We do. We have a public speaker for item number 12. That is Marvin Stroud. Marvin, please address the Board of Supervisors. You'll have 2 minutes.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have an issue with the way the new rules will apply, and that is because there's 2 homes directly behind the center of my property. Both of the 2 homes behind me both have roosters, and they're side by side. The coops are. So effectively is what's going to happen is that I have one point with double the amount of roosters. I'm unhappy with the situation now because of the noise, and I have no way to control it. The density, housing density by Governor Newsom has allowed more properties to have two homes on it in my community, changing the agricultural part of this situation for consideration for agriculture. So again, I don't know that the new rules have considered that. The roosters themselves are not necessary for any reason other than nefarious reasons. So my thought is to have roosters by application. And if that happens, you'll know exactly how many roosters each person has and why. And I think that's a wrap.
Thank you, Marvin.
And we do have another speaker also signed up for number 12, Vince B. Vince, please approach the lectern. You'll have 2 minutes to address the supervisors.
Good morning, Vince.
Good morning. So I oppose this ordinance and everything like that. I raise roosters for a hobby and everything like that, and I show the roosters and everything like that. In the competition, we have to raise so many roosters because they nitpick on everything, whether it's the feathers, the way it's dubbed, and everything like that. I mean, you could sit there and put a bird in the pen, a rooster in the pen, and sit there, and it could sit there and go against the pen, ruin some of its neck feathers and everything like that, and they'll dock you. Points for this. This is why we do raise so many roosters in order to show and everything like that. And I know, the roosters, they're sitting there trying to sit there and say that as a hobbyist and stuff like that, they're comparing us to cockfighters and everything like that. I mean, a cockfighter, well, then if you want to sit there and go after them, go after them. Don't sit there and consider me as a cockfighter because I raise so many roosters because I show. I mean, I have pictures also how I've showed at the state capitol and everything like that, and how they nitpick on just everything. And so a lot of people sit there and go, well, you raise a lot of roosters and everything like that. That means you fight the roosters. That's not true. I raise them because I like to show them and everything like that. Like when we go to Cal Expo this year, towards July, you have to raise so many roosters because if they start molting and everything like that, they start losing their feathers, then guess what? You can't show that rooster. It's not going to sit there and win and everything like that. I don't know if I can show you like some of the roosters and everything like that.
You have 17 seconds.
Okay. Do I hold it up?
Well, you're out of time, but you could show it really quick.
Face up like this?
Yes.
So see, I just showed this about a month ago and everything like that.
Thank you, Vince. You're out of time.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to, before the gentleman reseats himself, I was hoping he'd answer a question.
Vince, there are questions for you.
So this is a second reading, is it not, Mr.?
It is.
Okay. So, this board deliberated and had plenty of input from both staff and a lot of speakers. Was it last week that we considered this? So we were then showed some imagery that showed some properties with, I don't know, hundreds of roosters. So I'm curious, one thing you didn't mention is the scale. So how many roosters do you have on your property?
How many roosters I have? I have about 100, and I have about 5 acres.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to my colleague's point, I won't belabor the issue because we did deliberate on this at the last Board of Supervisors meeting. But I just wanted to say to the first gentleman that spoke, roosters perform a biological function that is necessary. So it's not just nefarious reasons that people keep roosters. And we did go round and round of how to thread the needle to where we can actually enforce reasonable standards without impacting heavily those who keep roosters for cultural or breeding or hobby reasons. But I would say that if your hobby were equestrian and not crowing fowl, you would have to choose property of a particular size appropriate to the keeping of those animals. And so this has been going on for 3 years that I know of, that we've been trying to come at this where we can at least find a reasonable solution that gives us some sort of way to interact with people who are keeping these crowing fowl. So I wish you luck in navigating this, but again, this has been a long time coming to this point. Thank you.
All right, so there are no more public speakers, and I will entertain a motion.
I will move consent, noting the items that were, I think there was one that was dropped. No, excuse me, one was continued. Item 15 was continued.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Consent calendar passes 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 52. This is the approval of conditional loan commitment with West Development Ventures, a related entity, in the amount of $3.9 million in affordable housing funds, housing trust fund, and state and local trust funds for Folsom Garden Apartments.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning. Christine Weichert, SHRA. The report before you requests authorization of a $3.9 million loan commitment for the Folsom Garden Apartments. The project is located on Folsom Boulevard near Bradshaw and will consist of 40 units in 2 buildings. There'll be studios, 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom units for those earning 30% and 60% of area median income, and 1 manager's unit. 10 units will be designated for permanent supportive housing. There'll also be a separate building with community room and leasing offices and other amenities, including picnic areas and play structures. West Development Ventures is the developer. They currently have 7 communities in the Sacramento area, and SHRA has approved Cambridge Real Estate Services to provide property management, and Lutheran Social Services will provide 1 full-time case manager for the permanent supportive housing units. In addition, there'll be 10 hours of after-school programs. In closing, staff's requesting the $3.9 million loan commitment and is available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, there's no one in the queue.
We have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I apologize.
Okay.
Chair, I thought there would be more of a presentation, or we hear from the applicant. I do have a couple of questions. First thing is, in the staff report that the public was able to review, there was no illustration of the step down from 3 stories to 2 stories where it abuts residential properties. That is still being proposed. Is that correct?
The step down, there is on attachment, I guess it's 4, sort of an illustration of the facade. So the two of the buildings are 3 stories, and then there is 1 building that is 1 story. So,
but on the 2 buildings that are 3 stories, I believe they are 3 stories for part of the building, and then it steps down to 2 stories where it abuts residential.
They are, and I'm sorry there is no rendering in your packet. We can provide that, but as I recall, you're right, it's 3 stories and it goes to 2 and then to 1. Okay. It does step down.
I just wanted to get that on the record, that
Okay.
that is the intention and that is what is being proposed to be constructed. My second question is that this is kind of an unusual site in that it's landlocked by surrounding commercial development.
It is.
We had an opportunity to visit the site and do a site visit the other day. Is there any proposed, and I don't know how you would do this given that it's crossing over other private property, but is there any proposed improvement to the driveway access leading back to this property?
I know the developer has been working very closely with design review and other county planning staff. I'm not sure. I saw Leanne Mueller here just a few minutes ago. Is she still in the audience? I guess not. I do not have the answer to that question, but we can get that for you.
Okay. And then my last item is simply a comment, not necessarily specific to this project, but just in general. I think the scoring rubric that encourages permanent supportive housing in order to be eligible or to get a higher score on SHRA's process, in my estimation, is flawed. And the reason being is that this project is proposed to have a certain number of family units. And as we know, permanent supportive housing is intended to be for those individuals that have whatever incapacitating situation that makes them needing a higher level of care and a living situation that is a little more high touch than simply affordable, lower, regular affordable housing. And so I think the juxtaposition of those two things, in my mind, is incompatible, and I don't think it ought to be held up as something that we're striving to do. I think we can deliver the housing that is needed and required for both of those demographics of people without forcing them into the same proximate area. So that's just an opinion.
You are correct. Permanent supportive housing is our number one funding priorities based on the previous board's recommendation, but it's up to the developer if they'd like to put those units in their development. I will say this developer is using the studios. 10 of the 10 permanent supportive housing are studio units, so less of the family size units, but I understand. Thank you.
Okay, so there are no other comments. There's no public comments.
I would go ahead and move staff recommendation.
Item 52 passes 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 54. That is the approval of fiscal year 2026-27 Transit Occupancy Tax Grant Program funding recommendations and authorize execution of transient occupancy tax funding agreements.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. My name is Matt Levesque. I'm a Management Analyst 3 in the Office of Budget and Debt Management, and I have the pleasure of presenting this item when I can get the PowerPoint up for your pleasure. Thank you. So the transient occupancy tax, otherwise known as the TOT tax or bed tax, is a revenue derived from a 12% charge on hotel room stays collected on hotel room stays and other short-term rentals collected in the unincorporated county. TOT revenue is allocated to the TOT grant program to support other TOT-funded initiatives and to cover other county cost needs. At the fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget hearing held on June 10th, the board approved the allocation of the TOT revenue fund balance, allocating $1 million for the 2026-27 grant program. The TOT grant program was first approved by the board in 2017 to provide financial support to nonprofit organizations for community-based programs and/or services in Sacramento County through a competitive process. The 26-27 grant year represents the 10th year of the program and reflects several board-approved changes that were adopted in October 2025, including reducing the maximum grant award amount from $50,000 to $35,000, allowing grantees to request an advance payment of up to $10,000, and awarding all funding based on district direction, with each district receiving $200,000 from the $1 million total allocation. The timeline for the 2026-27 grant cycle included an application period that was open from January 6th to February 13th, and an application workshop was held for prospective grant applicants on January 20th. Following the closure of the grant application period, we did receive 271 eligible applications, and the total requested funding was $7 million. When comparing that to the 25-26 grant cycle, this represents a 7% increase in total applications and a 19% decrease in requested funding, which is likely attributable to the reduction of the maximum grant award from $50,000 to $35,000.
One moment, Matt.
Yes.
Supervisor Serna?
Thank you. Based on what you just explained, how would you characterize oversubscription this year versus oversubscription last year?
I do have that number. I do know that the amount, so we received more grant applications this year, but the amount requested was less. So
more interest in applying at smaller amounts on average?
On average, but that's likely due to because we reduced the max, the cap.
Okay, I just think that's an important statistical note to make mention of, and the reason why is because I've been up here a while over the years, and I don't think there's ever been a single year where our subscription matched what we actually have in terms of the limited TOT resources. So I think it's a good thing to mention in your presentation before we hear from, I assume, a number of speakers.
Okay.
Thank you.
So following the application period, TOT administration staff conducted a review of all applications, prepared summaries by category, and distributed those materials to district offices to begin their review and funding considerations. On April 30th, staff met with district offices to review proposals, address questions, and ensure a shared understanding of the applications. And on May 7th, the final coordination meeting was held to confirm recommended awards for each district. Following that meeting on May 13th, staff notified all applicants of today's board hearing. And in preparation of today's board meeting, TOT's administration staff then consolidated the final awards and then confirmed alignment with program goals and available funding. So today, the recommendation totals 101 grants that would consume the full $1 million that's been allocated to the program. And a list of all selected organizations and recommended award amounts by district is provided as attachment 1 to the board letter. Following today's approval of this item, staff will notify all applicants of the outcome, the final award decisions, and prepare funding agreements, and hold a grantee workshop on July 8th. Additionally, any applicant organizations may request any available feedback by emailing the TOT administration staff at the email address shown on this slide. In summary, the following actions are being recommended to the board today. First, to approve the TOT grant program award recommendations to fund the organizations and projects listed in attachment 1. Authorize the county executive or designee to execute and amend agreements for the period of July 1st, 2026 through May 31st, 2027, with the organizations approved to receive TOT grant program funding. And finally, authorize the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, assign, and terminate agreements using TOT funding as listed in attachment 2, or subsequently amended in the fiscal year 26-27 adopted budget. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Matt. There are no questions from the supervisors, so let us move to public comments.
And we have several speakers for this item. First up, Ari Rios. Please approach the lectern, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning, Ari.
Good morning. So I am a youth ambassador with Classy Inc. We are a nonprofit organization doing community outreach with the program. But me personally, I'll be speaking on how Classy has helped me grow and give back to our community. So Classy has helped me grow in ways that go beyond my leadership skills. Through this program, I've gained confidence, strengthened my community skills, and developed a greater sense of responsibility to my community. One of the biggest impacts Classy has had on my life is encouraging the idea of college and helped me see that the opportunities are that higher education can provide. The mentorship, guidance, and support I received motivated me to continue pursuing my goals and investing in my future. Today, I am proud to say that I attend Louisiana State University as a psychology major on a pre-med track with a minor in biology. I plan to attend medical school after graduation, and programs like Classy has helped younger people realize that their big goals are as possible when they have support and people who believe in them. As a youth ambassador, one of my favorite parts of the program is coming back each summer and working with the next group of students. I enjoy sharing my experiences, encouraging the youth to consider college and helping them see the opportunities available to them. Being able to give back to the program that has given so much to me is incredibly meaningful. And Classy has taught me that leadership is about service. It's not about personal success, and it's about using your experiences to uplift others and create opportunities for the next generation. And because of Classy, I've grown as a student, a leader, and a community member, and I hope to continue making a difference by encouraging younger people to pursue their goals just as others encouraged me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari.
Our next speaker is Josiah Abram.
Hello, Supervisors.
Good morning.
Today, I'm going to be talking about why Sacramento should continue to invest in its youth. My name is Josiah Abram. I have been part of Classy Inc. for 13 years now, and Classy Inc. has helped me in many ways, helped me continue through high school and get into one of my dream schools. And Sacramento should continue investing in youth because, young people are the future of our city. The opportunities we provide today will shape the leaders, the workers, and community members of tomorrow. Investments in youth programs, education, leadership development, and community service create lasting benefits. These programs help students gain important skills, build confidence, and discover their personal potential within themselves. When Sacramento invests in young people, it also invests in safer neighborhoods, stronger schools, and a more successful local economy. Youth who have access to positive opportunities are more likely to stay engaged in school, pursue higher education, and contribute in their community. Programs that support youth leadership and development give students a chance to learn, grow, and make meaningful contributions. They create pathways to success that might not otherwise exist. The return on investing in youth goes far beyond today. It creates a stronger, more vibrant Sacramento for years to come. By continuing to support young people, Sacramento is investing in its greatest resource, its future. Thank you.
Thank you, Josiah.
Our next speaker is Kyra Belcher.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kiara Belcher, and I'm a first-generation college student from Sacramento, currently attending Howard University in Washington, D.C., where I study psychology on the pre-med track. I have been a part of Classy Inc. for most of my life, and when I think about the person that I am today, it is impossible to separate that from the impact that this organization has had on my life. Growing up, Classy was more than just a program that I attended. It was a place where I felt seen, supported, and encouraged to dream bigger for myself. Through community service projects, leadership opportunities, and mentorship, I learned that my voice mattered and that I had something valuable to contribute to my community. Those lessons stayed with me for long after each event that I attended. As a first-generation student, there wasn't always a roadmap for navigating college, leadership opportunities, or what it takes to build a successful future. There were moments where I felt very unsure of myself and didn't know what the next step looked like, but Classy helped fill that gap. It surrounded me with people who believed in me before I fully believed in myself, and gave me opportunities to grow into the leader that I am today. Because of organizations like Classy, I had the confidence to leave home and attend a university across the country, take on leadership roles, and pursue my dream of becoming a psychiatrist. The support, guidance, and experience that I gained through this program has helped me realize that my goals were not only possible, but they were worth chasing. When we invest in youth programs, we're investing in real people, real dreams, and real futures. I am standing here today as an example of what can happen when a young person is given the opportunity, support, and encouragement to succeed. I am deeply grateful for everything that Classy has poured into me over the years, and I hope that the city will continue to invest in programs that empower the youth to discover potential and give them opportunities to give back to the communities that raise them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kara.
Our next speaker is Sanaya Abram.
Good morning. My name is Sanaya. I am a fourth-year college student, and I have been with Classy Inc. for about 16 years now. Being a part of Classy has allowed me to understand the importance of community service and has taught me that I am a part of something bigger than just myself. I've participated in several events with the group, some including aiding the homeless, walking to support those who suffer from breast cancer, putting together gift baskets to donate to the Women's and Children's Shelter, and holding a booth at the Black Cowboy Festival, where we were able to promote and advocate for our organization. Throughout my years with Classy, I've gained the core values of integrity, leadership, growth, and stability. Participating in community service has allowed me to attest to these values as I grow closer to the people around me and get to see firsthand the issues that are not on the front lines, as well as doing my part to make a difference in the lives of others. I ask that you invest in Classy Inc. so that we as an organization can continue to pour into our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anthony Harris.
Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Harris. I'm a 19-year-old and third year at the University of California, Merced. And I've been a part of Classy for just about my whole life. From being involved in nonprofits early days by assisting events like the Mother-Daughter Brunch, to being able to help out more with the community in events like giving back to the homeless, to being in the Stay the Course program and being guided on how to apply and succeed in college, and then years later being able to help those younger than me also navigate the post-high school progress. This nonprofit has been integral in my character and has involved me in the community and has better shaped me as a person. At times, especially as an adolescent who still needs to be safe when navigating the world, it feels hard to be involved in the community. This is not just a me issue, as too many times have I heard peers growing up say there's nothing to do in the city. Classy, however, has allowed younger individuals such as myself to be involved and learn more about the community through a multitude of events, including but not limited to our Boots on the Ground event, Serve the Soul, Open Mic Night, Healing Wellness Night, and many more. These events have allowed us to invite people of all backgrounds in a safe space and have allowed us, the youth, to have a bigger presence in the community. These opportunities have also shown in interviews and jobs I've pursued. Without fail, whenever I apply to a customer service, tutoring, office work job, whatever it may be, the first question I always get is a manager curious on Classy and the work that we do. Being able to develop leadership at a young age makes us prepared for opportunities in the future. Because of Classy, I don't feel like I have to limit myself with opportunities, because any field that requires a certain skill set, this nonprofit, I have learned it. As an example, I plan to go into education in the future, and working with those younger than me, leading events, and being involved with a diverse background of people has helped me immensely. Thank you for listening. I hope that we can receive more of your support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Our next speaker is Keelarian Belcher.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kedrian Belcher, and I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kedrian Belcher. I'm the CEO of Classy Inc. since 2007. Classy Inc. has provided student-led, adult-supported opportunities for students to build leadership skills, serve their community, and turn their ideas into a meaningful impact. I just want to say as a side note, you guys have all been given information pamphlets to go a little bit in more depth where you can verify. And I also want to state that they're really the only evidence-based program in the county and the city. Classy Inc. serves students through 3 evidence-based programs. Our leadership program is 7th grade through 11th grade. Our post-high group program for high school seniors who we track all the way through college up until the age of their 26. And then we have the Stay the Course students who you guys are seeing today who come back to Sacramento from their college breaks to continue to support Sacramento County, Through these programs, students help plan and support wellness event activities, mental health awareness projects, civic engagement opportunities, family-centered events, and community service events. These experiences help students build leadership, public speaking, planning, teamwork, and workforce readiness skills while contributing directly to Sacramento County communities. This has been going on for 19 years, our second time applying. So we're really hoping that this opportunity gives you guys more insight to what these students are doing in the community to make a difference. We remain committed to strengthening our work and building visibility around student leadership in Sacramento County, and we respectfully ask that Classy Inc. be kept in mind for future opportunities. We want to thank you again for your time and consideration.
Keelarian, really quick, how long has your nonprofit been in existence?
Since 2007, 19 years.
Well, I tell you, I'm really moved by your students that you have here, and I look forward to getting to know a little bit more about your nonprofit, your organization. And I did share with your students that one of the best ways is to meet with us so that you can let us know about your organization prior to us making these decisions about TOT funding. But you guys, you do an amazing work, and I thank you for the investment you make in our high school students.
Thank you. And I look forward to showcasing you all the great things that these students are doing, and we will definitely keep you all included in the upcoming events for the summer.
For sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Amira Hassan.
Good afternoon. My name is Amira Hassan, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Classy Inc. Classy has been a part of my life for 8 years now, and today I will be speaking on the impact that Classy has had on my personal growth, educational endurance, and ability to make a difference in my community. Throughout my journey, Classy has helped me find my strengths in my voice and my confidence, as well as my confidence to self-advocate for myself, which is always not helpful for people who are in college. Which is always not something that people in college always advocate for themselves. By sharing my college journey with our viewers, I have seen the impact of my story can have in motivating my peers and keep moving forward, no matter how challenging their path may be. The support I have received through Classy has
been meaningful in making a difference in staying focused on my goals and pursuing my dreams on being a cardiothoracic surgeon. With your support, you will be investing in the development of our future leaders, supporting our opportunities and our growth in succeeding one day in our dreams. I would like to sincerely thank the Board of Council for your time and your support.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wintorior Thompson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Winter Dior Thompson. I'm a Franklin High School graduate who will be attending Sacramento State University on a pre-nursing track to become a neonatal and pediatric nurse practitioner. I have been a member of Classy for 3 years, and during my time in this program, I have learned that leadership is not just about speaking up, but is about showing up for others. Through Classy, I have participated in community events that bring people together, promoted positivity throughout Sacramento, and helped support individuals experiencing homelessness. We have also taken time to write letters and create artwork for cancer patients and people going through grief, reminding them that they are not alone during some of the hardest moments of their lives. Classy has helped me grow into a stronger leader and a more confident young adult. I have gained valuable skills in public speaking, leadership, and videography that will continue to help me throughout college, my career, and my future service to the community. Programs like Classy are important because they invest directly in young people. The stipends make it possible for students from different backgrounds to participate, while the leadership opportunities help us develop the confidence and skills needed to give back. When you invest in youth, you are investing in the future of Sacramento. Because of Classy, I have learned that one act of kindness, one conversation, or one opportunity can change a person's life. I respectfully ask for your continued support so that more young people can have the same opportunities that have helped shape mine. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to Sacramento's youth.
Winter Dior, just a quick question. How many high schools are represented with Classy that you know of?
There's multiple different high schools throughout Elk Grove and Sacramento. I'm a Franklin High School student. I know there's a couple of Laguna Creek students and Sheldon High School students, and just other people throughout.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Manuel Pickett.
Hello.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Manuel Jose Pickett. I am the director of Teatro Espejo, who is just celebrating his 50th year, providing plays dealing not only culturally relevant, but plays that deal with issues that affect our community as a whole. I am asking for funding through the Transient Occupation Tax Grant Program for our intercultural theater festival, or our Intercultural Performing Arts Festival. And the festival brings together intercultural performing arts groups, be it poets, singers, dancers, spoken words, and theater, in an effort not only to diversify our audiences, but to bring together artists from different backgrounds, working together to create a program that celebrates diversity and cultural exchange. The program is, we've had this for about 4 years, and a lot of the fact that a lot of programs that embrace diversity, there's a threat of having them removed. I think that's something of this importance should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel.
And our next speaker is Dejana Thurman.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dejana Thurman, and I've been a part of Classy for the past couple of years now. During that time, I've gained valuable skills in communication, teamwork, problem solving, organization, and public speaking. Classy has also supported me academically, helped me prepare for college, and provided guidance for my overall well-being. I've also been able to get more involved within my community and worked on making a difference by speaking out and spreading awareness about many issues we see in the community. Also encouraging other young people to get involved in making a difference. Being a part of Classy helps teams by providing support, mentorship, and events that encourage youth involvement and leadership. We work to prevent positive change to our community and increase youth involvement and uplifting our environment. With the funding that we get, we've been able to create positive spaces for the youth to spend their time and get involved within the community, also giving them personal support as well. We have community events where the youth can come and have fun while pouring into their community positively, and we also work to spread awareness to many different issues we see in our environments and do whatever we can to help. Because of programs like Classy, young people can build confidence, develop important life skills, and make a positive impact in their communities. With more funding, we'll be able to cause a positive impact in our community furthermore through our events and activities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dejana.
Our next speaker is Denise Carter. Denise, you... Oh, there.
Hello.
Good morning, Denise.
Good morning. Give me 1 second. I've had to put myself on a little timer so to make sure I don't go over. All right. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Denise Carter, Executive Director of Bright Braille. Today we've heard discussions about homelessness, public safety, mental health, and many other challenges facing our community. I would like to speak about something that often goes unnoticed until it's gone, and that's our vision. Most of us wake up every morning, open our eyes, and begin our day without giving it a second thought. We don't stop to think about the gift of sight. We don't realize how much of our independence, our employment, our mobility, our connections to the world depends on our ability to see. For those of us living with vision loss, like myself, low-level vision, reality is very different. Vision loss is often an invisible disability. People look at us and say, "You don't look blind." What they don't see is the struggles that come from reading forms, navigating websites, drive to work, recognizing a face, or safely moving through the community. When someone receives a diagnosis of vision-related conditions, the impact not only medically, it doesn't impact them not only medically, it can affect employment, transportation, finances, housing, stability, mental health, and family relations. Many people find themselves in a gap period where they are losing their independence faster than support systems can respond. That is why Bright Braille exists. We are working to bring awareness to low-level vision and diseases of the eyes and retinas, educate our communities and service providers, and help individuals connect to resources before they reach a crisis point. Through this outreach effort and our accessibility vision sight profession training program, we hope to build a community that better understands vision loss and how to support those living with it. With that said, the TOT grant, it appears that Bright Braille, this is our first year. We're 3 years in the making of this nonprofit to bring awareness, and this is coming from lived experience. I used to work at Kaiser. I used to be able to do so much more. But one of the most important things is when I ask our public servants, our police, our fire, our EMTs, do you know what low-level vision is? And they're like, no. And that's the most scariest thing, because how do you direct me in the case of an emergency? If you pull a car over at nighttime and you tell somebody...
Denise, just keep your eye on the clock.
I'm sorry.
You're past for 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I gave you a little extra time.
Okay,
but yeah.
all right. Well, I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to speak and just bring awareness to low-level vision and diseases of the eyes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Wint.
I'm going to try to connect with them. I'm going to be quick about it.
Right.
Actually, can you give me 2 minutes? Because I want to connect with you, and I'm going to actually say something because you guys stole my heart too. When I'm listening to you guys and the youth and all that,
Yeah.
as a father of 5, I'm drawn. My name is Jason Wynn. Oh yes, thank you. I'm the executive director for the Watt Avenue Partnership, 80 Watt PBID. I want to say, first of all, thank you very much for the recommendation for giving us some funds for the Security, Safety, Overwatch, and Branding Initiative. As we know, 80 Watt is what's considered a blade in law enforcement circles. We have done a lot to move that pendulum in a different way to where it's not a place where people go to disappear, get hurt, get lost in different things, drugs and addictions. It can be a place where people can get help and healing, especially with the upcoming Safe Stay and all those wraparound services that will suddenly be right in the middle of the district, available right there. So what this TLT grant will do for us, it will allow us to spend a little bit more on some certain safety measures that will help coordinate with law enforcement. Again, a little plug for the hot and pop teams, of course, which of course you know that I'm very much in favor of keeping them in play, and the district attorney's office. And it makes the place safer and stable. And when I think about stability, I think about the ability to have programs and safe places for companies just like this. This is amazing. I didn't know you were going to be here. This is awesome. Because there's elementary schools, there's youth right around adjacent to the PBID, and I think this is a fantastic situation. So in conjunction with the TLT grant and what that means with safety, whether it's camera systems, with FUSIS, whether it's assisting to supplement banner funding, which, by the way, we finally have new banners after 6 years. They're starting to go up today, which is amazing. It lets the community know that we care. It gives us something to see. Here in our community of North Highlands, they're actually doing something and they actually care. The police are making sure that we're safe. The district attorney has the accountability there. And then we have 80 Watt PBID we have regular meetings, which I would love to have a presentation from you guys and get the people involved that way. They have these meetings that involve community things that actually make things better for those here and for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason.
Next up, Nadia Baran-Farah.
I don't see Nadia coming forward.
No Nadia in the chamber.
Madam Chair, if I may, while the folks from the Stay Classy, before you take off, I just want to reiterate to introduce yourself to us so that we can understand your program a little bit better. And I was just very impressed with the caliber of the young people who spoke here today. Congratulations to you. Good luck on your future, and God bless you.
Supervisor Serna?
Yeah, wait, before you leave, I just want to pile on to what Supervisor Hume had to offer too. We see a lot of different groups, especially this time of year, that come before this board, some of whom are your age and at that level of education. And I know I've yet to meet anyone that really loves public speaking, but I will tell you this. Incredibly articulate at the podium, more so than people twice your age, quite frankly. I'm hopeful that those of you that are either in college outside of the Sacramento region or hoping to attend college out of the Sacramento region will prioritize coming back to your community and being that doctor, being that nurse. It's something that I always try to, and I know others on the board try to reiterate with young people about coming back to serve the community that quite frankly helped raise you. So a great job today presenting. You should hold your heads up high. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
All right, if Nadia is not in here, we will then move on to Chantel Landstrom.
Good morning, Chantel.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Short people's problems. Good morning, guys. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Manna Food Bank. Manna Food Bank was founded in 2003 and is guided by the work of Matthew 25:40. Truly, I tell you, whatever you do unto me, you do unto the least. We are volunteers of a food bank serving Sacramento families who are struggling to put food on their tables. Some of the families we serve are experiencing temporary crises such as job loss. Others are the seniors living and fixed income, veterans, individuals with disabilities, hardworking families whose paychecks simply just don't reach enough these days. At MANA, we do not ask people why they need the help, we just simply serve them. Every week, our volunteers serve food and groceries and pick up grocery stores 6 days a week. The food is transported to our warehouse where it is weighed, logged, sorted, stored safely, and prepared for distribution. On Thursdays and Fridays, our warehouse becomes a lifeline to approximately 700 families every week. Each family receives an average of 90 to 100 pounds of food over the course of a year. That translates into more than 3.2 million pounds of food distributed and over 2 million meals provided in our community. We make these impacts even more remarkable is that MANA Food Bank operates entirely on volunteers. There is no paid staff. Every food pickup, every pound sorted, and every family served is made possible by the people who donate their time because they believe that no family should go hungry. In addition to our weekly food distribution, we provide support through several community programs. Our Christmas baskets provide 300 families with 2 weeks of food, holiday meal, and gifts for the children. We proudly provide 1,000 backpacks to fill the school supplies each year to...
Please wrap it up, Chantal, when you get a chance.
Sorry. A reliable freezer is not simply a piece of equipment. It is the difference between saving our food and losing it every week.
Thank you, Chantal.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona Lee.
Good morning, Mona.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Thank you. My name is Mona Lee, and I represent the Sacramento Valley Korean American community. For over 70 years, our organization has served as a trusted community hub, supporting not only Korean Americans, but all residents in Sacramento County who needs help. Today, many low-income families and seniors in our community are facing increasing hardship due to recent deductions in CalFresh benefits and ongoing inflation. More residents are struggling to afford basic necessities, including food. We urgently want to provide food support programs for these residents. At the same time, many seniors and immigrant residents continue to face serious barriers due to limited English proficiency and unfamiliarity with the government systems. They struggle to apply for IHSS, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh, understand official documents, access the services they are eligible for. Without guidance, many of them give up. To effectively serve this growing need, we must expand our capacity. We need to hire social workers and administrative staff. With the proper staffing, we can reach significantly more residents and ensure no one is left behind. Many seniors feel isolated and left behind due to technology barriers. To address this, we have started technology education programs for seniors, helping them use smartphones and access essential online services. But again, due to limited funding, we cannot expand this program to meet growing demand at this time. Many elderly residents live in isolation without adequate social or emotional support. We want to expand senior wellness programs, create engaging social and activity-based programs, provide mental health counseling
Mona,
services.
can you wrap it up, please?
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Mona.
Next up, we have Corey Calderon.
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Corey Calderon, and I'm the Advancement Officer with Sierra Nevada Journeys. We're a nonprofit organization that provides hands-on science, environmental science, and outdoor education programs for youth throughout Northern California. And I want to just begin by expressing my gratitude for funding opportunities like the Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program. Even though award decisions may have already been made, I want to highlight the impact that this funding can have on our community and the diversity of organizations that are represented underrepresented through this grant program. So investments like the TOT grant program strengthen our region by helping nonprofits deliver meaningful programs that improve the quality of life, expand access to education, and connect young people to the communities where they live. If awarded to our organization, this funding would help us provide our Classrooms Unleashed program at no cost to hundreds of Sacramento area students, prioritizing youth from Title I schools. Through a combination of classroom lessons and field-based learning experiences at local nature areas like the American River Parkway, students engage directly with science concepts, develop critical thinking skills, and build meaningful connections to the outdoors. At Sierra Nevada Journeys, we believe that exploration, discovery, and empowerment through nature-based learning can truly change the trajectory of a young person's life. When students have the opportunity to investigate ecosystems, explore watersheds, and experience science in the real world, they gain not only academic knowledge, but also confidence, curiosity, and a sense of responsibility for the natural resources that sustain our communities. Inspiring the next generation of environmental stewards is critical to the long-term health of Sacramento's parks, waterways, and open spaces. This funding would help ensure that more local students have access to those experiences regardless of their family's income or background. So thank you so much for your consideration, for supporting organizations that serve our community, and for investing in opportunities that help Sacramento's youth learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Our next speaker is Donna Ibbotson.
Good morning. Donna Ibbotson, Program Director for Wayfinder Family Services. I'm a director of the foster care program there, and primarily our foster parents at this point in time are relatives. So these relatives are unprepared. They often get a call in the middle of the night being notified that a kin relative youth has been taken into protective custody and are in need of foster placement. And we believe that the best place for a child is with somebody that's related to the family or that knows the family, so that we can keep them within their community, keep them connected to family members. But these relatives are often getting a call in the middle of the night. They're unprepared for these youth. It may be a space issue in the home. Many of them are food insecure. There's issues around transportation, getting children to school because they have to work full time in order to maintain their home. So we've received the TOT grant before, and as former recipients, we're hoping to receive it again. 100% of all these funds go directly to the relatives, either through direct food, gift cards for food, gas gift cards, bedding, furniture. We've paid rent, like first and last rent, to get somebody into a larger space. We've utilized it to pay for SMUD, PG&E bills, so that these families can maintain these children and stabilize them. So we appreciate being recipients before and hope that this TOT grant continues. Thank you.
Donna, I want to give you a personal testimony. So it was District 4 that is giving Wayfinder Services the TOT grant. And let me tell you a little history about Lilliput Services, which is formerly your name. So my late husband and I had a 2-year-old grandson that got put in our hands back in 2007, 2008. But it was Lilliput Services that really helped us maneuver through some of those challenges. And we raised him for the next 5 years until he went back to his mom. But I just had the experience that I personally had working with Lilliput Services was incredibly educational, and it allowed me to really understand some of the immediate changes that took place in my life. So the work that you all do is incredibly profound.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Chris Marshall.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and County staff. My name is Chris Marshall, and I am the President and CEO of Junior Achievement of Sacramento. I've had the privilege of serving in this role since November, but Junior Achievement has been serving our community since 1961, and it prepares young people for a future through financial literacy, workforce readiness, and entrepreneurship education. We help students see what is possible for their futures and provide them with the skills and experience to achieve them. Over the last 2 years, Junior Achievement has served over 10,000 students across our region, and we are poised for continued growth as we expand our opportunities for young people throughout Sacramento County and beyond. I want to express our sincere gratitude to the board and county staff for recommending Junior Achievement for a TOT grant. We are honored to be considered for this investment in Sacramento County's young people. These funds will support our entrepreneurship programs, including JA Be Entrepreneurial, Launch Lessons, JA Titan, and our Entrepreneurship Summit. Through these programs, students learn how to identify opportunities, develop business ideas, and manage finances, and pitch solutions to real-world challenges. More importantly, they gain the confidence to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and community leaders. The impact of these programs extends far beyond the classroom. This year, we sent 11 students from Sacramento area high schools to Boston to compete in Junior Achievement's Future Bound National Competition at no cost to the students. The exceptional students from our region are performing at a very high level, and grants like these help us continue to provide these opportunities to students. We want to keep the talent here in Sacramento by giving students the tools to thrive, innovate, and grow businesses locally. Programs like these create pathways for young people to build their futures in our community while strengthening our local economy. Thank you for the support, your support of youth development, workforce readiness, and entrepreneurship education. We're grateful for your partnership and the opportunity to help prepare local students for successful futures. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Chris.
Next speaker, Ed Kazmarek.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ed Kazmarek with Campus Life Connection. I'm the Executive Director. We're an organization that serves youth and has for decades, and we focus on low-income neighborhoods and low-income youth. We're known for the crossover basketball program and also for the Sayonara Center in Citrus Heights and many other areas where we meet up with kids and give them opportunities. I don't know if this amazing camera can work, but I'd love to show you an 8-second video and a couple of photos.
You could put the camera. You put your phone on top of the white pad.
Yeah, so just opportunities with kids to get out and have a good time, play basketball, do sports and activities. We do summer camp, we do weekend events, we do trips to the ocean, trips to the mountains for hiking. And one of the greatest things of all is seeing the lights come on in a kid's eyes when they've been to the beach for the first time. They've gone to Disneyland with our adults for the first time, or they've gone on a mountain hiking trip. Also, just our basketball program in Elk Grove and South Sac has been so impactful for kids over really the last 30 years. And many of those kids are adults now giving back to their community. So in closing, I'm very grateful for past funding through the TOT. Disappointed this year we missed out, but hopeful for next year that we'll be able to come back again for TOT funding. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Rodriguez-Aguirre.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to just read from here. So, good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and County staff. My name is Kathy Rodriguez-Aguirre, and I'm the CEO for the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to thank Sacramento County for its investment in small business development and entrepreneurship through the TOT grant program. Through Emprende and our vendor cart program, we help entrepreneurs navigate everything from business planning and licensing to marketing, financial management, and growth strategies. Since 2021, more than 200 entrepreneurs have participated in Emprende, with more than 120 graduates completing hundreds of hours of training and business development work. Many of the entrepreneurs we support operate food, hospitality, retail, and cultural businesses that contribute to the visitor experience and economic vitality of Sacramento County. But today, I want to focus less on the numbers and more on the people. One of the things I'm most proud of is that we meet entrepreneurs where they are. We provide services in both English and Spanish, and we do so with cultural understanding and respect for the experiences many participants bring with them. That creates trust. And when trust exists, people are willing to ask questions, seek help, and take risks they might not otherwise have taken. The trust is why entrepreneurs continue to seek out our programs, not only from Sacramento County, but from neighboring communities throughout the region. In one vendor cohort, we even welcomed a participant from Fremont because they were looking for a program that combined permitting and licensing guidance with practical business development support. One of our recent graduates, Gustavo Martinez of Martinez Bright Cleaning Services, came to us looking to grow his business and better position himself for government contracting opportunities. Through Emprende, we worked with him on business planning, growth strategies, and developing a professional capability statement that can help him open doors to future contracting opportunities. Another entrepreneur came to us after leaving a domestic violence situation. She saw one of our social media posts, took a chance on herself, and enrolled in the program. And today she has a business foundation, a plan for growth, and a pathway towards financial independence for herself and her family in a safe way. But what stood out most during our recent graduation was not the presentations themselves, but it was the families. I watched a husband who came directly from his construction job so he could support his wife as she presented her business plan. I watched the kids sit proudly in the audience as their parents shared their vision for businesses that they're building and talked about becoming about the future CEOs of these companies someday.
Wrap it up, Kathy.
I'll go cut. This is what this investment represents. It is business growth, it is job creation, and it's economic activity. It's also resilience, determination, and trust. And during a particularly challenging time for many Latino entrepreneurs, this investment provided practical resources, confidence, and hope. It helped people overcome fear, believe in their abilities, and begin building a more secure future for themselves and their families. And that's how generational wealth begins.
Thank you,
Thank
Kathy.
you so much for providing hope to the entrepreneurs when they needed it most.
Thank you. Kathy, I also want to give, I just want to give you a shout out. The work that your chamber does in helping people go from having a, street vendor and to the potential of having a storefront business, I think is really a big thing. It's a scary thing to do. It's very risky, but the work that you guys do is just appreciated to get people to thinking of far bigger than what they are experiencing in front of them. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. It's an honor for me to get to be the one to tell their stories.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tona Miranda on behalf of Youth Forward.
Good morning, Tona.
Good morning. Are we ready? Okay. Hello, my name is Tona Miranda, and I am the Tribal Director of Youth Forward. Our program serves the oldest and largest tribal community of North Sacramento. Within this community, we have generational tribal members from the Nisenan and Miwok youth, but also from the generational cycle of boarding schools that came here in the North area from over 150 years ago. Within our youth group, we focus on food sovereignty and really upbringing tribal youth and understanding what leadership is. These youth have never been a part of a program. There doesn't exist another program like this within our community, let alone within the county, specifically within the North area. We're looking to continue to build out, continue to help our partners. One really amazing piece within our program is that over the past 3 years, they've been able to build out and learn how to garden, but also how to take care of the land. What does it look like to bring our tribal youth back to the land and back to understanding what the systems were for our tribal people? And by doing that, they've also been able to help our partners, Soul Collective, the Washington Neighborhood Center, Indigenous Healing Collaborative, to build up their tribal gardens, and it's our youth that are teaching them. And so we thank you for the opportunity for being able to apply and also to look forward to the continued movement forward for tribal youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randall Britt.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. I am the CEO of America's Homeless Veterans. The picture of this guy is something that I see every day on the street. I'm here in support of the TOT. I don't have a prepared speech. I didn't even know I was going to be here today. But America's Homeless Veteran works every day to help the veterans get off the street and back on their feet with every means that's possible. And I share this picture because it's really sad that we pass these people every day and nothing gets done about it. In the past, I've been just private. Today's kind of my first foray into talking to government officials. In the past, I haven't had any support, and that's why I'm here today, just to introduce America's Homeless Veterans and asking everyone in the room, not just the panel here, but everybody in California to help eradicate people like that. When I say eradicate, I mean restore. Eradicate the homelessness and the mental illness that comes with it and the byproduct of being homeless. So Today is nothing more than an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sergey Bedwani.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to see the faces besides the website, the designations on the website. So actually, I'm working a little bit with Randall here on the American homeless veterans. And what I noticed, having gone to the some of the events, I've heard some of the stories, and I see these some of these people that are undergoing this trauma or PTSD or substance abuse and recovering. They're energetic, and my thing is to actually get them back productive. So I see, a waste of human potential. So what I'm bringing, and I appreciate the program. Actually, I supported it. We submitted a request. The budget is quite frugal, I must say, for the benefit that it can do. So the idea is to bring technology into bring back these people back into sensing the distress and immediately addressing it. And I have a little visualization thing, I think, that just to kind of give you a feel for what the technology is about, is using wearable technology, and in this case, it's a binaural stimulus. So it's different sounds in different frequencies that are adapted to the human brain rhythms, which is around 40 hertz. And that actually calms down the person's system. And it also alerts medical staff or family staff that the person is in distress. So we're bringing that kind of technology to these detox centers that we're doing. So I appreciate the support. There was 1,000 questions, I guess, in the application, but I think it's a very worthwhile program. And I was a little bit sad to see it taper down. So I saw that it was reduced from $50,000 to $35,000. And in the future, maybe we should expand it so that we can grow California, get our productive people back into productive modes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Serge.
And the last speaker on our list is Jamal.
Good morning.
Hello and good morning, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. My name is Jamal Farahmand, and I am the founder of Pahna Media, a digital community media platform serving the Afghan American community and the border Sacramento community. Pahna Media works with Access Sacramento as our fiscal sponsor to create community-focused programs that share stories, information, and voices from our community. In the past 6 months, without any financial support, we have produced and broadcast 12 one-hour television programs. These programs include community news, local reports, and interviews with talented, educated, and inspiring members of the Afghan American community. During this time, including myself, a team of 4 technical volunteers supported this work in different areas, including camera operation, editing, and program recording. Their dedication and volunteer service helped us to continue producing quality community content despite having limited resources. Through these stories, we have been able to highlighting people who inspire others and strengthen the connection within our community. I also recognize that many Afghan families in Sacramento did not have easy access to local news and important information because of language barrier and about what is happening around them. About 2 months ago, I expanded our work by launching our website and social media platforms where we now provide daily community news, updates, and stories about Sacramento.
You need to wrap it up, Jamal.
Yeah, thank you for investing in community voices and for supporting programs.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
We have no additional speakers.
All right. Well, I want to personally thank all of the applicants that submitted for the grant through the TOT. You know, it's very interesting. I've been out through 2 of them, and there's a period that it opens up, and individuals or nonprofits can apply for the grants. But one thing that I've learned that I could do better is to let the nonprofits in my district know that there's this opportunity for funding. But I appreciate the county staff for some of the workshops they had where they educated individuals on how to best apply to have a strong application. Another thing I've learned from experience is having to come and talk to us and share us and introduce us to your nonprofit so that we can learn about the efforts and the work that you do. So it was really tough. You're very limited funding to distribute out to your nonprofits or to the local nonprofits. And so I thank you all for that applied. And Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, a lot of the folks who spoke on the item have departed. But for those that have remained, I just want to say whether you are recommended recipient or recommended not to receive or just here to introduce, we have changed up how we go through this process, which has allowed, I think, the supervisors a little more discretion rather than it being so formulaic and driven by staff sifting through the applications. But that also requires a greater consideration and cooperation between our offices and county staff in making sure that the parameters of the program are met relative to the funding amounts. And so there's a lot of a horse trading, if you will, that goes on behind the scenes. And all of this has happened over the last several months. And so we unfortunately end up at a situation where we can't really get in and do too much shifting around at this point. So again, to go back to what was said earlier, I think it's important that when you make the application or even as you're contemplating putting in the application, that's the time to get on our radar, to introduce yourself, to make sure we are aware so that then we can prioritize, because it is a matter of priorities. And when you look out of all of the applications that were received, just over 100 were approved. First was those dealing with health and human services. Second, community development and services, so that's typically the NBOs and NGOs. Then economic and workforce development, obviously very important. And then, unfortunately, the one that received the least recommendations was arts and culture. And so, again, I just would encourage folks to get involved early and make sure that you're on our radar so that we don't have to try and redirect and dissect from the dais. And for the folks involved with the veterans programs, 2 things that I'd like to say to you. Mather Veterans Village is undergoing an expansion right now, and the Mather Community Campus, it's all out on the former Air Force Base site, has a pretty robust target towards veteran families as well. And then there's also Volunteers of America, which is headquartered out there. And I just want to put an event on your radar that's called the Stand Down event, which brings together all the folks providing services and resources to veterans. And why I say that is if you can align yourself and find yourself with other folks who are serving the same population, there might be some synergy there that you're going to be able to work smarter and not harder. So thank you for coming out and putting you on our radar.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I totally concur with Supervisor Hume's comments. I think the advice he's offered are some wise directives or suggestions for perhaps moving forward in years to come in terms of how you might want to get in front of this board individually and through staff, maybe a little earlier. I've said it many times, but we're both blessed and cursed here in Sacramento because we have such a huge amount of nonprofits that do tremendous work. There's no argument that whether it's Veterans Affairs, trying to get folks that are unsheltered the help that they need, whether it's economic development through our local ethnic chambers, whether it's youth groups that are dedicated to making sure the next generation behind them have all the opportunity that they have. none of us can argue that those aren't terrific, great initiatives. The curse part is sometimes nonprofits can cannibalize each other. And so I think in the future, I won't be here on the board in the future, but you might also think about how you might be teaming up so that you're not fighting for the same dollars to do roughly the same thing. I know everyone has a lot of pride in kind of their motif of how they assist county residents, but I will tell you too, another helpful hint is in years past, sometimes we team up. The five of us will team up on occasion in terms of some of the more discretionary funding and how do we maximize the ability to provide that rare discretionary funding in an amount that helps you carry out your missions. And, you know, we look through various lenses. We look through the lens of geography. We look through the lens of, as Supervisor Hume mentioned, kind of the four general categories of where the TOT hopefully flows. But that's just yet another thing to think about. And quite frankly, as we progress through the years in the near future, the fiscal condition of this local jurisdiction as well as others is going to become even more and more tight. So I suspect that the oversubscription is going to become even more and more acute. So keep that in mind as well.
No, we're done with comment. Oh, unless you have you commented already?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then, sorry, your 2 minutes were up. All right, so there are no other comments in the queue. I will entertain a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Item 54, recommendation passes 5-0.
Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 55, public hearing for the adoption of the Sacramento County Water Agency 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and their water shortage contingency plan.
Good morning.
Leaving. Say, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Evan Eister, and I'm Associate Civil Engineer with the Sacramento County Water Agency. On September 23rd, 2025, your board approved the contract to develop the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. I am pleased to be here today to introduce for your consideration the resulting final draft of the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan before the requested public hearing and requested adoption of the two plans. Per regulations, the Urban Water Management Plans are prepared by urban water suppliers every 5 years. These plans support the supplier's long-term resource planning to ensure that adequate water supplies are available to meet existing and future water needs. The requirements for the Urban Water Management Plans are found in the California Water Code. The Urban Water Management Plan must demonstrate water supply reliability in different water year types, including droughts lasting at least 5 years. While this reliability must be proven for a 20-year period, the Sacramento County Water Agency has provided a plan that goes above and beyond by looking at a 25-year period planning horizon. The Sacramento County Water Agency was also required to include the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. The 2025 Urban Water Management Plan includes analyses of all 7 service areas. Zone 40, which is composed of the areas south of the American River, which includes the Vineyard and Elk Grove, Arden Park Vista, Northgate 880, Metro Air Park, the Southwest Tract Water Maintenance District, which is a small area near the intersection of Fruit Ridge Road and Stockton Boulevard, the Hood Water Maintenance District, and East Walnut Grove. Attachment 3 of the board package is a map where all these service areas lie in the county for your reference. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan was updated as a standalone plan and includes 6 different water shortage levels. The conclusion of the Urban Water Management Plan is that the Sacramento County Water Agency has a diverse and robust water supply portfolio of surface water and groundwater capable of meeting the water demands of all of its service areas in a normal, single dry year, and 5 consecutive dry years from 2025 through 2050. While the required outreach for this action include publishing 2 notices in a newspaper over an approximate 2-week period, the Sacramento County Water Agency went above and beyond this requirement and has placed the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan on its website on May 12th of this year, just over 1 month ago. And we also distributed those to our water forum partners for their review. As of today, staff have not received any comments from our water forum partners, any other agencies, or public that is known. Staff is requesting that your board open the public hearing, hear comments, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution of the adoption of the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Thank you. I am available for any questions, as well as staff from EKI, for the consultant who is selected to write these plans.
Thank you, Evan. There are no supervisor questions in the queue, so I will now open up public comment. Are there any requests to speak?
We have no speakers in the queue.
Okay, so I will now close the public comment, bring it back to the board.
And I will note that the board is acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency on this item.
I'll move to adopt the attached resolution.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Item 55 passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan.
All right.
Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is 56. That is the adoption of a resolution expanding the development impact fee deferral program, implementing Senate Bill 937 to all residential projects and approving program guidelines. Also, an introduction of an ordinance of the Sacramento County Code amending the listed sections relating to development fee. We are waiving the full reading and continuing to July 14th, 2026 for adoption.
Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Claudia Wade, County Engineer for Sacramento County and the Chief of the County Engineering Division for Community Development. I'm before you today regarding the expansion of Sacramento County's Development Impact Fee Deferral Program to implement Senate Bill 937. As you recall, on February 25th, 2025, the board adopted Resolution 2025-0139, approving a limited implementation of SB 937 for affordable housing projects, and directed staff to return with a recommendation regarding expansion to all residential projects. The proposed expansion reflects the county's commitment to advancing housing objectives by providing developers with greater flexibility in managing project cash flow. Eligible development impact fees may be deferred until final inspection or certificate of occupancy rather than paid at building permit issuance. Importantly, the fee amounts are not reduced, waived, or altered, only the timing of payment changes. The proposed program is voluntary and simplifies the county's existing fee deferral process by removing the current down payment requirement and expanding eligibility consistent with SB 937, including qualifying mixed-use development projects. Staff has coordinated with the BIA, which supports the proposed program, and also has been working with partner agencies regarding potential participation. At this time, the program includes county-controlled impact fees and the Sacramento Transportation Authority fees. As noted in correspondence provided to the agenda clerk yesterday, to be included as part of the record for this item, Park District impact fees are not included in this program at this time. Today, staff is requesting 3 actions. First, adopt the resolution expanding the Development Impact Fee Deferral Program and approving the program guidelines. Second, authorize the Deputy County Executive for the Community Services Agency to take actions necessary to implement and administer the program, including approval of deferral agreements and future updates to the guidelines as additional agencies elect to participate. Third, adopt the accompanying ordinance amendments necessary to implement the program. Staff recognizes the importance of balancing housing production incentives with the county's fiscal responsibilities. Therefore, staff proposes to return to the board after 1 year to report on any impacts on capital improvement project delivery or developer reimbursement timelines. By adopting the proposed resolution and ordinance amendments, the board can advance the county's efforts to support development of much-needed residential housing while maintaining compliance with applicable state laws. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Claudia, thank you so much for clarifying the park impact fees, because that's what some of the calls that came in, and I ended up having some meetings with some park districts that were concerned about the impact that it would have. So thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
There are no supervisors in the queue. Are there any requests to speak on this item?
We have no requests to speak.
All right, bring it back to the board. All right, motion and a second. Please vote.
Item 56 passes unanimously 5-0.
That, and we are done for the morning, is that correct?
That is correct. We could take own ranks if you wanted to get that out of the way.
Sure, let's do that.
All right, so that moves us to item 59, which is an own ranks appointment. Board of Supervisors 2026 appointment from own ranks to the Regional Water Authority. Current member is Supervisor Kennedy with an alternate as Michael Grinstead. Effective dates were May 13th, 2025, and the expiration for those appointments is June 30th, 2026.
I will move approval of number 59, assigning Patrick Kennedy, if he still wants to remain, on the Regional Water Authority.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
All right, congratulations. You remain the member. 5-0.
I will say, levity aside, Michael does a fantastic job of representing the county on honor. Thank you.
All right. And that does, our next item won't be able to be heard until 2 o'clock.
All right, we will now adjourn to closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 16th. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Supervisor Kennedy. Here. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Hume. Here. Supervisor Cerna. Here. And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, I'm going to turn the floor over to Supervisor Hume for a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Is this mic working? I had to log myself back in. Am I on the?
It sounds like it's working.
Is this the wrong mic?
Do a test.
Let me try it again.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead. Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's a lot of people in the audience here today for consideration of this next item. So rather than wait for supervisor comments after what might be a very lengthy hearing, I wanted to go ahead and jump out here. Did a little bit of research, and apparently at the same meeting or at the next regularly scheduled meeting, a person who voted in the affirmative for an item can ask for its reconsideration. And so I know that a lot has happened in this last week since we had our budget hearings, and we are at least preliminarily expecting a rosier outcome from the state relative to funding items. And so I think that we should look at doing what I intended to do, and I think what I heard several of us on the dais intend to do, which was restore all the way up through and including the POP unit with the Sheriff's Department. So I would like to make the motion to reconsider that aspect of the budget.
I'll second.
All right. You ready for a vote? And that motion to reconsider passes 4-1 with Supervisor Cerna voting no.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. One moment. Okay, so we will now resume with the Upper West Side item, and I just want to state that there are about, where are we now?
We're at 58.
We're at 58 speakers. So we want to make sure that we get through everybody. And so we're going to take public speakers from 2 minutes to 1 minute. And so that you have time to craft your message and let us know, I encourage you to say, I support or I oppose, and tell us why. But we want to make sure that we get to all the individuals that are here today to speak. Okay.
And that brings us to item 58, our 2:00 p.m. item, the Upper West Side Specific Plan, a request for general plan amendments, adoption of the Upper West Side Specific Plan, adoption of a public facilities financing plan, and adoption of the Upper West Side Urban Services Plan.
All right. Good afternoon. Chair Rodriguez, members of the board.
One moment, Todd, really quick, one moment. Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Chair. I know, Todd, you have a very detailed presentation in front of you, and I expect that the applicant team will also have a fairly equally detailed presentation. What I would respectfully ask of you and the applicant team is that because this project has been in process for, if I'm not mistaken, about 8.5 years, if you could, over those, and certainly over those 8.5 years, you've gotten one-on-one feedback from all of us and even past members of this board. But if you can just make note during your presentation, and this goes for the applicant team as well, to try and let us know, let the public know, that was a concern expressed to you by a member or even a member of the public for that matter. And if you can just kind of qualify it and let us know, hey, we've heard some of those concerns, and this is how we've attempted to respond, or at least provide a little bit more information about that various issue.
I understand that, and yes, I will do so. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Rodriguez, members of the board, Todd Smith, your planning director here presenting this item today. Hopefully there's a PowerPoint coming up shortly.
There certainly is. There you go.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the work of a number of county staff who've been on this project for many years, obviously myself, but Julie Newton, our environmental coordinator, as well as Emma Patton, senior planner on the project. And then we had DOT, Water Resources, Regional Parks, SCWA, and County Council, plus our consultant teams, Fair and Peers and Environmental Science Associates. All are here to answer any questions that may arise as a matter of the board's discussion of this item today. Just real briefly, I'm going to go over the background and history of the project. As you mentioned, it's spanned nearly a decade. We'll cover the location, the specific plan process, what the project is, the environmental review process that the project went through, all the outreach that was conducted as requested by the board when we started the process. We'll highlight the analysis that was conducted as well as the staff recommendation. So starting at the start, the background. This project is actually the culmination of many decades, not just the initiation in 2019 by this board. It actually starts back in the early 2000s. There's a chronology of the Natomas Joint Vision effort. That's attachments 34 and 35 in the staff report package. But really going back prior to 2002, when the city and county entered into a memorandum of understanding, the county actually recognized the potential for urbanization in Natomas during the 1993 general plan update. I wasn't here at the time, but none of you were either. Ultimately, the board chose during that general plan update, we, the county, initiated a special study to expand the urban services boundary in Natomas. We actually prepared an EIR from roughly 1996 to 2000 after that general plan update. The county actually withheld action during that time on the special study area in response to the city of Sacramento signaling to the county that it would actually move forward with the planning effort. Fast forward 2002, the county, as the draft Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan was going through revisions, the county commented on that draft HCP, identifying what the county staff at the time felt were some shortcomings. Namely, there was a lack of land use authority by either the city of Sacramento or Sutter County to ensure that existing ag uses in the unincorporated county of Sacramento remained for the duration. Pardon me, one sec. So the county staff identified those shortcomings of what was the draft HCP at the time. Regardless of those county comments, the Natomas HCP went forward, was approved. It was adopted in 2003. The next year, 2004, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, in the original, the original blueprint, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy, included land use assumptions that showed some urbanization over a significant portion of what was the Natomas Joint Vision area. So the unincorporated portion of the county, plus some of the area in the city now. Moving into the next year, 2005, the city of Sacramento management indicated that they had initiated a potential planning process. The city council ultimately decided, again, not to move forward in 2005. 2 years later, 2007, the county board and the city council initiated a visioning process that included preservation of open space as well as some potential development in the unincorporated portion of Natomas. Multiple meetings with landowners, key stakeholders, a lot of public discussion, public workshops at both the City Council and the County Board of Supervisors, 2007 to 2009, trying to figure out what should those land uses be, taking into account the unique opportunity that exists in Natomas.
Todd, can I interrupt here, please?
Please.
What I don't see on this timeline, and I wanted to kind of catch you after what you just said, what I don't see on here is that the memorandum of understanding, I believe, spells out that there would be an expectation for, quote unquote, a future agreement. Is that agreement something separate from the broad visioning? Was that agreement supposed to be a product at the end of broad visioning? I think we all know that there never has been a subsequent agreement. So I'm curious about that as it fits into this timeline.
Sure. So what you're referring to is the 2002 City-County Natomas Vision MOU. It is the framework, or was intended to be a framework, that led to a subsequent agreement between the city and the county. That subsequent agreement never happened.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, 2009 is where I left off. After those public workshops on the Natomas Joint Vision area, there was a final meeting with the county executive at the time and the city manager at the time, City of Sacramento, indicating that the county was taking the lead on steps toward potential development. And that letter in 2009 is attachment 34 of the package. Subsequent to that, 2010, the board initiated a special planning area for the entire Natomas Joint Vision area. 2011, the board adopted the 2030 General Plan Update, which is the construct under which we are operating as it relates to the kind of the framework for growth in the county. This 2011 General Plan Update really set a different course for growth management in the unincorporated county, fundamentally different from the 1993 general plan as it relates to growth management. The 93 general plan was a supply and demand strategy. As most of us who went through that process in the early 2000s of our general plan update, we knew that we had incredible growth projections at the start of that process, followed by precipitous drop-off in growth projections. Very difficult to plan for 20 years in that scenario. The new strategy that was adopted by the board is performance-based. It requires higher densities, complementary land uses, not just low-density residential. There's opportunities for commercial and other non-residential uses, all incorporating transit into the planning process with the fundamental goal of reducing vehicle miles traveled as well as greenhouse gas reductions. Ultimately, that strategy that we developed with our consultant, as well as some assistance from SACOG staff at the time, the board adopted. We actually have a letter from the Attorney General at the time saying these policies are very well crafted. They will achieve the intended result of reducing VMT and greenhouse gases. Now, that letter from the Attorney General is attachment 13 to your package. In addition to that exercise, or lengthy process really in general plan update, we introduced a new policy, LU 114, which is very specific to the Natomas Vision area. It's an overlay on the land use diagram, and it says that it is the intent of the county that some development will occur in the Natomas area, unincorporated county, either through annexation into the city or by an amendment to the urban services boundary. This is where we find ourselves today. Oh wait, let me back up. A couple of other things happened along the way in the last 15 years. 2011, I mentioned the general plan update. 2014, the county had been working on design and laying out a new interchange, highway interchange at State Route 99 and Alberta Road. That interchange was completed in 2014. So we, the county, have been planning for growth in this area for many, many years. We see that development at the airport happening. We see Metro Air Park happening, really booming. Upper West Side comes into the picture as a standalone project in 2018. That's when this application as a standalone project started. Fast forward a few years, 2023, a major interchange at Metro Air Park was completed thanks to this board's earnest efforts and staff's earnest efforts to piece together that funding. And then just last year, in 2025, the Airport South Industrial Project was approved by the city. That's an annexation of a portion of one of the areas identified for development in the Natomas Joint Vision. All right. So the location of this project, it is roughly 2,000 acres, 2,066 in Natomas. Really bordered by Interstate 80 to the south, Garden Highway on the west side, Fisherman's Lake Slough on the north, West Drainage Canal to the east, and it is unique in that it is very close to downtown Sacramento, which is the, I might say, the largest central business district in this county. It's also proximate to the rail yards where there are anticipated 2,000 jobs at build-out. I mentioned earlier Metro Air Park as an ongoing job growth hub in that area. So it's really close into downtown, and it performs very well as a result of that. The existing conditions in the plan area, there are a fair amount of agricultural land uses that exist, some rural residential homes, inside of the northeastern and southwestern boundaries. There are actually a fair amount of existing commercial uses in the plan area at the intersection of El Centro Road and West El Camino Avenue, namely some hotels and restaurants, the existing travel plaza, a couple of fueling stations, and a heavy equipment yard and building trades offices all exist within the plan area. Primary access is obviously at Interstate 80, as well as El Centro Road and San Juan Road. So I'm going to pause here, talk about the process. This is the adopted master plan process that was set up after the general plan update occurred. There's this application phase. That's where staff work together with the applicant and all reviewing agencies, departments, to identify the preliminary land use plan, any site constraints that need to be taken into account. During this phase, we also clearly define infrastructure and other technical study needs. This is our really first effort to define not just physical constraints associated with the site, but also infrastructure constraints. So as we go out and do public outreach, we hear from community members, we hear from existing infrastructure and service providers. This is where we start to gather information. The second step of initiation is where this board took action in 2019 to formally say, yes, we're going to go ahead and study this plan area. That's the process. The preparation phase is the next one. It's the most lengthy phase, to be honest. It includes preparation of all of the supporting technical studies that go into either the environmental impact report, the specific plan itself. All of that is subject to external public review. And then finally, the last phase where we are right now, which is all of the public hearings necessary for the board to consider whether to adopt the plan. So that would include hearings at the CPAC, the Planning Commission, and ultimately the board. All right, so the project itself. This is a specific plan. Just for context, anytime a specific plan starts to build out, we as staff expect it to take multiple decades. This is not a approval happens today, it gets starting building tomorrow type of thing. There are many years of additional technical work that have to occur, but the specific plan here is a little over 9,300 residential units. You can see all the figures on the slide. I'm not going to go through all of them. I do want to make mention, though, of the 414 acres of ag cropland and created habitat. 71 of those acres roughly are either or were owned or managed by Natomas Basin Conservancy. I want to note that very recently, the Allegheny Tract, as TNBC refers to it, at the western portion of the project was recently transferred to SAFCA, although that does have created or managed marsh habitat on it. The Natomas Unified School District owns the middle school, high school site. That is the, I'll call it the flag, the light blue flag, kind of the northern portion of the property. They've owned that since 2017. And Los Rios Community College District owns the community college site, which is just to the west of that, the flag. Okay. So the community forum here, what we're talking about is what are the design concepts that go into a project of this magnitude. So here we have the town center, which is the, if you orient yourself where West El Camino goes into the project, the town center is the central hub. It's really the highest density portion of the plan area. It's envisioned to be anywhere between 20 and 50 dwelling units to the acre, so very dense, unlike most projects that we see. It really has the greatest potential for urban mixed-use development pattern and a Main Street environment. I do want to note a couple of things as it relates to the town center. Staff saw this early on, and as did the applicant, has really a great opportunity to create the vision for that future. What's going to be very different and unique about this project? And staff worked with the applicant team to identify a policy framework in the specific plan itself. Because we know this is unique and different, it may take some time to come off the ground, that high density urban form. So specific plan section 3.2 includes a policy framework to ensure that the vision and the intent of the specific plan is carried out through subsequent development applications. And we, I'm not going to go through all the list of policies in that framework, but it's very robust. And we added, as staff, a condition, it's number 5, that reinforces that intent to ensure that all subsequent land use entitlements, including any amendments to the plan down the road, are consistent with that vision and that those evaluation policies and criteria in section 3.2. Second thing about the town center is in figure 2-5 in the specific plan identifies this opportunity for a vertical public art structure, excuse me, at Bright Bend Road that could serve as a visual anchor to the median park. It is an opportunity for public art in this project. And we heard, as we did all the outreach in this project, we heard a question or a concern from Supervisor Cerna. How can this project actually contribute to making that public art a reality?
One moment.
Yes.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully I'm not cutting you off as you get to the punchline in terms of the question I'm about to ask you. But you were going to explain the public art concept, which I'm eager to hear you elaborate on, Todd. But before you leave the town center, I know that I've expressed some concern in your direction. I've expressed it to the applicant. The entire specific plan area, and it's not atypical. For something of this scale, it occurs all the time with other PUDs or specific plans that come before municipalities or counties for consideration, where you have basically a mosaic of participating landowners and non-participating landowners. So the question / concern I have is, because the town center is, I think, it's geographically but functionally kind of the centerpiece of the plan. What can you say to enlighten us about how non-participating property owners would subsequently be invited in to make sure that whole town center concept doesn't end up being reshaped, or the purpose of it is reconsidered at some point because of the participatory status of property out there?
Sure. The way that we have tried to address that is twofold. One is that section 3.2 of the specific plan, which is, again, very robust. It's several pages in the plan itself that talks about how the project is designed to achieve that density. It allows for the project as a whole, not just the town center, is built around, right now, 4 different phases, all with related but potentially independent infrastructure. Obviously, you have to have the backbone infrastructure to serve the whole plan area, but the phases are designed in a way that they can all go once the backbone is in, right? So they all have a drainage solution, for example. They all have a sewer solution that all work together. For the town center, that section 3.2 of the plan, specific plan text, is written in a way that makes sure that the density, the form, that Main Street, I'll call it a vibe for lack of a better term, that character of the town center retains its intent over time. So any amendments that are sought by any potential developers out there or subsequent developers would have to be reviewed through the lens of that section 3.2. And that condition 5 that I mentioned a minute ago is really, I'll call it a belt and suspenders approach. We wanted to really emphasize the importance of maintaining that character. Does that answer the question?
It does. I appreciate you elaborating a bit on that, because I suspect I'm probably not the only one that had that concern. And so back to your regularly scheduled programming, tell us about public art, please.
Public art. So I mentioned the figure 2.5 or 2-5 in the plan area. What we heard from Supervisor Cerna is a desire for some long-term funding mechanism for public art in this project. And so staff are proposing some text to be added to section 2.3 of the development agreement, which requires the property owner to establish a long-term funding mechanism for public art to be installed in the town center. And there's a reference to that figure 2-5. And that funding mechanism would be included in the implementation level public facilities financing plan. That is how, one of the mechanisms, how it can be funded over time. And the intent is to ensure a minimum of $500,000 is collected, and the applicant team has developed some tables to show on a fee basis what that looks like, whether you spread it on the entirety of the project, the non-residential as well. It varies depending on how you do the math. But the language we have prepared is essentially that there's a long-term funding mechanism in the financing plan, a minimum of $500,000.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned the financing plan. Is there also an intent to kind of cross-reference it through the development agreement?
The text that I'm reading from is actually text that we were proposing to insert into the development agreement.
All right, very good. Thank you.
And I have provided that language to the clerk of the board staff, and it can be distributed and uploaded as well.
Todd, I have a question. Is this to incorporate $500,000 collected as a funding mechanism? Is this the first time that it would be done here with a project this large?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I just think it's very innovative. Yes. Yeah, I think it's a very innovative way to be able to incorporate art. But ultimately, is it fair to say the residents of the communities would be paying for it by the collection of the funds? Is that correct? Or would it be the developer?
Typically collected, if it's on a per unit or per dwelling unit equivalent basis, it's paid by whoever applies for building permits. So typically the developer or builders.
Yeah, I think that is a very good idea to be able to beautify an area with extra funding. Okay, that was my question.
All right. Okay, keep going. Moving on to the Westside Canal. Excuse me, the linear Westside Canal runs north to south. It is really there in the town center. You can see it going vertical or north-south. That's, I think I'll leave the applicant to speak on that a little bit more. The education node is on the northern portion of the plan. It's that light blue where you see the blue asterisk up there. That is where I mentioned earlier, Natomas Unified School District already owns the property for the high school, middle school, as well as Los Rios. There's an opportunity for some collaboration there. between those two. The greenbelt system of the plan, really robust, active parks, open space, urban farm, all of these features of the plan are connected with Class 1 trails. The transportation component of the project on-site, as well as some off-site improvements. It includes the trail network that I mentioned, as well as transit service. There's roughly 88% of the residential units in the plan are within a half a mile of a transit stop. That's one of those metrics of our general plan LU 120 policy. There is a town center mobility hub within the town center, obviously. That serves both the public and potential private transit modes. So things like car share, bike parking with lockers, all of those things are integrated into the mobility hub concept.
Through the chair?
Yes, Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. Todd, do you have a subsequent slide that'll be specific to trails or not? Because you mentioned trails, and if not, that's fine. I just want to chime in here on trails specifically and have a question. The question is, as a avid walker in this area, I've walked about 3,500 miles in the last about 18 months, very close and along the border of the project area. I note that I believe RD 1000 has a service road that extends from the north to the south along what's typically referred to as Fisherman's Lake, or that drainage canal. It's a great place to walk, run. I see mountain bikers are out there all the time. Is there some intention, or let me ask this differently, is there anything that would preclude somehow enhancing the connectivity for pedestrian use and cycling use to connect, let's say, across Fisherman's Lake to the north as Fisherman's Lake kind of begins to progress eastward towards El Centro? And what I'm thinking in particular is that, as an example, there is a prefab iron bridge for cycling and pedestrian use that actually goes over the canal currently as you get closer to I-80. And that is so that the folks that live north of I-80 can connect vis-a-vis a pedestrian walkway that actually goes over I-80. But to get there, you have to go across a prefab bridge that bridges the canal width. And I'm just wondering, is there an ability left open then to maybe enhance pedestrian cycling access even further by future consideration of a bridge structure so that we can have that connection from all points north of the plan, through the plan, and continuing south?
I think the short answer is yes. What I'm looking through, and I can get that answer after I finish the presentation, but I think there's a provision in the development agreement that speaks to something like that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to infrastructure, other infrastructure. So obviously the roadways, key component here given the project location's proximity to Interstate 80. Main access is through El Centro, north-south, and West El Camino, east-west. What you see on the left-hand side of the screen or this slide are two arrows, north or east and west, at least by nomenclature of the freeway system. Diagonal, really. Those are the main opportunities to access the project, east or west on 80. The other piece of this is the drainage infrastructure. Really robust drainage analysis has gone into this with not just our county Department of Water Resources, but RD 1000. I do want to make mention of an annual progress finding that this board makes typically around December. The last time you did it was in December of 25. The board found that adequate progress toward the required level of flood protection was being made for all the projects that are listed in the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency 2025 Urban Level of Protection Report. And that includes the Natomas Levee Improvement Project, North Sac Streams Flood Control Improvements, and the American River Common Features Natomas Basin Project. What that means is ultimately The Natomas Basin itself, the perimeter levees, will have a 200-year urban level of protection as required by law. We know that there has been ongoing significant funding through the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency as authorized by Congress. And this is really in response to why I'm mentioning all these details, is in response to some of the community concerns we heard about potential for flood risk, potential for evacuation planning. And so the evacuation planning work that not just the county, but a lot of agencies do, at the county level, it's implemented through the Office of Emergency Services. Our county-wide or regional-wide evacuation planning efforts are updated on a regular basis. You know, for example, as new development comes online, new roadway systems are added to the infrastructure. Those plans are updated regularly. I would say I don't believe the risk here is any different from the existing residents in Natomas as it relates to the perimeter levee system. The project also includes its own internal minimum requirements for pad elevations, minimum floor elevations for the housing products, as well as some pump evaluation into the RD1000 system, making sure that that system can have the capacity or does have the capacity to take the outflow from those pumps within the project.
Through the chair.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add on and now I'm kind of wearing my SAFCA board member hat here. I would just add to what you mentioned about flood risk and safety, Todd, that in fact, the entirety of the basin, because of the congressional authorization to do the levee improvements that are well underway, will actually provide the residents of the basin, including those future residents that would live, work, and play in this particular plan area, should it be approved, would actually enjoy a greater level of flood protection compared to where we sit here today, compared to older neighborhoods like Curtis Park, Lamb Park. And so I don't think that's nominal. I don't think it should be overlooked that there's obviously a lot of work that has done. There's obviously a lot of work that continues to be done, but that basin, and I could say this as a 23-year resident of the basin, will enjoy that level of flood protection. And I think when we talk about risk, it's important to compare it to other parts of the area and the region.
All right, so the project itself, I won't belabor this one, a number of entitlements here, general plan amendment, and all the supporting documents that go along with a specific plan. So we have the specific plan, public facilities financing plan, urban services plan. Those two are how the public facilities are funded from a capital perspective, and then the ongoing operations and maintenance are funded over time. Affordable housing strategy, which is what's the project doing to address affordable housing consistent with the county's ordinance. Water supply master plan, this is where the water infrastructure is going to be laid out. Where's the water coming from? That's answered in the water supply assessment. And then we also have a development agreement, which is a voluntary agreement between the county and the participating property owners. So the environmental review portion of the project, this is an EIR. Actually, it's a little bit unique in the sense of the recirculated EIR, but we published the notice of preparation in October 2020 after the board formally initiated that process. It took a bit of time, as you can see on the slide, 2020 to 24, to prepare that EIR. That's because all of the technical studies are being done in this phase. I will note when I get to the outreach slide some of the questions that came up during outreach as it relates to traffic, as it relates to drainage and flood control, things like that. The habitat questions, all of those are addressed in the EIR. We actually released the draft EIR August 2024. We had an extended public review period at the request of some of the commenters. We released the final EIR in June of last year, 2025. As a result of that and subsequent comments on that final EIR, we went back and did a recirculated EIR. The purpose of that was to address two things. One, we identified an alternative water supply as a result of some comments that we received from the City of Sacramento. So that alternative water supply assessment is included in the package today. That alternative water supply assessment includes Natomas Central Mutual Water Company, a lot of names in that one. The availability of their water, where they have water rights, agricultural water rights, to be wholesaled to Sac County Water Agency.
One moment, Todd. Supervisor Hume.
You may be getting there, but I had a question about what happens if that process goes sideways. Did you want to walk through the whole process, and then I'll ask my question? You want me to ask my question? You can answer it as part of your comments.
The latter.
Very good. I'll ask my question then. As I understand it, the Natomas Central Mutual Water Company, rolls off the tongue, like you said, if they go through a process which involves, I believe, either the Water Commission or the Water Control Board, state agency,
yes,
they have to get some sort of permission in order to amend their water rights or to change the use from agricultural to urbanized. If that process does not succeed, if the agency does not approve that, what happens then, given that the water assessment now relies on that mechanism?
Okay. So I'm going to answer your question, but it'll take a bit longer than you just outlined. So the water supply assessment, excuse me, is required by SB 610. So state law, thank you, requires us to demonstrate that there is available water at this juncture, though. So the first tier entitlement, the specific plan. SB 221, which is a later step in the process, the water provider has to demonstrate that the water is actually available. So what we've done in the water supply assessment, with the help of our staff at SCWA as well as consultants and working with Natomas Mutual, outlined how the water is available and the process through which it needs to go at the State Water Resources Control Board. The ag water rights have to be converted to municipal industrial water rights. That is not an automatic thing, right? It's a discretionary process. There's an outcome there we don't know. We have added a condition of approval to this, condition number 40, that requires, aligned with SB 221, to prove the water is available. Prior to any tentative map within the plan area, there has to be that executed water agreement between the wholesaler and the retailer. So the wholesaler in this case is either going to be, as we know it today, either Natomas Mutual or the City of Sacramento. We know the City of Sacramento has currently said we're not providing water. We just left it in there as an option. But that agreement has to be in place with SCWA prior to the first tentative map. And that's the second step of SB 221. So if there is no transition of those water rights from ag use to municipal industrial, the project doesn't proceed.
Okay. Thank
you. Okay, so that's the water supply piece of that. The Garden Highway circulation alternative, and this is another place where we heard a lot from early on in the outreach, as well as through the review of the draft EIR from residents along Garden Highway. I'm going to cover that in a lot more detail in the subsequent slides. And just the second part of the slide here, excuse me, just a summary of all the impacts that are both significant, unavoidable in CEQA terms, and less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. I'm not going to read them all, but they're all there so you can see them. I do want to make a note, though, that some topics are in both categories. So if you look for noise, for example, you'll see noise on the left. It's under significant, unavoidable. It's also on the right under less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. That's because there are subtopics within noise. So a little bit of policy nerd, CEQA nerd here, explaining the difference. They're there for both for very valid reasons. So outreach. This started off actually right after the board, when we initiated this project in 2019. We had very clear direction from the board. This project needed to do above and beyond outreach, more so than any other master plan or specific plan has done. So we sent out initial mailers to mailing addresses in the area, if you can picture this, bound by the Sacramento River on the south and the west, I-5 on the north and the east, and the American River all the way down at the southeast corner. Huge area, over 9,000 mailers sent out as an invitation to our first open house in June of 2019. There were about 117 members of the public showed up, and those are all the concerns that we heard. Traffic, open space, Natomas HCP, lower density, some more intense, flood risk, and then just general information. So from there, we went into a series of 4 additional open houses or workshops, geographically dispersed with the neighborhoods around there. 139 attendees at those in total. Similar comments that we received during the open house. I do want to mention we had roughly, in this whole process that I can count, at least 20 community and stakeholder meetings. They're summarized on this slide. And 2 of those, at least that I know of, Supervisor Cerna was in attendance, one at Heritage Park and one at the North Natomas Community Coalition. I think that was in summer of 2023.
One moment, Todd. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Can you give us a little more context here, Todd, in terms of these outreach efforts temporally relative to CPAC consideration and Planning Commission?
Sure.
So, for instance, is this in addition to the public's ability to weigh in at CPAC and Planning Commission?
Absolutely it is. Okay. So at each step of the process, the master plan process that I went through, we typically run through that hierarchy, CPAC, Planning Commission, then Board. All of these were in addition to those mandatory hearings or steps in the workshop process. So in, for example, 2019 and early 2020, that was before the project even came to a CPAC for a recommendation. CPAC did not have the EIR to consider. We took the project to the CPAC for a recommendation after that. So all of this is feeding into, what should happen, what should be analyzed in the EIR. This does not include the CEQA scoping meeting, things like that. This is above and beyond what the mandatory things are. We also, I want to give a plug to the Gov delivery system that we use. That's a mass email notification. We have over 6,600 subscribers to that topic, the project-specific Gov delivery topic. So, CPAC advisory. So this is the first time this went to CPAC. June of 2020, we presented the draft at that time, specific plan, some of the supporting documents, and the CPAC, like I mentioned before, recommended the board initiate the environmental review process. That was a straightforward action. After we finished the EIR, or at least the draft EIR, we met again in October of 24, presented the plan as it stood then, and the draft EIR. So again, we were trying to solicit general information, provide a status update, collect public comments on the EIR. No vote at that time. December of 24, we met again to get at the CPAC, Natomas, to request an action. What do you recommend as a CPAC? What's your advisory recommendation to the Planning Commission and Board? At that point, they recommended approval of the project, although not unanimously. Planning Commission hearing, this one is just the summary of the action last year. They met in June last year, recommended that the board approve the project. 4 members present, and all of them voted affirmatively. As a result of all the community input, what we've heard is really in these 2 columns. On the support side, we've heard a desire for or support for more housing at all income levels, not just above market or above moderate income. We need affordable housing as well. We've heard a desire to increase economic development opportunities. We've also heard a desire for more robust infrastructure and public facilities. On the opposition side, we've heard about concerns related to ag land impacts, habitat impacts, and additional traffic that the project would generate. So here's where I'm going to get into the Garden Highway analysis. So as a result of all that input and public feedback, we heard from many residents on Garden Highway. As part of the recirculated EIR, we identified this alternative circulation scenario that removes the vehicular connection to or through Radio Road to Garden Highway. So that is the northwest connection. Whoops. Let's see if I can do this. Right up there. So Radio Road running east-west from where it exists to Garden Highway. So the idea would be to remove that connection as a through route but maintain emergency vehicle access. We would also, or the project would also implement some traffic calming measures on Garden Highway, San Juan Road between Garden Highway and El Centro Road. Really the purpose there is to discourage through traffic. So getting people, instead of trying to direct them to Garden Highway as an alternative route, funnel them elsewhere throughout the project. This does not involve any land use changes. It does involve circulation changes. The original analysis of the project in the cumulative condition, meaning not just this project, but all other planned projects in the area, showed 8,500 trips per day on Garden Highway. When we remove the Radio Road connection and implement those traffic calming measures, the result was 5,600 trips a day. So it goes down by about 2,900 trips per day. Most of that shifts, as you might expect, easterly on to El Centro, and some obviously exiting through West El Camino. What that means is that there's a net reduction across 5 of the main access routes, but it does increase traffic on El Centro between Arena and Radio Road. It goes from a level of service E to F, which is the worst condition. Garden Highway and Powerline Road, those two go from, they go from LOS E to D. The peak hour volumes at some of the key intersection actually roughly remain stable, or it actually decreases. And those are at El Centro and West El Camino and at the I-80 ramps on the interchange. What that means, if this alternative was for the board, you wanted to consider this, some of the conditions as currently drafted would need to be revised to eliminate a southbound left turn pocket on Garden Highway at Radio Road. So what that means is if there's no through traffic,
you can finish.
Okay, if there's no through traffic on Radio Road, there's no need to turn left off of Garden Highway into Radio Road, right? That also means that their project would not have any fair share responsibility for shoulder improvements on Garden Highway, but there would be some new conditions that mirror the intent, which is installation of traffic calming on San Juan and Bright Bend Road, as well as maintaining that EV access, emergency vehicle access on Radio Road. And there was a question.
Yes, Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. Not so much a question, but I just wanted to express my thanks for hearing my earlier concerns about the connectivity to Garden Highway. My office has heard a substantial number of concerns about traffic impacts to that particular roadway, and I think the time that we've taken to analyze kind of the what ifs in terms of turning Radio Road extension to an EVA only, and what you just mentioned in terms of the adjustment to turning movements along Garden Highway, if that becomes an EVA, I think are all good changes, and just wanted to express my appreciation for hearing the community and for noting my concern about that as well.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Also want to thank you as well, Todd, for just the meetings we've had about this, specifically about traffic and traffic safety on Garden Highway, and conversations I've had with our DOT. I had a couple questions. So, first of all, the traffic calming measures that you anticipate on San Juan, for instance, to try to redirect people back to the east and not onto Garden Highway, what kind of traffic calming measures would those be?
I'm going to rely on our DOT staff to hopefully they can come down and answer some of the more technical questions. I am not a transportation engineer.
Good afternoon. Cameron Chu, Principal Civil Engineer with the Department of Transportation. The traffic calming measures that we'd be looking at, specifically along the portion of San Juan Road as it remains open, would be things like speed bumps or speed humps that slow traffic down there and make the travel time take longer to go through that way, such that it would encourage people to choose other routes.
Okay. So you're not like putting a chicane or something that makes it really, windy or so difficult to get out there, but it's that idea.
There's some flexibility in the condition, but that's not typically the approach we would take.
Okay, and then please don't go away, Cameron. I will have a couple of follow-up questions. So I am supportive of the alternative. I think that significantly reduces the impact. A question I did have is, Cameron, we had a discussion the other day about kind of the trigger on the original plan. There was a trigger at some point in the daily trips that would trigger, I guess, a widening or an improvement of the shoulders on the Garden Highway. Can you walk me through that, what that would have been, and
Sure.
why it's not impacted by the alternative?
So we have a standard that whenever the roadways get above 6,000 cars a day, we like to see 12-foot travel length and 6-foot shoulders. That's primarily to provide some clear recovery area for errant vehicles should they need the space to recover and get back on the roadway. We find that on a lot of the rural roadways as they urbanize, that's an additional benefit. So originally the project would cause the existing traffic volume of 2,300 ADT to go up to 35 or to 4,200 right when the project opens. And then the cumulative volume is, Todd was referencing earlier, is 8,500 cars a day, and that's considering all the additional traffic growth in South Sutter, West Placer, Woodland, kind of in the next few decade timeline. So that 8,500 would be above that 6,000 threshold. Because it's a cumulative impact, the project would be required to pay its fair share towards the shoulder safety improvements. Because of the traffic calming and EVA of Radio Road, that volume would actually decrease from 8,500 to 5,600, which is below our 6,000 threshold. Thus, it would not be considered a significant impact under our guidelines.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think that clarification is helpful. And that would have been under the original plan, if Radio Road is open, that would have required those shoulder safety improvements to be made, from Radio Road all the way down to Bright Bend?
I believe it would be from Radio Road up towards Powerline Road.
Oh, up north?
Yeah.
From there, okay. So what happens then because I know we're making some projections on the average daily trips at 5,600. I mean, what happens over time if it exceeds that, if we're wrong? And then, who pays for that? The county?
It would have to be put into probably some future fee program update and be funded by future development that would trigger that additional traffic.
I mean, something I'd like to consider, at least maybe for discussion here, is could we put something in there, and I'm looking now back to Todd, is something in there that says, hey, if it does exceed our projections, if it does go above that 6,000 threshold, that we have a mechanism to hold, the developer accountable for making the improvements. Is that something we could explore? And I'd like to, talk to the applicant about that too when they come.
Yeah, I think it's something we can explore. Obviously, there's a check and a balance against what is modeled today versus what actually happens. That's an issue.
Right, we can't keep an applicant, we can't have them be responsible for anything that could potentially happen in the future, but it seems, 400 trips off are pretty darn close. And then the other thing, Cameron, I've driven up there a couple times recently, and we talked a little bit about the collision picture up there and how it's actually lower than I had anticipated it would be, which is good. Well, that's great. But I'm always, am worried about traffic safety. And you talked a little bit about some of because I think it's a little bit dangerous, that roadway, right?
We could say it's a substandard roadway.
Substandard, okay, yeah. And you and I talked about there are some features that DOT could consider to make it safer for drivers and for pedestrians and cyclists and walkers on the shoulders. Have we had those discussions with the applicant about maybe some things they could incorporate, at least certainly when you get closer to San Juan Road, of course, can you talk a little bit about that and some of those discussions?
Sure. So we did do a deep dive into the collision history out there, In the last 3-year period, there were 5 injury collisions. When you look at the amount of traffic out there, that length of roadway, that's a collision rate of about 0.7 collisions per million vehicle miles traveled, which is actually below the statewide average of 1.1 for that similar classification of roadway. That being said, a lot of them were vehicle versus object, vehicle versus vehicle, other types of collisions like that, where there's things that we could do out there to improve safety.
To mitigate that.
We talked with the traffic consultant who did the study, and some of the ideas that we came up with were things like doing a roadway safety audit, looking kind of at the existing signage out there for the curves, the reflectivity, the signs. We talked about safety at some of the intersections, maybe some lighting at the intersections, but not the entire segment. Looking at some high friction surface treatment along the curves to keep vehicles on the roadway if the roads get slick, speed feedback signs, striping improvements.
Speed feedback, that's the radar.
The radar signs, yeah, to cut down on speeding. So there's certainly some measures out there that we could look into further.
Would the applicant be required to do that safety study currently, Todd, or would that be something we would have to see if they'd be willing?
I mean, it's not currently conditioned to the project because there's not a significant impact under CEQA where we could require that, but that could be something that we talk about.
Okay, and I'll have that discussion with the applicant. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks for
you,
letting me talk
Cameron.
about traffic safety. One of the things that one of the only things that I can talk
I
intelligently.
was going to say, you can really tell who used to be a CHP officer up here. So.
Thank you, Cameron.
Okay. All right, I think that's all on this slide. Yeah. Okay. So moving on, one of the things that has been ongoing is our conversations with the City of Sacramento. And really the next couple of slides are intended to address some of the concerns that we heard from the city throughout this process. So first, what we heard, transportation infrastructure, not just from the city, but everybody, right? So this board may remember roughly around 2019, 2020, DOT came forward with this concept of the dynamic implementation tool. This is a modern approach to transportation mitigation. What it is actually as part of the Jackson Highway Corridor Master Plans, we looked at that in a more holistic way. Instead of developing triggers, meaning at such and such dwelling unit, building permit, you have to go build this road or that road. Something that was more responsive, that would, based on a certain number of units coming through as a subdivision map, identify an improvement that is proximate to where the impact is occurring. So the dynamic tool, we worked through that with the City of Sacramento Public Works folks so that they understood it a little better. This project is conditioned consistent with that methodology. Fundamentally, the goal of that is to provide some certainty and timely delivery of transportation infrastructure and improvements in proximity to where that development is occurring in these large plan areas over time. There is also a provision as it relates to the West El Camino I-80 interchange. So there was a question that arose from the city or maybe a misunderstanding of what was in the financing plan for the project's responsibility for the West El Camino interchange at I-80. The financing plan does not include any contributions from the city for that interchange, City of Sacramento, or any city for that matter. The financing plan assumes that the project itself is responsible for 90% of those costs. There is a provision, obviously there's a 10% gap there, right? So how does that get filled? If there's no other funding source at the time that that improvement is needed, there's a provision in the development agreement. It's section 2.3.7.6. It states that the project itself is responsible to make up the difference. So 90% is the project responsibility. If no other funding is found, they're on the hook for the remaining 10%. We had some discussions about the city and county cross-jurisdictional MOU. This is not the Natomas Vision MOU. This is specifically a transportation MOU where each jurisdiction collects their fair shares. For example, if a project is in the county, but has impacts in the city, transportation impacts in the city. We collect the fair shares and distribute them to the city to use as they see fit. That still is an active MOU. The county is committed to making those funds available to the city. The second major topic that the city brought up was emergency services. So obviously the project is surrounded on the east and north by existing city, residential development mostly. So we have service provision from the City of Sacramento Police Department as well as the City of Sacramento Fire Department. This area of the county is served by the Natomas Fire Protection District, currently under contract to the City of Sacramento. There were questions related to, where's a fire station site going to be? Where's a law enforcement outpost going to be? Or whatever the right term is, former CHP. So the sheriff's substation, there's a site in the specific plan at the east end of Farm Road that is this is not very sensitive.
Go down.
I'm trying. I give up. Anyway, you get the gist of where it is. It's down over here, Farm Road. There we go. The fire station site is in that vicinity as well, Bright Bend Road and Street 2. Both the financing plan and the urban services plan include the costs, the capital costs and the ongoing O&M costs for those facilities. As it relates to public parks, the facilities and the funding, a lot of discussion around, what's the park program of this project relative to not just acreage and Quimby Act requirements, but also what are the facilities that are going to be in the parks. So the specific plan, again, also includes a lot of detail of what the programming is at each one of these parks. There is actually an analysis. It is attachment 38 of the staff package. Shows that the project actually exceeds the county's Quimby Act requirements and the general plan requirements. It delivers 6.2 acres per 1,000 residents, which is over double what the Quimby Act requirements are. It also exceeds our general plan standard of 5 acres per 1,000 residents. There's a very detailed memo the applicant has provided. It's attachment 39. Comes to the same conclusion. We went through that analysis, demonstrated to the city that the project is actually providing a significant amount of amenities as it relates to parks, that it will not jeopardize the existing park facilities in the city. And the last two topics are actually their own slides. So the HCP considerations.
One moment, Todd. Supervisor Sarna.
Todd, if you can go back to that, thank you. I just wanted to point out that, my wife and I live in Westlake, so we're a little further north. And we have unincorporated county almost immediately to the west, as do thousands of others that live out here, including Garden Highway. And so when it comes to the sheriff's substation in particular, I'd just like to point out and put on the record that in the past, my office has received on occasion concerns about mailbox theft or mail theft or vandalism to mailboxes, in addition to other concerns, because that's unincorporated county. It's the job of the sheriff to patrol and respond to calls out in that part of the unincorporated county. This, to me, with a substation, would, I think, probably change that dynamic in terms of response time, because currently, really, the only permanent sheriff presence. I'm not suggesting that the sheriff ignores this. They don't. But it is a bit difficult geographically when you have this large swath of unincorporated area, with the exception of SMF, our international airport, where the sheriff has a very strong presence. So when it comes to some of those calls that I get from concerned citizens, mostly on Garden Highway, that call is then relayed by my staff to the sheriff's department, and it typically ends with, well, we have some deputies out at SMF, and maybe as they're returning back to their existing locations from where they send out patrols, they can go down Garden Highway, they can respond to some of those calls. So my point here is that, to me, it's a great benefit to have that permanent eventually that permanent sheriff public safety presence in the plan, especially for those that are living along the Garden Highway. Let me know if I'm missing something, but that seems to be one of the intents of the plan, is to actually reduce response times by having that present. You'll have your turn at the podium. You don't need to yell at us.
All right. So moving on to
One moment, Todd. Can I please have people in the audience just hold on your comments until you get to the podium? You will get 1 minute to share your thoughts, so please don't. You don't have to yell your comments during a presentation. I want to be respectful to the person who is presenting the information to us. Thank you.
So moving on to the HCP considerations, this is something we've heard consistently throughout this process from the city and others. Others primarily being the resource agencies, meaning the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Natomas Basin Conservancy. So the concern has always been, are there any potential conflicts with the Natomas Basin HCP and or the Metro Air Park HCP? Two separate HCPs. Natomas Basin Conservancy acts as the entity that is implementing some of the habitat acquisition through both the city and Sutter County and Metro Air Park. Sacramento County, as an entity, is not a participant in the Natomas Basin HCP. The county made a choice 23 years ago, whatever, not to sign on to that HCP. But the county has obviously economic interest in the success of not just that HCP, but the Metro Air Park HCP. In our EIR, we included a robust, extensive cumulative analysis of the potential impacts, not just of the Upper West Side plan, but all of the other pending projects in the Natomas Basin. And that's what this graphic represents. So we have the airport, Metro Air Park, the two Providence Pacific Plan and Grand Park Trails, Sutter Point. We looked at not just the total acreage of these projects and what's remaining, but also the land cover types. So it's not just a math exercise of whatever the number of acres available remaining is, do those acres represent the right type of habitat value for the species that are covered under the HCPs. We also looked at the effects of the project, including whether those implementing the proposed mitigation measures would conflict with the four main strategies of the Natomas Basin HCP. So the general conservation strategy, the guidelines for reserve acquisition, the conservation strategy for wetland habitat, and the same for upland habitat. So we have done, with the assistance of our consultant team at Environmental Science Associates, the most robust analysis that we know how to do at this point. We know that there are subsequent steps through the state and federal permitting processes. I will say the mitigation that we've drafted with respect to mitigation ratios, it actually exceeds the standards in the Natomas Basin HCP and Metro Air Park mitigation ratios. As an example, the Swainson sock foraging habitat, the standard is typically 1-to-1. In these other plan areas, it's less than that. So that we've designed the Swainson sock foraging habitat mitigation to avoid the competition within the basin. And staff can speak to that in more detail if it's desired. But what we've done is looked outside of the basin to make sure that we don't, through this mitigation, affect the ability of TNBC to acquire Swainson sock foraging habitat within the basin. But we also recognize that the Swainson sock aren't limited to a line on a map. They actually fly beyond the basin boundaries. And I do want to make a note, some of the comments that we've heard are related to this concept of if the county approves this project, the resource agencies will revoke the permits of the city and Sutter County and Metro Air Park. There's actually text in the Natomas Basin HCP that says, and this is on page 1-6, So long as the city and Sutter County continue to meet their obligations under this NBHCP, the operating conservation program and associated permits remain valid for each permittee's covered activities. So that means, at least to me, that as long as they do what they're supposed to do, because they don't have the land use control over the county, as long as they're continuing to implement in accordance with their incidental take permits and the programs outlined in the HCP, including adaptive management, there should be no fear of revocation. And I think the applicant might be prepared to speak to that a bit more. There's also language in that Natomas HCP that under the potential permittees section that notes that Sacramento County could obtain coverage under the HCP, the Natomas Basin HCP, or via other mechanisms available through the Endangered Species Act permitting process, which includes Section 7, Section 10. Fundamentally, what it means is that the county has to review the biological impacts of the project and demonstrate that there is adequate mitigation to compensate for those impacts in accordance with state and federal law.
One moment, Todd.
And that's what we've
Supervisor
done.
Serna?
Thank you, Chair. And I, again, apologize for interrupting your flow here, but, and maybe this is your punchline here, or maybe not, but I just want to point out that even if the board decides to affirm the plan today, there is a substantial amount of work that would need to happen, and it's at the applicant's discretion. It's their job, not the county's job, but it's their job to go work with the federal agencies and figure out what is next. I mean, a la Greenbrier, because Greenbrier went through a distinct yet somewhat similar process back in 2008 when the city council approved that plan. It did not approve it with any of the federal resource agency blessing at that time. There was years of work that occurred after that 2008 approval to figure out how the Greenbrier applicant was going to be able to mitigate to the federal government's satisfaction for the 22 special status species in the basin, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
All right. Thank you.
And maybe to add one more point on that, if those agencies are not satisfied, they won't issue the permits,
right?
Which means the project won't go forward. All right. Moving on to schools. This is actually something we heard not just from the city of Sacramento, but the Natomas Unified School District. On the land use plan, the project has 3 K-8 schools, 1 high school, middle school, high school, and 1 community college site. So we've had a lot of discussion with the school district regarding primarily the phase 1 K-8 school. Applicant team has been working with them to figure out a funding strategy. The financing plan actually includes some land acquisition and construction cost estimates. Obviously, we've all seen cost estimates increasing in recent years. The financing plan identifies a gap. That is not a secret. We're not trying to hide the ball at all. We identified the gap, the applicant team identified the gap, and that gap is based on current revenue sources. What I mean there is the school district has currently implemented level 1 school impact fees. They have the ability to go to level 2 or even higher. There's also the potential for a local school bond as well as state funding. That is a fairly typical funding pool, if you will, that all school districts can implement. By way of what local agencies can do, the government code, as a result of SB 50 some years ago, limits the extent of any jurisdiction's ability to specify school funding mechanisms beyond the established school impact fees. So we have worked with the applicant team and the school district to craft condition number 19 that outlines, obviously, it kind of reiterates the funding gap. It also reiterates the need for the school district to potentially increase to level 2 or beyond or higher. It also identifies opportunities and options for the applicant team. They can implement a project-specific fee program or a CFD or even enter into a school mitigation agreement. All of that has to get worked out prior to the implementation level public facilities financing plan. That's what that condition says. All right. Moving on to the actual project analysis. So the project includes, as it relates to housing, a variety of housing types ranging from, at the low end, the very low density residential to very high density residential. So the town center, it includes high density residential in the commercial mixed use, that's the CMU. Over 50% of the units within the plan area are high density units. So this is by far the most dense specific plan we've seen by housing density. It's not just a thick stack of paper. The missing middle housing incentive program, this is something that we think is innovative. It includes a reserve of 300 units. Missing middle product types, meaning duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, things of that nature that could be claimed and then integrated into single-family detached neighborhoods, meaning single-family detached product. And that's designed to encourage those variety of housing types, especially in what are typically the lower density residential areas. As it relates to affordable housing, the project includes land dedication in phase 1. And when I say phase 1, why I'm saying that specifically, because we have a development agreement, but that's just with the phase 1, the participating property owners. That is the extent to which we can enter into a development agreement for the entire plan. It's just limited to that ownership group. But the specific plan itself in section 3.6 outlines the overall plan for affordable housing in the project. So it's not just the 4.9 acres of land dedication in phase 1, but also the potential for dedication of 9 acres in the town center, or either constructing or paying fees in other areas of the plan. So there's a really well thought out plan in the section 3.6. Carbon neutrality, this is something that we've heard about from the board members as well as through our development of the Climate Action Plan. How can we encourage or as a result of the CAP adoption require new growth to be carbon neutral?
One moment, Todd. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. Go back, Todd. All right. Not necessary, but this is what I want to talk about anyway. So you did speak earlier about there's a belt and suspenders approach to a variety of aspects of the plan. And I'd like to hear more on that, and I'll invite also when it's their turn, the applicant to address it as well. In order for the densities to make the plan, I'll use your words earlier, work. In order to reach those densities, phases 3 and 4, which is the town center, it's essential that remain intact as outlined in the plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I want to hear, and you did touch upon it already, but it's really important to me that you even repeat it, specifically in that issue. And the reason I bring this up, we all know that when you adopt a complex plan like this, it inevitably is going to change over time, over the years. I mean, it happens. This becomes more pronounced in this as a potential for deviating from the plan by virtue of the fact that it's a relative to other projects, similar in nature, but relative to other projects, the participating ownership is lower, which makes it more pronounced that this could actually deviate considerably. And then sacrifice those densities, which would then make the plan not work. Where do I feel comfort level that the plan, taking all of that into consideration, is going to resemble to some degree what we're looking at and considering today?
So let me answer that with an explanation of process. Hypothetically, if the board were to approve this, some years down the road, we have applications coming in for individual pieces. say, a subdivision map or something in the town center. What staff is going to do with that application is look to this specific plan. We're going to say...
So 3.2.
Section 3.2. We're going to say, does this application in front of us achieve the target densities of that town center? We'll keep in the town center. Does it achieve that vision from a kind of the vibe term? Does it show the necessary number of units on a particular block even within the town center, right? Because it's all laid out pretty carefully, very well articulated in the specific plan. We will make a recommendation based on that analysis. If it deviates from what was laid out in that vision in 3.2, our recommendation is not to move it forward. Ultimately, that decision will have to be before the Planning Commission or board. But our staff knows when the board adopts something in a specific plan, that's the intent. That's what needs to happen. And so the belt and suspenders approach is really not just 3.2, but it sets the expectation in condition number 5, all subsequent planning entitlements, including amendments. So attachment 2, page 4, is where that condition lives.
I'm sorry, which condition is that?
Condition number 5.
Okay, thank you.
And it says all subsequent planning entitlements, including minor and major amendments as defined in the specific plan, shall be consistent with the evaluation policies and criteria in section 3.2, including but not limited to, and there's a through F, the biggest and most prominent policies in that section. Not all of them, but so we're pointing back to this is important in the plan. This is most important to focus on for the town center, meaning the density, the intensity. In fact, here's one. Maintain an overall plan area double net density of more than 10. But in the town center, focus the highest intensity density of uses to the town center district and commercial mixed use parcels in Young Scholars and East Triangle districts. Like that's the level of detail that we're going to be looking at subsequent applications. Great. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, carbon neutrality. Let me get there. So I started by saying this is where we've heard from a number of stakeholders and from the board directly. We want new growth to be carbon neutral. That's what the policy that you had established via the Climate Action Plan. And so the analysis shows for this project, it complies with all of the applicable measures, meaning all the on-site measures in the CAP and VMT reduction. There's an analysis that shows that. What it concludes, though, is there's still a gap after implementing all the on-site GHG and VMT reduction measures. So it has to, the project at full build-out requires carbon credits to achieve that carbon neutrality standard. We know that carbon credits, by their nature, are somewhat controversial, and that's why we have to build in third-party review and verification by the county or a qualified third party, which will very likely include at least the Air District, but perhaps others. The enforcement of that occurs at subsequent entitlement steps, such as those tentative maps, for example. We do have a mitigation measure, CC1B, and I do need to clarify this condition number 5 should be actually number 6 because I inserted 5 that we just talked about. But that condition number 6 outlines the process through which subsequent projects will be evaluated to demonstrate carbon neutrality on an individual basis. All right, the meat of it here in LU 120 and 127, the project by way of its general plan amendment request includes an expansion of the urban policy area and urban services boundary lines. So the left.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for you to come to a pause. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to interrupt your flow again, but sort of related to the carbon neutrality in looking over the specific plan under Section 7, the sustainability. It talks about adherence to Title 24 and all of the energy requirements contained therein. But, one of the pressures that I think we're all facing, but certainly maybe District 5 even more so, is the proliferation of very large solar farms. And one of the frequent criticisms we get is, why don't you locate these on buildings and on parking lots? I know that California code now speaks to solar on residential, but what about solar on commercial, and particularly on the CMU and EHC parcels designated around El Camino Avenue?
I may have to defer to either the applicant or some of our technical experts to answer that. I don't think it's necessarily out of the question. I'm just not in the weeds on it.
We'll put a pin in it for now, but we'll come back to it later.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, LU 120 and 127, on the left side of this slide is the existing urban policy area and urban services boundary. The right side is what is proposed to be expanded. I do want to note, if you're paying close attention to where that line is proposed to be, it does not include the entirety of the 2,066 acres. That was a very deliberate and intentional conversation with this applicant team. Wanted to be sensitive to some of the existing uses up in that western portion along Garden Highway, existing ag res. The proposal is to push the UPA and USB out to the extent of the urban development area, not the entirety of the 2,066 acres. So LU 120 is one of the growth management strategies that was adopted that I mentioned earlier in the general plan. It calls for performance criteria and includes a number of points. This project actually achieves the maximum points, 24 out of 24. I won't belabor the math. It's pretty straightforward. Through density of over 10 dwelling units per acre, proximity to amenities, including schools, parks, and open space, transit. The project has built-in transit assumptions and financing. Headways of the SAC-RT standard of 30-minute headways during non-peak and 15 during the peak AM and PM. And then employment proximity, and this is where location matters. We started this presentation with that graphic. Project is within 5 miles of over 200,000 existing jobs. LU 127. This is the policy related to expansion of the urban services boundary. What that policy requires is an analysis of 6 criteria, whether the project can either meet all of those 6, or the board would have to find through a 4/5 vote that it provides certain extraordinary benefits. And so this slide and then one following outline staff's analysis as to the extraordinary benefits. We find that we recommend that the board find that it is extraordinary benefit because it is a unique and singular opportunity to accommodate growth via the scale and within the 3.5 miles of growing job centers at Metro Air Park, the rail yards, and downtown Sacramento. We obviously mentioned the maximum points scored under LU 120. The amount of housing that would be provided, over 50% being at high density, and the exceptional jobs to housing ratio, 0.95 to 1.
One moment, Todd. Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Chair. So your previous slide, I think referenced 200,000 jobs within 5 miles. That doesn't include rail yards, or does it?
I believe it does.
Okay.
So existing, I'll have to double check the math.
Okay, I mean, I think we all have seen some of the recent headlines about just one particular employer in the rail yards, that being Kaiser Permanente, actually at full capacity in terms of their expected employment is 2,000 jobs alone. So maybe the applicant can make a note and address that when they get to the podium in terms of what that means in terms of the housing variety in the plan, and the ability to satisfy, at least in part, some of the residential need that will literally come from the rail yards alone. To me, that's an important aspect of this proposal that I'd like to hear more about.
Got it.
Thank you.
And then the other piece of this LU 127 analysis is the VMT, vehicle miles traveled performance. It's actually exceptional, and I don't say that lightly. It actually has a work tour VMT per employee, meaning where do the employees drive? 17% lower than the regional average. Household VMT per capita is 18% lower than the regional average. The project I mentioned as part of the parks analysis, substantially more parkland than required, including some of the unique outdoor amenities within the project, the median park, the Upper Westside Canal, and 49 miles of on-site trails. Finally, the mitigation for the Swains and Sock foraging habitat and giant garter snake aquatic and associated upland habitat will be provided at least 1.5 to 2 times that required under the Natomas Basin HCP. So these 2 slides are staff's justification for the extraordinary benefit piece of LU 127, should the board wish to do so. Finally, staff recommendation is approval based on all of the pieces here of the slide. Natomas CPAC recommended approval 4-2, Planning Commission recommended approval 4-0, and the actions would be to certify the EIR as amended by the partially recirculated EIR, adopting the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations and MMRP, approving the general plan amendment. Want to make a note again, this is a 4/5 vote required. And then all of the supporting documents, specific plan, financing plan, urban services plan, water supply, affordable housing, and the alternative water supply assessment. I do want to note that would be an action as an SCWA Board of Directors. Finally, approving the development agreement. And I do also want to make one last note. If the board wishes to adopt the Garden Highway circulation alternative, staff do have some conditions that are minor tweaks to reflect that. We just need to know whether the board wants to do that.
Through the chair, I just want to be clear, that's the Radio Road extension as the EVA?
That would be, yes, so turning Radio Road into emergency vehicle access only, traffic calming on San Juan and Bright Bend.
Okay, thank you.
And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Well, surprisingly, there are no more questions up here, although I do like asking questions during presentations. Okay, so we will now move to public comments.
I think we might have a applicant presentation.
Oh, applicant, okay. Yeah.
I guess I'm not on that Christmas card list, but in any event, I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. I do want to extend my recognition to Todd Smith. Actually, before I get started, that was the most thorough and comprehensive staff report that I've ever seen presented in any project in my 2+ decades in this subject matter area. So thank you, Todd, and it's a testament to the level of detail, attention, and consideration that this project has received. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your time. My name is Nick Avdis. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Avdis and Cucci, speaking on behalf of the sponsoring landowners in Upper West Side, LLC. I'm pleased to present the Upper West Side project for your consideration. It's truly an extraordinary proposal that aligns seamlessly with Sacramento County's decades-long vision for smart, sustainable growth, embodying the principles of the county's general plan. I know several board members raised some questions about particular subject matter areas. I think we're going to hit those in our presentation, but certainly at the end I would welcome the opportunity to touch on those. So to that, in our presentation today, we will discuss how this project exemplifies these principles through a balanced vision that integrates housing, jobs, transit, and innovation. A project of with this degree of housing diversity for all levels of income in proximity to the region's urban core is not found in any other mixed-use master plan in the county, unincorporated county. This is the right project at the right time when solutions are needed to address our region's critical housing shortage. So before we dive into the presentation, I want to take a moment to also extend my deep appreciation to the project team that has worked tirelessly to bring this proposal and this vision to you today. These individuals have worked on this proposal for the past decade and spent countless hours to ensure that what you have before you today is thorough, thoughtful, and not merely consistent with the roadmap set forth in the county's general plan, but a project that represents a bold vision for the future of development near the urban core of our region. The applicant team includes top-tier talent and experience representing expertise in land use planning, engineering, economics, environmental permitting, and public outreach. These individuals are not only experts in their respective fields, but also leaders who have shaped some of the most successful and transformative projects in the unincorporated county and the greater Sacramento region as a whole. And again, I want to extend my gratitude to staff and the county's consultant team that for their talent and experience and professionalism throughout the process. So again, as we've really touched on, the key attribute to this particular proposal is really its location. It's very strategic, and it does present the last large property in the unincorporated county that's entirely surrounded by urban development, located close to the urban core. Yeah, to provide further perspective, as it has been touched on, the town center is 3.5 miles from this room, and it's 2.7 miles from the City Hall in West Sacramento. It's not an overstatement to claim that this project is better strategically located than any other large-scale master plan community in the unincorporated county. Relative to the Natomas vision, I think we touched, staff's presentation thoroughly covered this, so I'll move on. Relative to the housing crisis, recent articles say that what we all know to be true, California is facing a housing crisis. Why? The answer is somewhat complicated, but one notable factor is it takes an incredibly long time to get projects approved. One of the things that was mentioned by Supervisor Hume and others was relative to where today's consideration of approval sits with regards to other decisions on water, on regulatory permits. You know, land use is about it relates to the old Chinese proverb about the 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. And today's action, if taken, will represent the first step that will result in those subsequent steps being taken for additional analysis, evaluation, and permitting. So the application for the Upper West Side was submitted to the county in 2018. Depending on a number of variables, it will be at least several more years before a single home is built if we're approved. In California, housing values are still more than twice the national average, and rents are about 50% higher. This has significant socioeconomic implications for the state and for our region. State legislation has helped ameliorate this situation, but there is simply not enough housing supply in our region today. As mentioned in the staff report, Upper West Side will help provide an additional 9,356 dwelling units across a variety of housing product types and income levels. And according to a recently published economic impact analysis by Stantec Urban Places, we talked about the rail yards. That project alone is expected to create 24,000 jobs in Sacramento, including 13,500 on-site, and this statistic doesn't touch on what staff had touched on relative to existing jobs, which is 280,000 existing jobs. That doesn't count the rail yards within a 5-mile radius of the project. So as you know, carefully planned growth is critical to the long-term health of the urban core in our region. Simply put, the Upper West Side project would help meet the housing supply needs of our community. Perhaps most notably, this development is surrounded by extensive investments into existing infrastructure. I would now like to introduce Tim Denham, our project planner and whose vision this plan represents, who is recently retired and has come back to help today, to discuss the design details of the project.
All right, thank you, Nick. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk to you about the Upper West Side project. I've worked as an urban planner for 44 years, 35 of which were spent in the Sacramento region. And it's not exaggeration to say that this project is a culmination of all those years of experience. I recently retired last month, so suffice it to say, I hope to go out on a high point. After studying the general plan's LU 120, performance and design criteria, we held ourselves to a higher standard. We said, don't just meet them, beat them, and we've done that. This project was viewed as an opportunity to create a truly exceptional master plan community and set a new benchmark in the region. The 8 planning and design concepts were touched on by county staff, so I won't repeat them, but I would underscore the design. They drove the design of the project, and I'd like to provide a few more details. The next slide, please. The land use plan, you see and the question was asked what things have evolved or changed over time in response to comments. The 542-acre buffer to the west expanded and grew in size to the north. The 1,524-acre development area, which is approximately 1 mile wide by 2.5 miles long, is incredibly dense and compact. And the town center, I'll just point to that maybe, Nick, is the purple cross in the middle of the plan, and it is bisected by the Westside Canal north-south. A full range of residential densities have been provided by this plan, and it was reduced from our early discussions from where we were trying to right-size things and listen to comments. I wanted to mention again, the civic plan includes the innovative Missing Middle Incentive Program. So in the single-family detached residential areas, it encourages single-family attached products. So again, more diversity spread throughout the plan. The school locations adjusted over time to be where they are now. The Greenbelt network and landscape corridors grew and expanded over time to where they are now. The commercial mixed use and employment highway commercial is located next to I-80, and the configuration of that changed slightly over time. And then I'd like to delve now into a little more detail on the town center. The town center is oriented around West El Camino Avenue Median Park, which provides a main street or central gathering space for the community. It is envisioned to be reminiscent of Santana Row in San Jose. The architecture facing either side of the street and discussed in the design guidelines draws from the best examples of Midtown Sacramento and downtown Sacramento. The civic plan requires vertically integrated buildings along West El Camino Avenue with residential or office above ground floor commercial. It will work here because of the surrounding densities and the proximity to the freeway. Approximately 4,500 units are located around this town center. West El Camino Avenue is envisioned to be a very bright, vibrant, and pedestrian-oriented street scene, and a few blocks of the median park could be closed and used as a location for a future farmer's market. Next slide. Westside Canal provides a unique and visual and recreational amenity for the community that has the potential to attract visitors from outside the area. There isn't anything quite like it in the region. It would be similar to the Napa riverfront, but times 2. Both sides. So it'd have a bike promenade, a bike and pedestrian promenade on both sides with architecture framing both sides of this canal. Neighbored parks are located at the terminus points to the north and the south of the canal. And this canal serves several purposes. It's a visual amenity. It allows for boating and kayaking. It offers a cooling effect in the summer and provides stormwater conveyance. Next slide. The plan includes 3 K-8 schools, a high school site, and the potential for a community college campus. And these have been carefully located and adjusted as we went through this process. It ensures that these schools have been located within a short walking and biking distance of future residents and are connected to the Greenbelt Trail to provide safe routes to schools. In addition to the urban farming nodes, the plan includes a 10-acre urban farm that has been sized to be productive and provides hands-on opportunities for students. We just discussed jobs. The Upper West Side project is located within 5 miles of over 280,000 existing jobs. I really want to stress the existing component of that. It didn't include the Kaiser Center that's occurring, but that I think distinguishes this master plan from any other master plan in the region because they're existing jobs. The 3.5 million square feet of commercial that is proposed is right-sized based on a market study and an urban decay analysis, so it doesn't cannibalize off-site sites and will capture trips on site. In total, there's estimated to be over 8,000 jobs within Upper West Side. The plant connects to existing infrastructure and roadway systems and seeks to create a vibrant community that balances living spaces with opportunities to work, shop, and thrive. It is smart growth because it strengthens Sacramento's economy while minimizing environmental impacts, all within a stone's throw of the region's urban core.
One moment. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim and Nick, for the presentation thus far. But back to the existing jobs component here. Metro Air Park is also a large nearby employer. And maybe Mr. DeFonte could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the build-out of Metro Art Park results in something like 20 to 30,000 total jobs. So I'm wondering if that number is basically correct. He's nodding yes. Yeah. Does that figure, the 280 existing, does that include the build-out and the jobs that come with it at Metro Art Park?
No, it does not.
So it's even on top of that?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Sustainability, next slide, is woven into every aspect of the Upper West Side plan. It'll be one of the first all-electric communities, a step up from all-electric neighborhood design. It'll also comply with the county's climate action plan to achieve carbon neutrality. We have coordinated with Sacramento RT on a public transit system to serve this project. Approximately just short of 90% of the residential units are within a half mile of a proposed transit stop, again exceeding the LU 120 criteria. The financing plan and urban services plan provides an enhanced public transit system with 15-minute frequency during the AM and PM peak hours and 30-minute frequency through the rest of the day. This was increased based on comments that we received through the process. The project traffic is under the 85% vehicle miles traveled threshold, resulting in a less than significant determination. This is a testament to the appropriate mix of land uses and the transportation systems that are proposed here. From a planning perspective, this is an extraordinary achievement. The project is also consistent with SACOG's blueprint principles. Next, I'd like to share an example of the parks and trails to illustrate how the proximity design approach was applied to meet or exceed the LU 120 criteria and achieve 24 out of 24 points. No other master plan in the county achieves 24 out of 24 points. We work closely with county parks to distribute the parks and locate them so they became focal elements for each neighborhood and gathering spaces. As a result, 98% of the residents are within a quarter-mile walk, a short walk, 5 minutes to a park. This is consistent with the highly regarded park neighborhoods of Sacramento. Such proximities will encourage outdoor activity, walking, biking, and social interaction. Urban farming nodes have also been distributed along the green belts to provide other outdoor activities for residents. And for the sake of brevity, I'll cut it off there. Town Center Park, I wanted to note, in addition to the specific plan, we prepared detailed development standards and design guidelines. They provide both text and illustrations to guide future development of the Upper West Side to ensure the project is cohesively and consistently built out. And this is a very important aspect for a multi-owner specific plan. These guidelines will ensure a very high level of quality. This slide depicts the concept plan for Town Center Park, which will provide 17 acres of green space directly west of the town center and the high-density residential proposed there. The roundabout provides a turnaround for West El Camino Avenue and the proposed transit plan. The park envisions a mix of ball fields, a small outdoor bandstand, and seating area, and the illustration shows how fields might fit and how adjacent residents could move through the park. Detailed designs will be developed in the future with tentative maps and subdivision plans. And the K-8 school is located to the west to allow shared use of park and parking areas. That way the green space is maximized. Next slide. On the left is a conceptual plan for the segment of Bright Bend Road Greenbelt, which measures 80 feet wide and provides a 2-mile-long north-south bike and pedestrian connection through the development area. On the right is a conceptual plan for the East Tip Park, the terminus for its 60-foot wide east-west Greenbelt trail that will connect to the existing bike overcrossing at I-80. I'd like to point out the pink circles on the plan, which are the potential for small orchards. Residents will be able to grow their own fruits and vegetables. From the East Tip is a 5-mile or 20-minute ride to downtown Sacramento, and the trail travels mostly through open space along the West Range Canal through Discovery Park and into Old Town. I think this is a really cool aspect of this plan, and I believe it will encourage downtown workers to bike instead of drive. They can avoid the hassles and costs of trying to find parking downtown. And next, I'll provide a brief overview of the Bikeway Master Plan. A key component is the quarter-mile north-south grid and the half-mile east-west grid. And we augmented these trail systems through the process. This results in 14 miles of Class 1 off-street bike trails. There are also 36 miles of Class 2 bike lanes. On arterial and collector streets, a crosshatched bike buffer is provided to protect riders. This network of trails and bikeways will make it incredibly convenient to move around this plan without having to use a car. At the beginning of this process, the beginning of this regulatory and planning process, Supervisor Cerna set a very high bar and called for an award-winning plan and not more of the same. We believe we have done that with our specific plan. I would hasten to add here that our plan has already received an award at the Pacific Coast Builders Conference for best on the board's land use plan. Good planning has guided preparation of every aspect of this project. It is not more the same, and I'm incredibly proud of it. I'll now turn back to Nick. Thank you.
All right, just a few more slides. I want to thank Tim for that overview. I also want to add some additional color on some of the subject matter areas that we've received comments on. First off, it's on the impacts to farmland. Todd touched on this a bit, but first off, this project will convert farmland. This is something that we have taken very seriously. The reality, though, as you'll hear today from some folks in the audience, is that farming has become increasingly difficult and unprofitable due to surrounding urbanization, restrictions on pesticide use, theft and vandalism of farm equipment, rising labor and equipment and materials costs. These families that control 95% of the acreage within the 1,524-acre development area have either stopped farming or are convinced it's no longer sustainable. The graphic you have on the screen here shows that over the past 22 years, prime farmland, that's in the green color, has declined by over 40%, and the decline will continue. As proposed in our specific plan, every acre of farmland converted to development, an equivalent acre of farmland will be permanently preserved in off-site areas where farming remains more economically and practically sustainable. Relative to habitat, as we all know, the Natomas Basin is home to sensitive habitat and species, including the giant garter snake and the Swainson's hawk. We've designed a comprehensive science-based conservation strategy with permanent funded in perpetuity preserves cited to appropriate mitigation ratios and specific species locations. We believe this meets or exceeds state and federal requirements. Despite what you may hear today from folks, this plan complements the NBHCP. It does not undermine it. And we provided a letter for the benefit of the board and staff recently to outline some of those points relative to that question. We mitigate impacts to marginal quality on-site lands with higher value habitat outside the basin. So we're not competing with the Conservancy for the same mitigation ground. We've already talked about that Sac County is not a signatory to the existing HCP. The incidental take permits that were issued are exactly the type of permits that this project will be seeking. The EIR concludes that the impacts to GGS and Swainson's hawk are less than significant with mitigation. And I just want to put a finer point on the suggestion that today's approval will just jeopardize existing permits. It does not, and it defies basic logic. Again, the same state and federal agencies that approve the HCP are the ones who will review and issue our development plans. It stands to reason they will not approve permits that undermine their own prior approvals. And again, it bears noting that that process is a separate process that follows this action at the local level today. Important to note is that today's action, if you choose to support the project, will not put a single shovel in the ground. Significant permitting, analysis, and regulatory oversight are ahead of us. I just want to put this particular slide on the board to illustrate a little bit about the existing conditions out on the Garden Highway relative to Swainson's hawk habitat that's at issue. It's intended to show that at the inception of the HCP, the habitat quality has changed. And really, to put it bluntly, it has been degraded along the Sacramento River due to the recent flood improvements there. Relative to traffic, we talked about it extensively, but the fact of the matter is the VMT analysis tells us everything we need to know about how this project was designed. Relative to the extraordinary benefits, again, I would just say that we're confident that the record before you supports this finding. Todd, in his presentation, went over multiple factors and I won't repeat any of them here. I think taken together, the environmental stewardship, the social equity, the fiscal strength, this is precisely the kind of project LU 127 in terms of extraordinary benefits pathway was designed for. So in closing, this project is an award-winning plan which has earned unanimous Planning Commission support and a strong CPAC endorsement and the support of your staff. Many years of work, countless hours, and an extraordinary team have brought you what I genuinely believe is the right project in the right location at the right time. This is just good planning. This is the county's opportunity to lead, to show that Sacramento County can plan and approve the kind of project that is sustainable, equitable, mixed-use community that this region needs and that this county's general plan envisioned. Upper West Side delivers on that opportunity. For all these reasons, I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nick and Tim, for the presentation. I think you heard during Todd's effort to get through his presentation, despite all our questions, one of those questions being from me about connectivity to the existing RD 1000 service road to the north. So it'd be the north end of the Upper West Side plan area. I believe there's an open space, a corridor of open space. Yeah, that you can go to that one.
Oh, good. Good.
There's garter snake habitat on the south side of Fisherman's Lake. So what we've done is we've taken the Witter Canal Trail north, and then the trail along El Centro Road, and it crosses at El Centro Road there, and then you can get to the north side of Fisherman's Lake. There's also the Radio Road bike bridge that we propose to provide a connection across between the San Juan Road connection and that El Centro connection.
So for instance, residents from Westlake and West Shore that are basically west of El Centro, they would have some ability to continue off-road hiking or cycling?
Yeah, I mean, you could benefit from what's there now. We're not proposing a bike
Well, what's
trail.
there now means you get, if I'm not mistaken, you have to get on a very dangerous El Centro Road to kind of get there. So I guess what I'm saying is are we leaving open the opportunity, being respectful of the garter snake habitat out there, of course, to have improved connectivity to the north?
Yes, absolutely. And we do propose improvements to the trail network outside of the plan area. And that's certainly, again, it bears emphasis that what we're doing today is the Tier 1 entitlements. There is a significant, if not greater, detailed effort subsequent to today where details like that can be and will be worked out, and appropriate funding mechanisms and various approvals that will be needed from cross jurisdictions.
You're talking about the tentative map process?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I won't put you on the spot and ask for answers right at this point, but there's been a couple of things that have come out that I'd like you to contemplate while we're listening to what I'm sure will be robust public comment. The first is the water supply issue, and just give me your prognostication on how that plays out, and if you'd like to address that now.
Yeah, I'm glad to. And as I mentioned earlier, we talked about today being the first step in a 1,000-mile journey.
Right.
You have to make the first decision, and there are several subsequent processes. At every point in the process, we follow what the legal roadmap is. Relative to water, we have provided what is legally required at this point. All development projects follow this path. So while, to your point, what if something doesn't happen in the future relative to approvals? We can say the same thing about regulatory permitting. We don't know that the feds are going to approve the permits that are required to put a shovel in the ground. We don't know that the state is going to approve the permits that are needed to put a shovel in the ground. That is a risk, and frankly, a symptom of a greater problem relative to land use and the difficulty of delivering homes in California because of this highly fragmented and at times very opaque process. So that doesn't answer your question directly, like what if the State Water Resources Control Board does not approve of the reclassification of ag water to M&I water? we don't have a project. Just like we don't have a project if we don't get take permits from the state or the federal Fish and Wildlife Services.
Gotcha. Second question, and again, the reason why I asked this is because I have 2 different solar farm proposals in the 5th district that are as large or larger than this entire specific plan. And so it's impactful. And so I was curious, and again, you don't have to answer this now. You're welcome to ponder it a little bit. If you would have an idea of how to incorporate additional solar into non-residential development, particularly within the CMU and EHC designated land. And then the last thing that I would put out there is something that I know that I think Supervisor Cerna touched upon, and I know that Supervisor Kennedy was also asking about that, and that is, you know, a way to bake in, and guarantee is too strong of a word, but some sort of future assurance understanding relative to the town center development, that those densities are critical to the overall success and purpose of this plan. And I would suggest, if I may, that you contemplate maybe some sort of, you know, a per acre fee at the time of large lot mapping, or something that puts into trust an account that can be drawn down upon in order to help make those projects pencil. Because what we hear all the time is, oh, it won't pencil out for these reasons, and we can't make it happen for those reasons.
May I chime in?
Please.
Yeah, on that, and I'll hit the solar panel question. I think it is a great idea and something we did talk about with staff relative to the town center and encouraging the acceleration of development, because that town center wouldn't develop today. And frankly, you're not seeing development in Midtown. The economics are just not there. But you know, as part of this project, in our development agreement, the project is obligated to pay, every unit, including the town center, is obligated to pay the county's infill development fee, which was obviously a policy adopted by the board to help facilitate infill development in these commercial corridors around the unincorporated county. Certainly, we would welcome the opportunity to use those funds to help facilitate, you know, keep those funds local to the project area to help facilitate and accelerate the town center development. We'd definitely be open to that.
And thank you for answering it that way, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. When I was down in Elk Grove, you know, I would talk about the maximum of development. Got to be referred to as the Hume Doctrine amongst some folks, but the idea is that it's the single-family development that always happens first, because that's the lowest hanging fruit. That's the easy money, if you will. And then following that comes the commercial services, because that then provides the services for the single-family homes that have developed. And then after that, potentially, comes office. And nowhere in that paradigm is multifamily development. And in fact, we just had a study that's county staff showed me that showed that multifamily development is essentially infeasible at this point because of construction costs and land costs and everything else. And so whatever we can come up with, assuming we're going to move forward with this project, that helps keep some of those impact fee dollars going towards the development of that town center, whether it's accelerating it or just making it a reality at some point, I'll leave that for a later discussion. But.
Yeah, absolutely. We are open to that. We've run our fiscal analysis based on the current impact fee load and directing that money be limited to use to underwrite development of the town center for the plan area. I think we will agree to that if that's the direction of this board. I also want to say, relative to your point about residential, low-density residential goes first, that is correct. But it also shoulders the burden of the public facilities and infrastructure that will be needed. The town center needs to have water in the street. It needs to have connections available immediately adjacent, you know, whereas there's a lot greater latitude to support public facilities with the low-density residential. So it is always what goes first in development. Your point on solar panels, certainly I'm sensitive to that point, but it also is an issue of cost burden of development of the CMU and other the employment uses. Those add a significant amount of cost, and there are studies that indicate that there are significant community benefits to having community solar. Understanding the political nature of some of the discussions relative to these community solar facilities in places in the unincorporated county, the reality is that's how you most efficiently provide solar. It's not having a highly fragmented system with units put on individual rooftops. It really is community-based solar. So we do not preclude it. Certainly we encourage it, but if we required it, it would impact the feasibility of those projects to get off the ground. It is a significant additional cost.
Okay. That, not, oh, I don't, no, sorry, not, yeah, that's not the protocol. Okay, so now we're going to, thank you very much for the presentation. And now, Todd, we move to public comments?
Yes.
And how many public comments are there?
We have 76 speakers signed up.
76 speakers. Okay, 76 speakers at 1 minute. And what we're going to ask is that once you see your name, that you begin to line up. And I think those are pretty much it.
Yeah, I'll be calling 3 names at a time. The first speaker will approach the podium. If the other speakers can stand behind, that will help us keep things efficient. Our first set of speakers will start with Heather Brown, followed by Sam Kermanian, and then Pastor Dennis Crabtree.
And then Heather, just for you and everyone else, there's a timer right in front of me here that you can see when you're coming down to 1 minute, so I don't have to cut you off.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Heather.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am here on behalf of the Natomas Unified School District to address the potential implications of the Upper West Side Specific Plan and the Board of Supervisors' decisions for the long-term sustainability of our district and the educational opportunities available to our students. The district appreciates the supervisor's willingness to sit down and listen to our concerns with the specific plan's ability to provide safe and adequate educational facilities for the students of Natomas. As previously shared, while we appreciate the progress made in working with county staff, we continue to have significant concerns about the escalating costs of building schools due to the uncertainty surrounding construction costs and the project's development timeline. Although the district is committed to aggressively pursuing state school construction funding and other financing opportunities, these sources are neither guaranteed nor sufficient to fully fund the facilities needed to serve future students. The district is committed to doing its part to meet these obligations and respectfully asks the county to ensure that the developer is held to its fair share of the responsibility as well. The district continues to emphasize the importance of collaborative partnership among the developer and the county of Sacramento to address water, traffic,
Thank you,
sewer.
Heather.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Kermanian, followed by Pastor Dennis Crabtree, and then Aaron Brazil.
Good afternoon, Sam.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Sam Kermanian, and I work as an asset manager for a family-owned company that owns 160-acre plot in the Upper West Side. I'm here to speak in its support. I've been working as a real estate professional for nearly 50 years, a good portion of which has been spent on consulting, advising, or at the employment of land companies. I've been involved with land development projects in Southern California, Central California, Northern California, Nevada, and Colorado. But in all these years and through all those projects, I have not seen a land development project that is more balanced and more responsible than the Upper West Side. This proposed plan has gone through an intense EIR scrutiny, addressed endangered species, nesting grounds, traffic, and every other relevant issue imaginable. Then, not only does it provide a huge buffer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pastor Dennis Crabtree, followed by Aaron Brazil, then Alicia Guerrera.
Esteemed Chair and Board of Supervisors, I'd like to say that I fully support and endorse the Upper West Side project. Aside from my pastoral position, for the past 20 years vocationally, I have helped literally hundreds of people get jobs, and that's getting much more difficult for reasons we don't have time to explain. But I really feel that this project would create a lot of jobs for people with disabilities, and that's a very precious part of our environment. I believe this project will be a great benefit to Sacramento in many ways and will also help with much needed housing, affordable housing, and many new jobs. The location is absolutely perfect, directly off the I-80 freeway and only a few minutes to downtown Sacramento major job centers. This project protects the local farming industry by mitigating permanent farmland to other areas of Sacramento where farming is better suited and sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Aaron Brazil, followed by Alicia Guerrera, then Sean Worth.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Aaron Brazil, and I'm here to show my support for the Upper West Side project. Upper West Side provides a balanced, smart growth approach to housing, infrastructure, and environmental protections. The plan will create many new jobs and much-needed housing, including affordable housing. The plan supports farmers by creating a solution to provide permanent farmland in other areas of Sacramento where farming is best suited and sustainable. The plan also includes a huge buffer of over 500 acres to preserve open space. Upper West Side has solid habitat protections in place for wildlife species like the Swainson hawk and the giant garter snake and others. Upper West Side is exactly what we need for Sacramento. It's in the perfect time, located in a perfect place, right off the I-80 freeway and only minutes from downtown Sacramento. Please support the West Side project.
Thank you, Aaron.
Next, we have Alicia Guerra, followed by Sean Worth, then Rachel Guerrero.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter on behalf of the City of Sacramento. We have submitted comments in opposition to Upper West Side in the approval. I have two comments specifically to address. One is that I believe, based on the county's action in April at its meeting, that the county was obligated to provide formal Brown Act notice to participants to the City of Sacramento, specifically having requested public notice, and that was not received for this meeting. That aside, we have significant comments that we have submitted on August 19th, April 27th, and again yesterday, because those comments were not addressed in the partially recirculated EIR or in the staff report. And those comments clearly state our concern in the opposition, which is the county has a math problem concerning the effects on the Natomas Basin HCP. Those comments speak for themselves, and the county and the city remains in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Worth, followed by Rachel Guerrero and Chris Tillery.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Worth. I'm the Conservation Chair for the Motherlode Chapter of the Sierra Club. I had a 3-minute presentation prepared, but with my 1 minute that I have left after listening to the longest presentation I've ever heard, well over 2 hours, I'm just going to correct a couple of misrepresentations. It's not just the fact that they're going to be mitigating outside of the basin. That project footprint gobbles up a lot of inventory inside the basin. That's the problem. You guys mentioned Greenbrier. When Greenbrier went through their mitigation, they mitigated within 100 yards of a airport runway. Birds and planes don't mix well together. It's the only thing they could find. That's how difficult it is to find willing sellers. I also want to comment on this 1.5 to 2 times the mitigation ratio of the plan. That was 0.5 to 1. Supervisor Hume knows Elk Grove ordinance for Swainson, minimum 1 to 1. Minimum 1 to 1. If you guys want to be equivalent to the damage being done to that plan, it should be 3 to 1 to make up for the fact it was 0.5 to 1 in that plan.
Next is Rachel Guerrero, followed by Chris Tillery, and then Terry Burns. Rachel Guerrero, are you here?
Rachel's not here. Let's pass.
All right. Next up is Chris Tillery, followed by Terry Burns, and then Joe Brazil.
Hi, Chris.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Chris Tillery. I'm the Director of the Sacramento Area Electrical Workers Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee. We're building a brand new training center, 20,000 square foot training center at 2836 El Centro Road. It's about 95% complete right now. We're investing in this corridor because that it's in the right location, close to downtown, close to jobs, and close to the workforce that we train. I want to be direct. The City of Sacramento recently connected our facility and our new training center to city water. So it's disappointing to hear that the city is questioned the water service for responsible growth in this same area. That's a double standard. Upper West Side means housing near jobs, safer improvements along El Centro Road, and more investment in a corridor that's already growing. My apprentices deserve the chance to live near where they work and train. We're growing, Sacramento's growing, and this is the right location. I strongly urge your support.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Burns, followed by Joe Brazil, then Shay Jorn.
I'm Terry Burns. I was a former trustee of the Natomas School District for many years. I concur with the many comments regarding the many public safety concerns in this project, but I'll speak to the issue of schools. When this was approved by your planning group, The discussion was to fully fund the schools to be built in this project. That has changed. Now the plan anticipates using every facilities dollar coming into the district for the next 20 years for these schools. That means no new schools where the other houses are being built, no renovations for the existing schools that are there, so unless we go ahead and attach a Mello-Roos or a similar funding plan to pay for schools as part of this project, like you're doing with arts, it will significantly impact the schools in this district for many, many years to come. I have similar concerns with fire and sheriff when those facilities will be built as part of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Next, we have Joe Brazil, followed by Shay Jorn, then Brittany Brazil.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Chair Rodriguez. I have some photos. Do you want the clerk to give them to you guys, or would you want to just try putting one here?
We tried putting him there, but you have 55 seconds left.
Yeah.
So go quick.
Is this where it goes?
Yes, there you go.
Good. Thank you. All right, I'll have to move quick now. First of all, I fully support Upper West Side. My family photograph is from 1933. It shows us farming the Upper West Side land for nearly 100 years. My mother was 2 years old in that picture. Today, we're surrounded by urban encroachment causing theft, vandalism, and restrictions on farming methods, making farming this particular land no longer viable or sustainable. We actually lose money every year. Upper West Side is smart growth, and it makes housing growth and conservation all possible at the same time. Includes over 500 acres of preserved open space and one-to-one mitigation of permanent land, farmland to every acre developed. So we can't keep pretending that farming works in this urbanized area. Please vote yes.
Thank you. And yes, I'd like one of those photos.
What's that?
I would like one of those photos.
You want one of those?
Yeah, if you have an extra one. It's pretty neat. Hi, Shay.
Hi, thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Shalane Jorn. This is my son, Legend. And so we are coming today, and we fully support the Upper West Side plan. I believe the Upper West Side will be the most exciting development that has came to Sacramento. It will create a great family environment with 10 parks and 4 schools. And the man-made river in the shopping district will have gondola boats and be lots of fun for all ages. The plan will provide a lot of new housing and will create a ton of jobs. It's only minutes away from the downtown state capitol and just a short drive to the Sacramento airport. Upper West Side really is the gold standard and is something we all can be proud of. I ask that you give this amazing gift to Sacramento by using your voting power to approve the Upper West Side project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brittany Brazil, followed by Kevin McRae, and then Ketty B.
Hello.
Thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Brittany Brazil, and I fully support the Upper West Side project. This is Sacramento County's first all-electric, carbon-neutral master plan community with an emphasis on walking, biking, and transit connections. It provides solutions for housing, conservation, and wildlife. Sacramento has had a housing shortage for years, and it is continuing to grow. If Sacramento wants teachers, nurses, city employees, and electricians, and young families to be able to afford to live here, new housing has to be built somewhere, and the Upper West Side is the perfect place for it. Upper West Side is close to downtown Sacramento, major job centers, and existing infrastructure. Building near an urban core is better than pushing growth farther out into places like Elk Grove, Lincoln, or Placer, which leads to more urban sprawl and longer commutes. The transportation methods, flood protection, schools, utilities, and environmental mitigation offered are truly sufficient to support this kind of growth, as indicated by the EIR. I urge this board to support yes to Upper West Side. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Next, we have Kevin McRae, followed by Ketty B, and then Heather Farga.
Hi, Kevin.
Good afternoon. I'm a 40-year resident of the county, 30 years on the Garden Highway, appointed by 3 different city councils to be a board member of the Natomas Basin Conservancy. I have a degree in agriculture from Davis, but I'm here to talk about traffic. traffic-oriented development should be fully considered before you cross the urban service boundary, before you expand it. You should consider more what this nice development means in connection with the existing road systems. I don't think you've fully explained yourself how you're going to account for all the traffic connecting onto the freeway. I really think that the county should assume responsibility for managing the planning for a trunk line for light rail to the airport with a feeder to this development. In the heat of the summer and the rain of the winter, people aren't going to want to ride their bikes. It's a great idea, but they don't do it. Most folks don't walk a half a mile. If you put in something otherwise, they might adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Our next speaker is Ketty B., followed by Heather Fargo, then Susan Here.
Hi, Ketty.
My name is Ketty Burrows. I'm a current resident on Garden Highway, and my family has owned property on the highway for over 30 years. I've heard the plan, I listened intently, but the reality is that much more impact of people in that area is going to push more traffic onto Garden Highway. Garden Highway is only manageable right now because one lane is blocked off and we all have to use San Juan to get home. If you go down El Camino at about 5 o'clock, already the traffic jams getting over the bridge and filtering off are massive. You add another 9,500 residential places, and that area is going to even bunch up much, much more.
Thank you, Ketty.
Next, we have Heather Fargo, followed by Susan Here, and then Ira Sheikh. Heather?
Oh, there she is.
Thank you. Hello. First of all, 1 minute is not enough, so I'd like to ask everybody in the room that opposes this project to stand up or raise their signs or say, put their hands up. You need to know that the community opposes this project. It's just unfair to only give us a minute, and I want to take my time to say that so they don't have to. This is a huge rezone of farmland to development. It's in the wrong location because it conflicts with every other plan that's ever been done for the area. ECOS opposes this project. That's the Environmental Council of Sacramento. The City of Sacramento strongly opposes this project, and they're your biggest taxpayer. The Sutter County opposed this project, and the Natomas Basin Conservancy opposes this project. You should not take that opposition lightly. We really feel that we have not had a fair process here, and we think that you should either vote no or you should delay the project until we have a new supervisor.
Thank you, Heather.
And I have 150 letters here to add to the record.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Here, followed by Ira Sheikh, and then Oscar Beluger. That's good.
Hi, Susan.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Susan Haree, immediate past president of ECOS. Proponents of Upper West Side say that it will provide needed housing. However, when nearly all of the large housing developments entitled by the county have failed to yield new housing, what is it about this development that makes you think it will yield a different result? This table that I've put up shows the county has approved 74,000 housing units, and the projection is by SACOG and Sac County planners that after 2050, 50,000 of those will remain. That would be unused capacity. So the slow build out is due to competition uncertainty among builders, due to many approved projects.
Thank you,
and
Susan.
the unaffordable nature of the
Thank you.
housing themselves.
Thank you, Susan.
Please defer the vote.
Thank you, Susan.
Or deny.
Thank
you.
Our next speaker is Ira, followed by Oscar, and then Luz.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for your time today. So today I wanted to talk about how we keep hearing about Upper West Side is needed to solve the region's housing crisis, but in reality, this project would undermine real solutions already in motion. Susan already talked about the county's plans, but for the entire Sacramento County, including all of the developments outside of just you guys, there are 171,000 new housing units to be established in the next 25 years, and after 2050, 45,000 more can still be made. Existing projects address the housing needs of the county in excess, in locations far more accessible and appealing. Of the nearly 10,000 units proposed here, the applicant presentation stated 936 would be considered affordable. The county's affordable housing ordinance requires about 2,000, and this project falls short by over 50%. This would drain resources from developments that do meet affordability needs. This also does not match the up to 2,137 affordable units stated in the FEIR. And so for this reason, I tell you guys to, or ask you guys to vote no.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Oscar, followed by Luz, then Ralph.
Hi, Oscar.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Oscar Balaguer with 350 Sacramento, and I'm also representing myself as a county resident and homeowner. We've updated our analysis of the county's excess entitlements. With the county's estimate of potential infill, the county has 136 years of potential housing capacity. Upper West Side would provide a total of 148 years, in apparent conflict with the general plan's 25-year planning period. The EIR doesn't consider excess entitlements, but they affect the project's build-out rate, feasibility, mitigation, and environmental impacts. Since excess entitlements don't help housing and speculative land banking can make it worse by distorting the market, why is the county aiming to breach the USB, opening the whole county to speculation? It would be great if you could address that during your discussion today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention and your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luz, followed by Ralph Proper, and then Lynn Lindsay.
Hi, Luz.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors and chair. My name is Luz Slim. I'm policy staff for ECOS, but first and foremost, I am a young adult trying to make sense of what I and younger generations are inheriting in this world because we are scared and angry. We live every day seeing the real impacts and seeing new data on the climate crisis, and we are paying for decades, if not centuries, of reckless land use decisions with our health. When I and younger folks come up to the podium to talk about this big concept called the climate crisis, we are scared. And we live every day trying to step up and do what is right. Because every day we are told that we are the future and that we need to be the change that we want to see in the world. But no amount of eco-friendly lifestyle decisions that I make, and nothing that I can fit in within a 1-minute public comment, can make the impact that your singular decision will in pushing forward the destruction of thousands of acres of habitat and natural flood control and carbon sequestration. This may be our present and future, but we don't have the power that you do today to make this decision and make a change.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ralph Proper, followed by Lynn Lindsay, then Lori Tenhope.
Hello, I'm Ralph Proper. I'm speaking for Breathe California, Sacramento region, and then I'm on the board. I'm a retired air pollution researcher for the state, where I focused on health effects of fine particles, such as we get from all this traffic that this will induce, causing cancer, high blood pressure, low birth weight babies, asthma, and many other bad functions. Recent research shows that it's a major cause of Alzheimer's disease. And this project is near 2 freeways with heavy truck traffic, and I focused on diesel exhaust and its bad health effects, cancer especially. We need more housing away from freeways and well served by public transit, as opposed to a greenfield development such as this that requires people to travel mainly by polluting cars, that its air pollution impacts cannot be mitigated. It'll make our air pollution worse. It goes against the long-range plans this region has approved and supported for the last 30 years. Please support our health and those of Natomas and deny approval.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Lindsay, followed by Laura Tenhope, then Jim Patchell.
Hello, Lynn.
Lynn Lindsay, President of the North Natomas Community Coalition. We oppose. We have a North Natomas Community Plan, the same as the Upper West Side plans, and after 30-plus years, still waiting for promises made, including a town center, transportation, and employment. North Natomas has a finance plan which has experienced shortfalls. Again, after 30-plus years, promised items in the finance plan are still underfunded and not built. Does the Upper West Side plan adequately fund the true cost of essential services? Funding for a new water treatment plant? At what price to the residents? Will the county finance funding shortfalls, or will it be a burden to the taxpayers? Too many unresolved issues. Pretty promises made, pretty pictures shown. So pardon me if I am a skeptic and I don't believe your promises.
Thank you, Lynn.
Next up is Lori Tenhope, followed by Jim Patchell, then Judith Lemaire.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Tenhope, 25-year resident of North Natomas and a member of the North Natomas Community Coalition. Today's vote on Upper West Side specific plan will have enormous consequences for Natomas as well as the rest of the county. The project, as currently proposed, is too big with too many unresolved issues to proceed. Don't rush a decision of this magnitude. You're going to hear plenty of concerns about water, air quality, habitat, traffic, floods, etc. But what's most troubling to me is that the county and the city are not working collaboratively on our behalf. It's irresponsible that this is even considered for a vote when pertinent questions and concerns from the city and constituents have not been aired nor adequately addressed. Before expanding the urban boundary by fiat, a new MOU should be developed that creates a common city-county vision for urban development. Please hammer out a regional county version that truly balances smart growth with habitat stewardship. This would be a powerful and positive legacy.
Thank you.
Vote no on the current plan.
Our next speaker is Jim Patchell, followed by Judith Lemaire, and then Harriet Steiner.
Hello, I'm Jim Paschal, representing Friends of the Swenson Hawk. My comments today are going to address Metro Air Park and some possible risks that could be created by the plan. Approximately 1,000 acres of Metro Air Park remains to be developed. The implementation agreement of the Metro Air Park HCP says the agreement does not diminish county decision-making, provided that the parties acknowledge that the county exercise its land use authority in a manner that does not conflict with the terms and conditions of the MAP HCP. The risky water supply plan proposed by Natomas Mutual and the county could prioritize urban users over non-urban users during water shortfalls, which would have very detrimental effects on the Natomas agriculture and on Natomas Basin habitat preserves acquired to mitigate development under the MAP and NBHCP.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
This is serious. Take it seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judith Lemaire, followed by Harriet Steiner, and then Dana S.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith Lamar. I'm an environmental advocate. I live in Fair Oaks. I want to refer to the California Department of Fish and Game letter. You received last August a letter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife that tells you that your EIR does not adequately address the wildlife and habitat issues and the impacts on the Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. As Jim explained, the MAP HCP and the Natomas Basin HCP are completely conjoined in that the MAP HCP incorporates and requires the Natomas Basin HCP. So when you adopt a land use plan that completely contradicts and obliterates the conservation strategy of these habitat plans, that is a very serious violation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harriet Steiner, followed by Dana S., then Laurel Agard.
Hello. Hello. Hi, my name is Harriet Steiner, and I live in North Natomas. And I had planned for 3 minutes, thought about 2, but didn't think about 1. So I'd like you first to know that I oppose the project and would ask you to deny it or postpone it. The fact that it's been in process for a long time is not a really good reason to approve a project that will forever change our lives, the people who live up there, plus the land itself, the animals, our young people who are looking to how to survive in a time where it gets hotter and hotter in Sacramento all of the time. And I would ask that since we have such a short time, you actually read the comments that we submitted in writing, because there we got a chance to say what we wanted to say. I think that this project shouldn't be approved. It has so many bad impacts. I spent hours of my life on I-5 now. I don't want to spend more. The people that come to bring their businesses here don't want to spend hours like they do in LA. They come here, so they don't spend that much time. And I would ask you to postpone this.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dana S., followed by Laurel Agard, and then Carol Holmes.
Hello, Dana.
Hi, my name is Dana Schwartz. I live in North Natomas, and I strongly, strongly oppose this project. Who does this project benefit? Not the residents of Natomas or Garden Highway. The city doesn't even support this, and District 1, the next supervisors, do not support this. So why are we even voting for it when we're going to have a new supervisor in District 1 soon? There's no money for schools. It's going to be a traffic nightmare. It's too close to the river, and it's it's a destruction of environmentally sensitive land and land that could be for flood control. We need to follow the money to understand who truly gains from this project, because it's not the people.
Our next speaker is Laurel Agard, followed by Carol Holmes, and then Ryan
I, too,
Friedman.
am a resident of North Natomas, and I am very concerned about this project, and I hope that you will, at a bare minimum, postpone, if not abandon this project. They said it was the right project at the right place at the right time. I challenge that it's in the right place because of the displacement of farmland and open land. And Sacramento has built its reputation on being the farm-to-fork capital. We've been called Cowtown. That's why we have cowbells at the Kings games. And once you remove the farms, where's the farm to fork? And again, the traffic that will result from this will be a nightmare. Not just getting out of the development, but getting on 99 and 5. It's already so impacted. So again, I believe this is the wrong place. It's a lovely development, just not here.
Thank you, Laurel.
Carl Holmes, followed by Ryan Friedman, then Fabian Lara.
My name is Carl Holmes, and I'm in opposition to the Upper West Side specific plan in its current scale. This project proposes a city larger than the size of Galt slammed into the heart of Sacramento's interchange of I-80 and I-5. Yet the infrastructure needed to support that growth is neither funded nor guaranteed. I also want to address comments today regarding accident history on Garden Highway. The numbers presented today do not reflect what residents are experiencing on the ground. I am personally aware of at least 3 significant collisions on Garden Highway within the last few months alone, including 1 fatality. I'm happy to provide pictures to each of you and contacts with respective CHP officials. This corridor already faces serious public safety challenges. Recent traffic data from our community shows approximately 1,650 vehicles per day traveling at an average speed of nearly 57 miles per hour in a posted 45-mile-an-hour speed zone, while residents continue to receive no meaningful assistance from regulatory or enforcement agencies. Despite the sales pitch we heard today, this project would increase traffic on Garden Highway by approximately 342% over existing traffic volumes. Calling that a reduction or minimizing its impact does not change the reality. Residents deserve transparency.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
Next up is Ryan Friedman, followed by Fabian Lara, and then Rob Burness.
I don't think Ryan's here.
Oh, you're not Ryan?
No, not Ryan. I don't think he's here.
No Ryan Friedman.
Any Ryan Friedman? Okay, we'll pass on Ryan.
Next is Fabian Lara.
Yes. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Fabian Lara, and I'm in opposition to the project because the EIR identifies potential water sources, but that supply depends on multiple approvals that do not exist today. These are not minor administrative steps. They're fundamental prerequisites. The Sacramento River is already under growing pressure from drought, ecosystem decline, and competing downstream demands. Yet the EIR assumes reliable year-round deliveries without demonstrating how these supplies will be secured during the future drought conditions. The unanswered question is simple. If the water is not guaranteed, why are we approving the growth? Sacramento County should not approve a project based on speculative water supplies and unresolved environmental impacts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Burness, followed by Karen O'Hare, and then Kent Layson.
Hi, Rob.
Hi. This project is, what's being promised is not what you're going to get ultimately, and not what the people of Sacramento are going to get ultimately. This is a speculative proposal by investors who are looking to get a fantastic return on their investment by getting the property rezoned. Development is years away. Lots will change. Their history of Sacramento is region in this area with projects that have been proposed at the fringes and have promised stadiums, have promised universities. They've never materialized. The promises are there to get your vote today. The benefits will not accrue to the residents of Sacramento County for all of the problems that have been cited today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Our next speaker is Karen O'Hare, followed by Kent Layson, and then John Perry.
Good afternoon. As a 36-year resident of Natomas, a former land use planner for SACOG, and an environmental attorney specializing in water law, I urge you to vote no on this proposal. I agree with all the previous speakers that oppose the project. This project flies in the face of good planning. It is poor planning. It lacks a secure and adequate water supply. It ignores existing land use plans, multi-jurisdictional habitat plans, and the urban services boundary that we all set. It also endangers residents who could not escape a disaster due to fire or flooding because the currently congested roads are not designed to handle this additional influx of people and cars. We will also lose open space, agricultural land, habitat for this development that would be a detriment to the people of the county. Please do the right thing for our county. I implore my representative, Phil Serna, and the rest of the board to deny this project. It is a travesty.
Thank you, Karen.
Do not create an additional nightmare.
Next up, we have Kent Layson, followed by John Perry, and then Patrice Stafford.
Hi, Kent.
Thank you for letting me speak. I want to register my disapproval of the project. At the very least, you should postpone. There are too many unanswered questions about water availability, heavy traffic, and environmental impact to give this project the green light to pave over the last nearby farmland and natural habitat in Natomas. Why doesn't the County Board of Supervisors support more infill projects like the Stockton Boulevard redevelopment? With the help of Green Means Go infrastructure money, the county should be encouraging developers to rebuild old blighted city areas. If you owned an older house, wouldn't you fix the damaged roof before building a whole new addition? Why not focus on fixing broken down areas in Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Oak Park, and Meadowview, to name a few, instead of sacrificing big chunks of our last remaining natural habitat and farmland for development? Thank you.
Thank you, Kent.
Our next speaker is John Perry, followed by Patrice Stafford, then Lila Brazil.
Hi, John.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter. My name is John Perry, and my family and I own property in the planning area. The family's been there for over 100 years, and most of that 100 years we farmed. With all the surrounding development and the physical limitations to farming several years ago, we had to quit farming. We support this project because it provides housing, much needed housing, near the job center My question to the board is, if you don't provide housing here where it's near the job centers, where do you provide it? The people have to get to the jobs. So I strongly support that, and I hope you vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next up is Patrice Stafford, followed by Lila Brazil, then Brandon Castillo.
Hello, my name is Patrice Stafford. I'm a retired civil engineer representing the areas of land that is zoned as Ag 40, but it's residential development, and it is actually being hindered by not being redeveloped. So I strongly wish you would vote yes on this project so that properties that are already in the low density areas that are defined here that can then come in alignment with the new zoning because they are residential and provide rental housing and housing for the job market that obviously we see here. And I'm also a big proponent of the electrical education that's provided close by, and the transportation from RT is just too far away for people to travel so far.
Thank you, Patrice.
Our next speaker is Lila Brazil, followed by Brandon Castillo, and then Nisi Brazil.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lila Brazil, and I'd like to express my strong support for the Upper West Side Plan. This plan will produce many jobs and thousands of new homes that Sacramento desperately needs, many of them being affordable housing. This plan will also protect the farming industry by securing permanent farmland in other areas of Sacramento that is better suited for farming. Upper West Side is an amazing gift to Sacramento that will provide our community with many special benefits. I urge you to vote in favor of this very exciting project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila.
Next, we have Brandon Castillo, followed by Nisi Brazil, then Kaylee Benedict. Brandon's not here. Thank you. Brandon is not here. Next up is Nisi Brazil, then Kaylee Benedict, and then Melanie Herman.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'd like to say that I fully support the Upper West Side project. As a student, I like how the plan will provide new schools and it will create more opportunities for my generation and more jobs, which is needed. It will be a great benefit to the Natomas community. The plan will include a ton of new housing. It has habitat protection and farmland mitigation, so I think it is a balanced project. And I think it's a good plan with many solutions, so I ask that you say yes so it can develop and turn into something beautiful.
Thank you, Nisi.
Next, we have Kaylee Benedict, followed by Melanie Herman, and then Amy Brandy.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kelly Benedict. I want to start out by, I'm a 25-year resident of Natomas. I want to start out by reading the Bee's headline today. Supervisors would create a nightmare by approving Cerna's Natomas project. Not just a nightmare, this project is not innovative, as Ms. Rodriguez said. It is irresponsible. It is too big, too aggressive, too dense, and it was designed for an award. We don't care about awards. It's not designed for the residents. We came to Sacramento. There's a reason why we live here and not in LA. It's because there's a nice mix of residential as well as farmland and also for wildlife. That's why we're here in Sacramento. And while I'm speaking to you here today as a resident, I'm also honored to serve as Mayor Kevin McCarty's Animal Well-Being Commissioner. And in my work as a commissioner, I have...
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melanie Herman, followed by Amy Brandy, and then Drew Marshburn.
Hi. I, my husband, and my friends oppose this development. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. A lot of work went into it, but it's for a lot of different reasons. The main one right at the moment is that my kitchen is from about me to you, my kitchen to the fog line, okay? I grow my food out there in the front because I'm disabled. It's got wheelchair access. Okay, so this is going to destroy our home. It's going to destroy a lot of our homes. The other part of it is you're bragging about 200,000 jobs, railroads. Okay, great. Well, most of those cars are going to come between us and you. Bright Reed is just up the road from us. We're between Bright Reed and San Juan. And I don't know how many thousands more are going to come past my house.
Thank you, Melanie.
And rattle my house to pieces. Do you
Thank
guys
you.
want to buy my house?
Thank you, Melanie.
Because it's going to fall apart.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Bandy, followed by Drew Marshburn, then Howard Lamborn.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Bandy. I live in Natomas on El Centro Road, and I oppose this plan because of the major impacts to traffic, habitat, water, and air quality. I was struck to see how excited the board seemed about $500,000 in public art funding tied to this project. But that money exists because this plan is taking away nature, and no public art installation replaces what a living landscape provides. A mural doesn't filter water, cool a neighborhood, or give a kid a place to actually be outside. Trading farmland and habitat for art funding isn't a fair exchange. We don't want a consolation statue. I also found out today that the stretch that I currently bike from my house to the grocery store would be downgraded to a level of service F under this plan. That's my route my neighbors use to get groceries without a car, and this project would make it functionally unusable. Who knows when the bike trails will be built? This farmland isn't empty and waiting for development. Please vote no and make our community still livable.
Thank you, Amy.
Our next speaker is Drew Marshburn, followed by Howard Lamborn,
Hi,
and
Drew.
then Mike Campbell.
Hello, my name is Drew, and my wife Amy and I are new Natomas residents. We moved here from Raleigh, North Carolina, where we saw firsthand how rapid development degrades your quality of life. 2 years ago, Hurricane Helene hit North Carolina. We lost a family home, and my sister went through a harrowing evacuation. Adding 20,000 residents to the Natomas Basin puts current and future residents in serious danger, and climate change is making these risks drastically worse. The Upper West Side plan is fraught with negative climate and community impacts. The Natomas Basin Conservancy opposes it. The City Council itself opposes it. I urge this board to vote no on the Upper West Side plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew.
Our next speaker is Howard Lamborn, followed by Mike Campbell, then Jacob Hicks.
Hi, my name is Howard Lamborn. I've lived here about 35 years. I have one question. Population growth. What can we do about it? None of us can change it. It's going to happen whether any of us do something about it or not. It's going to happen. We need more homes. We need housing, which contributes to more affordable housing, it contributes to the reduction of homelessness, increases revenues from taxes, et cetera, et cetera. I ask that you support the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard.
Our next speaker is Mike Campbell, followed by Jacob Hicks, then Victor Woods.
Hi, I'm Mike Campbell, and I just wanted to reiterate what Howard was saying about homelessness. I support the Upper West Side project because it takes care of, it addresses the big pink elephant in the center of the room, that's homelessness in this region. It's growing rampantly every day. It's not just the usual man with the sack over his shoulder that you see. It's homelessness now. It's women and children. It's whole families, and this program addresses that with the affordable housing. So yes to Upper West Side.
Thank you, Mike.
Our next speaker is Jacob Hicks, followed by Victor Woods, then Steve Ardati.
Hi, my name is Jacob Hicks, and I vote yes on this project, and please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Next, we have Victor Woods, followed by Steve Arditi, and then Jana DeMar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Victor Woods, and I just want to express my agreement and support for this vote yes for the Upper West Side. It looks like a beautiful community, and it'll take care of much needed residents for the homeless. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Next, we have Steve Arditi, followed by
Hi,
Jana
Steve.
DeMar, and then Gary Delhan.
Am I on? Am I?
You are.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Kennedy, and other distinguished board members, I'm Steve Arditi. My wife and I reside on the Garden Highway, just footsteps, I think, from where this project would actually be developed. For years, development in Natomas has been guided by plans that were painstakingly developed to take into account public needs for development, for environment, for agriculture, for species protection, allowing for vast areas of Natomas to be developed. And if you just drive out toward the airport, you'll see it all happening today, which is great. That's what was envisioned. This area, however, was not part of that plan. This just blows away years of planning and good balance. And so I would urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
Steve.
Next up is Jana DeMar, followed by Gary Delhan and David Brady.
Hi, how are you guys? I just want to say there was a lot of good arguments to oppose this project, especially on the environmental issues, and I agree with all of them. But I did pick out a few things that the developer and Todd had brought up that I question, and one of them was who is going to be paying for the upkeep of these canals and these green belts and these, other green areas and stuff. I've not heard anybody talk about that. The other thing is, yes, they said something about putting a sheriff's substation in this development, but I just read in the paper where you're cutting funds for the county sheriff department. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. Okay, then thirdly, you guys kind of downplay the traffic part of it, but then on the other hand, you sit there and talk about the hundreds of jobs that are so close to this location. Well,
thank you, Jana.
How are they going to get to this location?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gary Delhan, followed by
my
David
name's
Brady.
Gary DeMar. I'm her other half, anyway.
And
But,
Ronald Costa.
hey, I just figured, why don't we just get rid of the smoke screen here? These guys put up this big buffalo smoke screen, and they already cut the funding, or for the Garden Highway, they cut the traffic down. How do they get traffic underneath? They're going to build 10,000 homes, and traffic's going to go down? You guys got to be kidding me. I mean, come on. There's something wrong with this, man. And, I just want you to know, this is your legacy. You got something that you can do here to protect farmland, habitat, and everything that's right in this world, instead of maybe we'll name a street after you. How's that? CERN away.
Our next speaker is David Brady, followed by Ronald Costa, and then Carmen Lugo.
Can you reset the timer, please?
Chair?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm David Brady, and I also have a photo I'd like entered into the record so that you're aware of the consequences of a yes vote today. This photo was taken on the 28th of May. It was an a vehicle fire at the off-ramp of West El Camino and I-80. A call went to the city of Sacramento, 911 call. The city of Sacramento was unable to respond because, as most days between 4 and 6, there was no way to get across Highway 80. So a mutual aid call went to West Sacramento Fire. They sent 3 units from approximately the area of Jefferson Boulevard, and this is the consequence. And this could be my house, or it could be any of the homes that these folks over here want to build. Please vote no.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm Ronald Costa. I'm all for approval of the project. Like John Perry, our family lived in Natomas for more than 100 years. I was born there. I'm 89 now. And the project is right. It's in the right place. It's at the right time. We have a housing shortage and we need it. So I'm urging your approval. Don't listen to all the noise. Look at the plan. The plan fits the deficiency of housing. It was the developer spent millions of dollars on it and several years planning it. And those things that are being complained about are addressed in the plan. So look at the plan, and I urge your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald.
Our next speaker is Carmen E. Lugo, followed by Lax Pokel, and then Kevin Pulitzer.
Okay, I am a resident of Natomas. This project represents another step towards urban sprawl that will bring increased traffic congestion, worsening air quality, and the loss of valuable wildlife habitat. The environmental impact analysis appears to overlook an important consequence of habitat loss, the displacement of wildlife, including coyotes and other predators coming into established neighborhoods. As development continues to eliminate natural hunting grounds, wildlife is increasingly forced into residential areas in search of food and shelter. Residents are already experiencing more frequent encounters with coyotes, creating concerns for pets, local wildlife, and public safety. Simply stating that humans and wildlife can coexist does not adequately address the reality that continued habitat destruction is driving these conflicts.
Thank you.
I already know you've made up your mind, so I'm going to give this check.
Thank you, Carmen.
To fight a lawsuit against you.
Our next speaker is Lax, followed by Kevin, then Imrose Kaur.
Good evening, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm here to support the Upper West Side project. The proposal represents an opportunity to transform this land into a productive asset that will benefit the community for years to come. The project is expected to create jobs, affordable housing, and economic growth, and increase local tax revenues that can be reinvested into public services. By approving this development, we are choosing to guide that growth in a way that strengthens our local economy, expands opportunities for residents, and enhances the quality of life in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lax.
Next is Kevin Pulitzer, followed by Imrose Kaur, and then Gurbir Singh.
I don't see a Kevin Pulitzer coming up.
Thank
All
you.
right, next.
Next would be Imrose Kaur.
Hi, my name is Imrose Kaur, and I'm here to support Upper West Side's plan. It will bring family-oriented housing and shopping, also dining experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Imrose. Next is Gurbir Singh, followed by Palaga Azimi, and then Aziz.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Gurbir, and I'm a landlord, and I stand here today proudly in support of Upper West project. Sacramento is growing, families are growing, demands of houses are growing. The reality is not going away. The question is not whether growth will happen. This question is whether we lead it or let it happen somewhere else. If we do not build truly planned communities like Upper West, growth will simply move somewhere else. But today we will have the opportunity. Upper West is more than homes on the map. It is opportunity to bring the life, light, and energy to Sacramento. It is an opportunity for working families live closer to where they work, especially near downtown. This is a building future. This is creating opportunity. This is believing Sacramento deserves thoughtful growth instead of standing still. I ask today to look forward, to look at the next generation and support Upper West.
Thank you.
Palaga Azimi, followed by Aziz, then Muslima Hatak.
Hello.
Hey, hello. My name is Dalaga. Last name is Azimi. I am here to support Upper West Side plan. The farm and land and location is not good for farming, and I support housing plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aziz, followed by Muslima Hutak, and then Farzana Azimi.
Hello, hi, my name is Aziz. I live in Natomas, and I'm here to support Upper West Lake plan. It will bring more jobs and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Muslima Hutak, followed by Farzana Azimi, and then Steva Azimi. Muslima?
Muslima.
If we could have the next speakers line up behind the podium, that would be great. Farzana is next, followed by Stava.
My name is Farzana Azimi. I here to support Upper CS site plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, we have Farzana Azimi, followed by Satava Azimi, and then Hadia Azimi.
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Santana Azimi. I'm here to support Upper Westside. It will create more jobs for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do believe that was Satava. Next up, that was Satava.
Okay.
Next, we have Hadia Azimi, followed by Glaiola Shaba, and then Diane Osorio.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Hadia Azimi. I live in Natomas. I'm here to support Upper
I'm sorry,
Westside.
Hadia, can you just bring the mic down to your...
That's okay?
Yeah, that's it, yes.
Thank you. I'm here to support Upper West Side plan. It will bring beautiful parks, ponds, and green plates in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Glaiola Shaba, followed by Diane Osorio, and then Jaspal Barj.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Goli Saba. Why is the county, which has declared a climate emergency in 2020, being their cheerleader for a project that in so many ways ignores our climate and environmental goals? Allow me to list some of these ways. A lot of people have mentioned them, but it's out of the urban services boundary. This is sprawl. This is not infill, adding to the GHG generation. Paving over farmland and green fields, which absorb water, is such a loss of opportunity for natural carbon sequestration. Paving over sensitive habitat, which was specifically set aside for by previous legislation and agreements, we are already in a mass extinction event. Building a city the size of Galt in a floodplain in Sacramento, which is in the nation's top 3 cities at risk for flooding, is anything but smart growth. Have the developers heard about organic farming and visited our organic urban farms? Please don't support this project. Protect our precious farmlands. Otherwise, you will be contributing to
Dr. Saba.
reducing us last
Thank you.
sentence to just
Thank you very
the fourth
much.
capital.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane Osorio, followed by Jaspal Barj, and then Harpreet Banga.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Diana Osorio. I'm the Motherlode Chapter Director of Sierra Club. I'm here to ask you to reject the Upper West Side project. We're told the Upper West Side answers the housing crisis. It doesn't. It deepens it. And it's disturbing that we get 1 minute to prove a 2-hour presentation. It seems not ethical. A family would need to earn over $100,000 a year to afford a home, an average home in this project. Build the same number in infill, and that figure drops down to $27,000. The version in front of you isn't the affordable option, it's the expensive one. You'd be approving farmland conversion that prices out the very people you say you are helping. And the families who do move in inherit the costs. They'll drive twice as far, burn far more energy, and use more than double the water of a household in an infilled neighborhood every
Thank you,
day
Diane.
for as long as
Thank
they
you.
live here.
Thank you very much.
I submitted my comments.
Our next speaker is Jaspal, followed by Harpreet, and then Rocky Molly.
Hi, this is Jaspal Banga. I think you got the name spelled wrong, but that's fine. Well, I'm here, I support Upper West Side plan because it's based on your Sacramento County's the land use code and your criteria for the Sacramento County, the smart growth. And that's why the CPAC of Natomas, that's people of Natomas, they approved the plan. And the same thing did the planning commission, the Sacramento County's planning commission. And they are very intelligent people, they know how to plan. And they approved it also. So that's why, I request you should do the same also. Another thing I want to remind you, I believe last year, Sacramento County, they got a letter from state of California that we have to meet the criteria of their housing requirement. So please consider that also. We have to meet the housing requirement also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Harpreet Banga, followed by Rocky Molly, and then Deborah C.
Hello, respected supervisors. My name is Harpreet Banga, and I'm here to support Upper West Side project. This is a thoughtful development, which is much needed for our community. And I truly believe this project can help shape a stronger and more inclusive Natomas with all the amenities it offers. This project will help ease our housing shortage. It will create more jobs, offer schools, colleges, parks, shopping, and dining, where families can grow up in a place that's safe, vibrant, and full of opportunity. This project will bring big economic growth and tax revenues. It is a win-win situation for all. Moreover, it will make Sacramento more beautiful and make it shine on the map where visitors want to come and see this beautiful place. This is a chance to build a neighborhood we can all be proud of. Please approve this project for a better future of our growing generations and make it a part of the history today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rocky Molly, followed by Deborah C., then Flo Kofer.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. Today we stand at the threshold of a new era for Natomas, an area poised for greatness with infrastructure already in place. We're not just planning for the future, we're building it now. Natomas is more than just a location. It's a gateway to California's capital, a hub for growth, and a beacon of progress. With a strategic position near Sacramento Internet Airport and connection to the Upper West Side, Natomas is primed for success. The existing infrastructure, roads, utilities, and access is a significant advantage. We're not starting from scratch. We're leveraging what's already there to drive economic growth, create jobs, and enhance our community. Let's capitalize on this momentum. Let's invest in Natomas' future, supporting developments that will benefit our residents, businesses, and visitors. Together, we can make Natomas a thriving part of our county's landscape. I urge you to seize this opportunity to build on the foundation we have and to shape the future of Natomas. Let's work together to make progress a reality, not just a promise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah C., followed by Flo Kofer, and then Michael Hayes.
Hi, my name is Deborah Condon. I'm a retired state environmental program manager. I strongly support ECOS's extensive commentary on the flawed environmental document. I'm also a strong housing advocate. Yes, we need housing in the county, but not in this area. County policy LU 127 says that the urban service boundary cannot be expanded for housing if it has identified adequate available vacant land within the USB. This project does not have adequate water supply for housing and does not meet county air quality attainment plan with increasing air pollution. Yes, the county can overrule its own policy and points to housing creation, but this housing does not balance the habitat destruction and would place these new homes in harm's way for flooding and fires with inadequate egress
Thank you, Deborah.
roads. And we should be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is Flo Kofer, followed by Michael Hayes, and then Alicia Dienst.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Flo Kofer, and I'm here opposed to this project. My opposition is not because I oppose housing or affordable housing. My opposition is because of how we got here. Developers purchased farmland that was not zoned for development. They did so knowing the rules, knowing the planning framework, knowing the reasons those protections existed. And then they asked elected officials to change the rules for them. There are plenty of good reasons to be able to build housing and plenty of places to build them. But if we had heard a complimentary presentation from those in opposed that could have rivaled the 2.5 hours we almost heard from those in support, we might have heard some of the very legitimate concerns about this project and also some additional alternatives. The short-term benefits of this project do not outweigh the costs and risks to our community, and it's really concerning that we're not able to actually have this meeting in a way that allows those concerns to be benefited and to be heard. So I strongly support this body deciding today not to move forward with this project. It's not ready for prime time.
Thank you, Dr. Flynn.
Our next speaker is Michael Hayes, followed by Alicia Dienst, then Darian DeLu.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, yes. My name is Michael Hayes. I am a hard no on this project. I don't live in Sacramento. I grew up in the Bay Area. I've lived my whole life in the Bay Area, and I've seen the constant deterioration of the Bay Area, the Sacramento region, and California in general with all the development that has occurred. And if you, I don't, what the thing that always gets me is the fantasy realm that you folks seem to operate in, where you seem to think that all this growth is the best thing ever. The reality is the cost of living and the affordability have gone so far out the window so long ago. Bridge tolls used to be 40 cents. Entry-level housing was $80,000 back in the 1980s, and it's gone up since then to where we're at today. So you're never going to achieve affordability or cost of living by accommodating more growth. Growth is inflationary. Growth and inflation are essentially one and the same thing.
Thank you, Michael.
Next, we have Alicia Dienst, followed by Darian DeLu, and then Ed Sanchez.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for hearing our comment. I'm Alicia Dienst, a 30-plus year resident of Sacramento and a social worker here in our area, and a former board member of the Sacramento Natural Foods Co-op, where we had a program called One Farm at a Time. That was to preserve farmland and to make it affordable for farmers to retire. There are programs, there are solutions to providing financial support for farmers that wish to retire. That would be better than development like this that is technically in violation of a memorandum of understanding that that the city was attempting to get the county to agree to. This action overriding that attempt at an agreement is in bad faith, in my opinion. Further, I'm worried about sprawl. Anyway, please oppose this.
Thank you,
or at
Alicia.
least delay the vote.
Thank you.
Next is Darian DeLu, followed by Ed Sanchez, then Sabrina Brazil. Darian? Looks like Darian is
Darian
not
may have
with
left.
us.
It's passed.
Next up is Ed Sanchez, followed by Sabrina Brazil, then Sri Ram Tinuru.
Let's get to it. We've got 1 minute. The city's opposed. You haven't noted the letters. Okay, they don't have PD, they don't have fire, they don't have infrastructure. You guys are going to sleep on public comment that is uneducated, that is uninformed. The urban policy change 20 years ago was to do that, to protect our birds and whatever for perpetuity. Are we going to go into perpetuity again? No. You're going to give us more land to stay forever? No, it's going to change. The policy for farms, encroachment has been going on for 40 years by the policies of the board. right here. Now we don't have farms. Farmers are selling out, taking a higher paycheck. You bet they want out. They're going, and they're probably going to leave California. Let's get real. The representing agencies, Army Corps are not here. The city is not here. Our biggest taxpayer's interest is not here by the airport. They want to expand your tax base. And you're going to put more planes over 10,000 more homes. I come from Orange County. Guess what happened there? Their runway was limited. Their
Thank you,
tax
Ed.
income base is limited.
Thank you, Ed.
Let's think about the money, please.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sabrina Brazil, followed by Sri Ram Tenuru, and then Gurpreet Singh.
Thank you, members of the board, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sabrina Brazil, and I fully support the Upper West Side project. My family farms, and we have been losing money for decades. The Upper West Side plan protects our farming community and wildlife habitat, and it will streamline traffic in the area with improvements for better flow and movement. Upper West Side will be our premier benchmark of development, and something Sacramento will be very proud of to have created. I'm asking this commission to please support and approve the Upper West Side project. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sri Ram Tenuru, and then Gurpreet Singh, and then Ishan Singh.
Good afternoon. My name is Sri. I'm a Sacramento area resident for over 30 years, and I'm here to strongly support the West Side project. First, this project will address our region's housing shortage, including the need for more affordable housing, including apartments, duplexes. Secondly, with more than 200,000 jobs located within 5 miles of the project, this development places housing close to employment centers, helping reduce commuting distances, vehicle miles traveled, and greenhouse gas emissions. Third, the project makes smart use of infrastructure that already exists, thus utilizing smart growth principles. And also, compared to the projects that have been approved that are much farther away, this project is very close to job centers. So for all these reasons, I respectfully urge you to support this plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gurpreet Singh, followed by Ishan Singh, and then Jagpreet Singh.
Those 3 people has to leave due to their job. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much.
But they were here for the support.
All right, so Gurpreet, Ishan, and Jagpreet are not here. Harvinder Singh, followed by Holly McKelvey.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Harvinder Singh. I live in Natomas like 25 years. I like this plan. To please approve this plan. I don't want to say too much. Thank you very much.
And our last signed-up speaker, Holly McKelvey.
Last but not least, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. There is a tremendous amount of opposition. You've heard it, a tremendous amount of emotion, and it's been called noise, and it's been told to us it's covered in the plan. It's not. But for some reason, so it's almost inconceivable this is up for a vote, but it is. And my understanding is it's expected to pass, which puts you in a tough position because doing the right thing, we learn this as kids and we learn it as adults, doing the right thing is tough, but you do the right thing anyway. Doing the right thing may tick people off or disappoint them. Do the right thing anyway. Doing the right thing might undo this 8 years of planning or 20 years of planning or whatever, but you do the right thing anyway. Doing the right thing may cost you some colleagueships or relationships, but the one thing it won't cost you is your integrity. Please reject the Upper West Side development.
Thank you, Holly.
There are no additional speakers. No additional speakers.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by thanking everyone who took time to join us here in Chambers today and those that actually submitted in writing their disposition on the proposal, either for or against. I think the amount of passion on both sides is pretty obvious here today. So it means a great deal to me as the 1st District representative on the Board of Supervisors that we have this much interest in the community, and especially the community that I call home as well, Natomas. So there were a number of very specific concerns that were expressed by some. So before I hopefully hear from my colleagues about their concerns or their position on the project, what I'd like to do is have the applicant representative come back to the podium, Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes.
answer some questions. Thank you. So one of the concerns that was expressed by, a common concern that was expressed by a number of speakers was the issue of the schools and how the schools will be eventually paid for. Can you give the board, Mr. Abbas, an idea of kind of what the negotiating process was and where you kind of left it with the district in terms of a willingness on the behalf of the applicants to fund their fair share?
Yeah, that legitimate question. We've obviously have worked for many years with various district representatives regarding the financing of a gap that we all understand exists with schools. I think the negotiation has been what is that gap and what are the obligations and what are the expectations. And, you know, we know as a property owner team that the community is only going to be as strong as the schools. And unfortunately, we haven't agreed to a mitigation agreement with the school district. We're still willing to obviously get to that point where there is a funding of the gap. We've included language in the condition and work with staff to include a condition that will embody that commitment to continue talking with the school district. The reality is that the county does not have the legal authority to require us to have a mitigation agreement. And by doing so, certainly puts the finger on the scale of a negotiation that's certainly ongoing. So what I'll tell you today is that we continue to be committed to working out a solution with the school district. And as we proceed, if we proceed, we'll continue to engage the school district. So when we get to the point where we have tentative maps and we're back before this body, we can stand here and say we worked together, identified the gap, and found a way to fill it.
In terms of the funding, the dollar amount, if that's the right metric here, would you characterize it as, on your side of the negotiations, that there was more than what is legally required in terms of where you left it for the district?
Yes, the school district does not have a right or a legal right to request a mitigation agreement. SB 50, the state legislature, when they passed that bill, spoke in terms of this space. It's a three-legged stool. There's local development impact fees are one part of the stool. Another part of the stool is local bond funding, which are district-wide bonds. And third is state bond funding. In a post-Prop 13 world, obviously your options are limited. And yeah, the reality is that there is a gap. What the conversation has been focused around is what is the gap, and that is, it goes to the design of the school, like how are we designing the school? School design is a major factor in driving school cost, right? And then second, and probably more importantly, is what happens if there is no local bond fund or state bond fund, and that bond funding, and that is what we are in the midst of negotiating, and I'm certainly committed to continuing those discussions.
All right, very good. Thank you. Madam Chair, can we try and keep the commentary down to a minimum?
If we can please be respectful with the questions that are being asked of the presenters, that would be very much appreciated. I'm sorry, Phil. Okay.
Yes.
And if you want to speak, there is an area outside where you can watch the meeting and share comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that we have colleagues in the queue here, but before we get to them, and certainly I'm going to have probably more to say in conclusion in terms of my position, after I hear from my colleagues, because quite frankly, I know that there's been a good deal of interest, not just by this supervisor, but by the other four, with regards to some of the issues that we heard from the speakers and their concerns. So I'm eager to hear further from my colleagues. Before we get there, though, what I'd like to do, because as has been mentioned a number of times already today, this has been a years-long process. There's been there were a number of speakers that say, why rush? Wait for the next supervisor, suggesting that somehow this has been a snap proposal. And I assure those that have that concern that it is not. I think we're, again, 8.5 years into this. We've had a recirculated, in part, EIR. We've had a lot of, we just talked about the negotiation between the applicant team and the school district. There are a lot of moving parts to this. And as such, there's a lot of people that I just want to go on the record thanking before we hear from my colleagues, because they too, on the public sector side, have spent a great deal of time and energy to work with the applicant team to develop the plan. First, from the planning department, I want to thank our planning director, Todd Smith. I want to thank Julie Newton and Emma Patton. Department of Transportation, Matt Darrow, Cameron Hsu, Leslie Fung, Gary Gasperi. From Department of Water Resources, Luis Rodriguez and Andrew Meckler. From Sacramento County Water Agency, Carrie Schmitz, Mike Grinstad, Esther Kenyua. From Special Districts, Vanessa Lieberman. Airports, Glenn Rickleton. Waste Management, Sarah Earnhardt. Environmental Management Department, Lena Nguyen. Regional Parks, Liz Bellis. From the Sheriff's Department, Jim Kicks. From the County Council's Office, June Powles-Mays, who's with us, and Elizabeth Pollock. From the Reclamation District 1000 agency, I want to thank Kevin King. From our own Sac Sewer District, Dillian Meal, Yadira Lewis, and Zoe Wu. From City of Sacramento, their planning department, Cheryl Hodge. The City of Sacramento Fire Department, King Tunson, SMUD, Casey Coons, and Ethan Halbert. From Sacramento Regional Transit, Sarah Poe. And lastly, from Natomas Unified School District, Lalana Rothenberger and Doug Orr. Now, that's a lot of thank yous. They're all well-deserved, but I think it also illustrates the fact that there have been so many folks on the public side that have engaged on this proposal over the course of years. So I think it would be remiss, I would be remiss certainly, if I didn't mention all of the people that I just did and offer my gratitude for helping us get to this point today. And so with that, Madam Chair, I would like to hear from those that are in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Stern. I didn't have nearly as exhaustive of a list. That was pretty good, because I also want to thank staff, because I've had several conversations with Mr. DeFonte and Todd Smith and DOT and others about my concerns with this project in terms of the phasing and the town center. And Todd, I appreciate those conditions and you kind of walking us through that. Some of I think the best assurances we can get about the build out of this, and assurance that that town center will be built. The water, the traffic, the schools. I appreciate the conversation about the schools, and I understand that the schools can't impose certain things on you that they want to impose on you. But I definitely appreciate the dialogue that has been occurring and continues to occur. I did have a question. Maybe come back down, please. The applicant's representative. I did have a question when it comes to the water, something that didn't come up, and I understand it'll be contingent on getting the rights to convert the water rights. But what about the water infrastructure that would be required? If the Natomas Water District is going to be providing those, what infrastructure would need to be built?
Yeah, with your packet, you have a water master plan, which identifies all the infrastructure that's needed. In essence, if we ultimately land with the Natomas Mutual option, we do have an on-site water treatment facility. And in fact, that option actually, from a capital improvement perspective, is actually lower in cost than plugging into the city system.
Okay, great. I don't think we had talked about that specifically today, but I certainly heard that come up in prior conversations. And with respect to the traffic, and I had mentioned this to you, or mentioned it to staff earlier about, I'm in favor of the alternative plan that I think stubs out Radio Road. And my concern was about, does traffic still reach a threshold that would require some kind of improvements? And I'm not as concerned about the automobile daily trips, but I am more concerned about the size of the shoulder and the multimodal users that we're going to have there. Because I believe, I'm looking over at DOT now, the shoulder is what, 4 feet wide? Or maybe you know the answer to that.
I don't know. That's a DOT question. I don't know off the top of my head.
Because that's more my concern. You're going to have a lot more walkers and cyclists and the multimodal users, who we want to protect. Obviously, we want to encourage more of that. Do you have any comment about things maybe that you're willing to do, that the developer is willing to do to improve the pedestrian and cyclist safety on those shoulders?
Yeah, certainly. I wouldn't call it necessarily a safety issue. We did a thorough CEQA analysis, so safety means a certain specific legal thing, and I wouldn't characterize the nature of this conversation as necessarily quote unquote safety related in the legal sense. I think certainly we're open to some of the things that were discussed by DOT during staff's presentation about, at the time that a project comes in that proposes a connection to Garden Highway, that there be an analysis done to the satisfaction of DOT to determine what type of traffic calming, improvements can be made, right? We went through the list earlier. We're certainly open to that. I would note relative to pedestrians, as you know from your position on the Sacramento Flood Control Agency, that levee is designed with a setback levee, and pedestrians, while they can use Garden Highway, certainly the crown of the levee adjacent to the Garden Highway is also used and available for pedestrian traffic. Certainly it's not paved, but relative to your concerns about pedestrian safety, there is an alternative.
The traffic calming, though, is more related to trying to get less people to use Garden Highway. I am talking about specific, the safety study and maybe incorporating some of the things that Cameron Chu had referenced in terms of the edge line and more reflection there, and maybe possibly more street lights as you get closer to the intersections. So would you be, as part of the alternative traffic plan, if we also imposed some kind of requirement or condition that we also do that safety study? Would you be adverse to that? Because that's what I would want. Okay.
No.
All right. And I don't know if we could incorporate that into the alternative.
Yeah, we've talked about adding some additional language, and I know your concern is the threshold of that 6,000 that we talked about meeting. The alternative circulation technically says we won't get there, but what if we do? And so we've added some language in there about potentially adding shoulders to Garden Highway, San Juan Road to Power Line in the list of mitigation measures.
I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
Can we read into the record what the...
Yeah, what would your proposed language be, Matt?
Get the overhead. So we added language in this condition of I. Shoulders on Garden Highway between San Juan Road and Power Line Road is feasible and fair share for that. And we would determine that along the way, Supervisor Desmond, as to if we got to that 6,000 ADT threshold that would require that to be
if it got to that. Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Supervisor Desmond, Todd Smith down here, just wanted to chime in briefly. We had prepared this collaboratively with DOT. We weren't sure where the board is going to land on the Garden Highway alternative. We do have some other conditions that would need to be slightly modified to reflect whatever the board chooses if, in fact, you want to go the Garden Highway alternative route. So, and this is part of that.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I don't know if you want to respond to this proposed language or not.
That would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. of staff, and Todd, you can stay where you are. You don't have to come up to the podium. I think you mentioned, or maybe the applicant mentioned, 1.5 to 2 times mitigation from what the county requires. And then I heard one of the commenters say something about a half mitigation instead of a 1-to-1 mitigation.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julie Newton, Environmental Coordinator. I can provide some clarity there. In Todd's presentation, the ratios that he was describing was in comparison to what's required by the Natomas Basin HCP.
Okay.
That HCP requires a lower ratio, a 1/2 to 1, than the standard 1-to-1 practice. So when comparing 1/2 to 1, this project would be providing 2 to 1 more at either at a 1-to-1 ratio.
And so if I can interpret what you just told me, this project is requiring a 1-to-1 ratio, which is twice as much as the 1/2 to 1 ratio that the Habitat Conservation Plan would require.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know if she's still in the audience, but I think it was an outside firm representing the city. I don't see her. Mentioned something about some correspondence that had gone back and forth, and I've been trying to find those letters and more importantly, our responses to those letters. And the only one I can find is that letter going back to, I think, 2011 or whatever it was.
So I'll take that one. I think you're referring to Alicia Guerra with Buchalter.
Yep.
So the city has provided comments on the NOP, the draft EIR, the recirculated draft EIR. Staff has responded to those letters in full in either the responses to comments on the final EIR, the responses to comments on the recirculated EIR, and in the attachment 36, which is all the public responses to public comments from the August 2025 scheduled but not conducted board hearing. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And that was a lengthy list of responses. And so I guess, can you summarize for me as easily as possible, as far as the issues that they raised that then we responded, significant but unavoidable, not significant with mitigation? Was it more commentary than substance? I mean, can you just give me an idea of that? And just so people understand, we've all been going back and forth with staff, on briefings on this project. And so we've talked about a great many things, but these are issues that came up that I'd just like a little clarification on or about.
Sure. We'll tag team this one, myself and Julie. To start with, I put those comments from the city into the categories I did on those staff presentation, right? So we have the water supply question, the schools, the transportation, the HCP, kind of general, and the parks piece, and the services. So all of those are characterized either in the CEQA lens as maybe or maybe not significant or not, depending on which topic we're talking about. Ultimately, the conclusion of the EIR relative to the HCP piece is a less than significant impact conclusion based on that very comprehensive analysis that we worked on with ESA staff. And as it relates to the water supply, we did develop the alternative water supply with Natomas Mutual, Natomas Central Mutual Water Company, because they said they would not, the city said they would not provide water. As it relates to the parks piece, we do not believe there's a significant impact there from a CEQA perspective. We believe our analysis shows how the project is meeting and actually exceeding not just the Quimby requirements, but the county's general plan requirements for a number of or acres of parks, active parks per 1,000 population.
And so those active parks, by the name you just used, don't include the green belts or the I think it was called West Canal.
Sure. Let me clarify that. There is a percentage of some of those not fully programmed spaces, meaning active parks. When I talk about active parks, I'm talking about things with ball fields, sure, basketball courts, things like that. There is active or not fully programmed, but perhaps used for park-like amenities, could be recreational facilities, trails, things of that nature. That analysis on a per acre basis includes those, but they get less of a percentage, not full credit.
Okay. And then with respect, you mentioned schools was one of the other areas there. One of the speakers mentioned something about all of the school funding within Natomas Unified being, I don't know if siphoned is too strong of a word, but being prioritized to build schools in this plan as opposed to in other parts of the district. Can you speak to that allegation?
I'll try to summarize. I did hear that comment. I think there is an analysis in the financing plan. I know there's an analysis in the financing plan of what the funding obligation is and the need is for this project to fund and maintain over time this project school facilities, which is different than a district-wide obligation for all of the district's facilities. I believe there are limitations, and perhaps either county council might want to weigh in here. There are limitations on what district-wide fees can be used for. There has to be some organizational mechanism to ensure that district-wide fees aren't necessarily diverted to a specific project, but I'm certainly not the expert on that.
Well, so if I can sum it up just briefly, it's always been my understanding that when it comes to mitigation fees, there has to be an appropriate nexus wherein new development can neither make up for deficiencies of existing fee programs, nor are they required to pay beyond their fair share of their own impacts. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. So that's why the financing plan for this project identifies its own fair share of responsibility. It is not intended for those funds, if and when they come in, to be diverted to fix other school facilities in the district.
And then what about the obverse as far as not fully funding their school impact fees and having to rely on those district-wide fees? I think I heard you say that you cannot rely on district-wide fees to fund project-specific impacts.
So the project is conditioned, I think it's number 19, that we talked about. The project is conditioned to pay whatever school district impact fees are in place at the time they go through for building permits. And so right now the district is at level 1 impact fees. If the district needs to go to level 2 or higher, they have the opportunity to do that. That's what they're legally required to do. What this condition number 19 says is the applicant team and the school district are going to continue working together to figure out how to bridge that gap, whether that's through a supplemental fee program or other mechanism to make sure that the schools within this project are adequately funded.
And so I think I heard you say, bless you, Stan, I think I heard you say that the DA, which locks in their exposure for fees, does not apply to parks and schools and other agencies that are not under the county's purview. Is that correct?
I don't remember making that statement, but I think the financing plan would control.
The financing plan would. Okay. I'm going to come back to that first in just a second because I have one last thing to talk about here that you mentioned relative to the HCP, which is another sort of a sticky widget in relationship to how this area has or has not developed. And so the county is not a signatory to the HCP, so we are not bound by the provisions of the HCP. But what I'm hearing you say is that actually what we are asking of this project, at least from the terms of mitigation, if not land set aside, is greater than what the HCP would require.
As of right now, the analysis and the recommended mitigation is above and beyond what the Natomas HCP requires. It is standard mitigation in terms of the ratios for the species that were evaluated in the EIR.
Okay, and then HCPs generally are permitting streamlining tools in addition to conservation plans. They are ways to say, look, if you abide by these measures, we will grease the skids on a 404 permit, for example. And so is there anything about this plan? Well, I guess that's actually not even a line of questioning I need to go down because the same agencies that would be providing that streamlined processes under the HCPs will be holding this project accountable on its own merits, irrespective of the existence of an HCP.
At this time, that's what we know.
Okay. Last question before I come back to the finance plan. There was a talk about the 5,900 ADTs on Garden Highway. This project does not alleviate 5,900 ADTs on Garden Highway. The change that was suggested with respect to River Road reduces the impact.
Radio Road.
Radio Road, excuse me. Radio Road reduces those ADTs?
That's correct.
That's correct?
Yep.
Okay. And is that only for that sort of northern segment of Garden Highway, or is that for the whole stretch of Garden Highway?
Supervisor Hume, can you ask me that question one more time? I want to make sure I understood what you said. We're below the 6,000 threshold, if that's the threshold you're concerned with, which is the shoulder threshold.
Okay.
So if you're below 6,000, which we were in that segment, then yes, we were below that threshold.
Cumulative effects of this project below 6,000 ADTs.
I got this list.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I think I might have misheard that during the... And so then my last question, and then we'll go back to deliberations, I suppose, is I had asked a question about perhaps putting aside some sort of community facilities fee or a public financing plan relative to some way to offset the claimed infeasibility of developing the town center projects specifically. And why I say that is because one of the commenters said something relative to Santana Row. And, you know, I've been around land use planning long enough to know that there was a time where Santana Row was held up as the gold standard of what things ought to be, but it was derided and laughed upon within the industry because it never penciled, it never made sense until it finally did, and then it broke loose and turned into what I think is a wonderful example of sort of urban infill development at this point. And so I guess, is there a way, or can we bake into the financing plan something that, again, make sure that those impact fees stay in order to develop that town center property as it's been proposed? And why I ask that is because, as many people have mentioned, if it doesn't, then really that's the donut hole in this whole plan.
Maybe I can jump in here. Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. So I think the direct answer is yes. You can bake in the $1,000 per unit infill fee to stay within the boundaries of the master plan. I would mention, though, that other master plans approved prior have also been obligated to pay this fee. And maybe Todd can chime in here because it was before my time back with the county. But I think the understanding back then was this fee was to be used to facilitate infill development within, say, aging commercial corridors, et cetera. So I think that was the purpose, at least as it was discussed in other master plan projects. I think it is within your purview to do something different with this one, but just wanted to note that sort of history relative to this fee.
Okay, I'll put a pin in that for now, but I'll just say that as from where this supervisor sits, I think that town center is critical to innovation should this project move forward, of making it something special, especially the sort of, San Antonio Riverwalk aspect that this could develop into. So that's did you have more that you wanted to?
Through the chair.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor
Thank you.
Stern.
And thank you, Supervisors Hume and Desmond, for your, I think, very thoughtful comments and questions. And what I would like to start with is actually something that the last speaker mentioned, which was doing the right thing. And I think we can agree that there's probably some disagreement on what this side of the room thinks is the right thing versus that side of the room. For me, I think it begins with the response that I gave back in 2018, maybe late 17, to the applicant's representative. I said two things, and they haven't come up yet, so I'm kind of interested that it didn't, but I said two things. The first was proceed at your own risk. There's no guarantees. I certainly am not going to offer at the very, very beginning of a planning process what my disposition generally is to something that I haven't seen, something that I don't know is going to function well as a plan. I'm a professional planner before I was a supervisor. So that was the first thing, was there's no guarantees. And the second thing was it's got to be an exceptional proposal. And it can't be, someone said it earlier, it cannot be more of the same. And remember, this is in a time, that stretch, the last 8 years, a time where things like reducing our carbon footprint, state scrutiny on urban growth and development as it relates to reducing your carbon footprint. As a former CARB member, I was looking at not just this plan as it unfolded, but other elements of what we do here at the county and other plans, and how those proposals were meeting a more stringent kind of line in the sand in terms of how do we reduce our carbon footprint. So for me, it really boils down to doing the right thing, okay? I think doing the right thing is understanding that we are way behind the 8 ball in terms of housing of all types, right? Of all types, including infill. And, you know, I give a lot of credit to the city of Sacramento, my colleagues down the street, for their support of infill within the city of Sacramento. I think this board, through our planning, working with our planning department, especially looking at commercial corridors and where we can best plan for and invest in our own unincorporated infill opportunities, is something that we could currently look proudly upon. However, not every future county resident or city resident is necessarily going to want the kind of traditional urban infill in a older commercial corridor. There should be, at least in my opinion, a broad spectrum of housing opportunity. People move into apartments as they're single. They might have a partner later and they need more space, so they, you know, and they have dual incomes and they look for a new and perhaps larger place to call home. Maybe there are kids in the future. People are looking for the quality of school districts and the proximity of schools. There's all the spectrum of choice that we have to govern around and for when it comes to how do we best manage growth. And that means a wide spectrum of housing opportunity. As I noted earlier through my line of questioning, both through the applicant and to our own planning staff, I wanted to, and I continue to be interested in how we accomplish that. And I think this plan, the way it's unfolded, and with the feedback not just of this supervisor, but all 5 of us at times, really is representative of respecting that. I also believe firmly that this plan has not been rushed. The applicant mentioned how long it takes in the state of California to get to this point, and I know that personally, doing something similar to what the applicant's representative is doing, I did in a previous life. So I understand that very personally. I think as a Natomas resident for almost a quarter century, I see this as an opportunity that, quite frankly, probably should have been considered years ago. I was thinking about starting my comments with, it's a great project, but it's the wrong time, meaning it should have been proposed thoughtfully years ago. We heard from the farming community, property owners that currently farm the area, and how difficult that's become. And I can tell you, again, someone who walks around that area every single day. I put in 200 miles a month of walking, and I'd say 190 of those miles are around this area. So I know it very well. And there have been times where I think it was the application of fertilizer, where you'd have drift of ammonia coming over, washing over the walking trails. So it wasn't really mentioned, but I can tell you firsthand that those conflicts exist when it comes to the ability to continue having farming activity that's economical for the people that want to farm. So if you think about the geography and you look at it from the standpoint that it is kind of this this large infill opportunity on a different scale. We have the intersection of the nation's two largest interstates just down the way, less than a mile away. We have we have transportation infrastructure. I think it's been clear that we have to be very cognizant of the fact that this project is going to have to pay for itself when it comes to extending that infrastructure into and around the project. I think, again, over the course of years, that has been presented today, something that I think we can be proud of ultimately in terms of being very, very careful about that. And I really want to applaud my colleagues for, I think, asking the right questions. In terms of some of the changes that we might see coming from the dais today, and I'm looking at planning staff to make sure they record it because it will come in the form of a motion from me shortly, is that I would propose that the Radio Road EVA alternative, meaning that there is no extension, so that we can minimize the traffic impacts to Garden Highway, be part of what we ultimately vote on. As mentioned earlier, the $500,000 public art endowment language that I know both the applicant team and the planning department have been negotiating in recent days, that be part of what we consider. And then to Supervisor Desmond's well-taken points about roadway safety and the Garden Highway language that I think we heard mentioned verbatim earlier be incorporated. But to me, this may not be popular with some folks here, but to me, doing the right thing today is adopting a plan that has not been rushed, that has been carefully considered in terms of not just the ability to accommodate growth in a responsible way with a minimized carbon footprint, and also being the product of our general plan, especially the land use element 120. The fact that it scores 24 out of 24 points. I believe this is the first project ever in the history of Sacramento County in terms of that general plan threshold that meets it. And that should not be a footnote to this effort. I think that's something, again, that should be we should be very proud of. So I know Supervisor Hume's in the queue. I'll wait to make my motion until I hear from the supervisor and others.
Supervisor Hume, and then I have comments.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to appreciate everyone that took time to come out and make comments and the respect that I think was shown generally. There was one exception, and she's not in the room any longer. But, you know, decisions of this magnitude ought to be heard thoroughly. And I think that's a good thing when there is a robust discussion. And so one of the things that I've always maintained, going back to my time on Elk Grove City Council, is I want to know that at the end of my deliberations, people understand not just how I voted, but why I voted. And so I want to walk just a little bit through some history. I'll try and keep it brief because it's been a long afternoon. My grandfather was a rancher. And the ranch that he grew up on, that was his father's, is still there. And the town that he used to drive cattle down Main Street has roughly the same population, as does the county seat that's just a couple of miles away. That's because rural Eastern Oregon apparently is not a desirable place to live. People aren't moving there in droves. He moved to California, continued ranching until that became infeasible. Then he got involved into ranch real estate. And then after that, he found his way to home building. And so I have an institutional memory of Sacramento County and development in Sacramento County that someone in my age shouldn't possess. And so I remember back when the USB was being contemplated, I was certainly not on this board. I don't even think I was in high school yet. And the apocryphal of a very well-connected developer who literally walked up onto this dais with a Sharpie in hand and drew a couple of X's and drew a big circle, and the USB was changed. that same developer, ironically enough, was the one who I think initiated the idea of, let me promise something big and shiny, and then that'll get me my approval, and then I can change things along the way. And so I say that just to say that the USB has always been this sort of nebulous thing to be used as a planning tool within Sacramento County. The UPA being the short term, the USB being the longer term. And so in District 5, we have some series of specific plans approved along the Jackson Highway corridor that I referred to as greenfill development, in that it is new growth, but it is in an area that is surrounded by development that I think it makes sense to grow. And so when people were talking about, and this was a comment that Mr. Cerna just made, with respect to true infill development versus developments like this one, for me, it's a both and. And if we are holding up recent development patterns of specific plans and how long it has taken to deliver housing as the model going forward, we are planning ourselves into a dire, dire situation. We have neighborhoods in Sacramento County that have traditionally been affordable for young families, for blue-collar workers, for people who are just struggling to get by, and they're being priced out of their neighborhoods because there's not enough new product coming online. That shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that way. And so I think when you look at a project like this, and there are a lot of unanswered questions that you may get satisfactory answers and you may get denied, I don't know. But when you look at a project like this that has the proximity, that has a land use mix to provide a variety of housing stock, that has a self-contained there within the plan, like I envision this neighborhood, if that town center is built the way that it's being promised with that canal, that will be probably one of the most desirable micro neighborhoods in Sacramento County. I truly, looking at the pictures, I can see it in my mind's eye. I think it comes to be. There are some things that still need to be done, I think, on our end as we go through this. And so the number one thing would be is figuring out some sort of fee program that makes sure that we preserve the viability of that town center development long after the large lot maps have been sold off and the single family homes have been built and the schools have been built and the commercial areas have been built. But in general, I'll come first local and then I'll be done. My grandfather also said the worst decision that Sacramento County made, and it was done by a lot of speculators at the time, was putting the airport where it did because of the farmland that surrounds it. He said it should have been out in the East County where it's rocky, craggy soil, where it's not bound by a flyway or bound by fog that sets in there, but that horse left the barn years ago. And so I think to hold out this little patch of land where farming has proven itself to be infeasible because of that urban-rural interface, and you have the downtown jobs corps, the rail yards development, the Metro Park development, all in such close proximity. To me, if we are going to get past the idea that we're stopping all single-family development, this is the type of project that should move forward.
All right, I'm going to say a couple of comments before I turn it over to Supervisor Cerna. So one of the many things I appreciate about this job is really going through many of these projects. And this is one that I have been following. While I've only been here a year and a half, I've been following it for a couple of years because there was so much information about transportation, infrastructure, water supply, the fiscal impact to the county, public safety, agriculture, schools, et cetera. And so I appreciate when we get to this point, and regardless whether it goes your way or not, it is democracy, and it is I've learned it's how the process works right now. When I mention agriculture, I've been a restaurant owner for 10 years, and I've watched the cost of product go up, and it makes me sad to see ag land turned into development. But the reality is, from talking to many farmers the past several years, is that it's really tough to farm nowadays. And so when now you have this land, what do you do? One of the big issues for me as a Sacramentan now for almost 19 years is the affordability. Sacramento County is becoming unaffordable as time goes on, and part of it is supply and demand. We just don't have enough supply for the demand. And so I am very supportive of infill projects, but infill projects really brings apartments. It doesn't bring the home ownership that I am a strong believer of. If for our kids and for our future generations, home ownership is the key. I appreciated this. What I appreciate most about this project is that it'll help us achieve the regional needs housing allotment obligations that we have. It increases supplies for multiple income levels, which is what I appreciate. There's an economic development component to this project that it'll create thousands of jobs over many years. It'll generate permanent jobs in retail, services, healthcare, education, and the professional sector. Supports workforce attraction and retention. And then for me, this is another big one. As Sacramento County, you look at our budget, and if you've been here in the past week, you've seen that we are challenged. So the homes will increase property taxes and sales tax revenue to come. It'll broaden the tax base to help fund county services, which is very important. And what I'm looking for is potentially long-term fiscal sustainability for the county. So I will be supporting this project for many of the reasons I indicated, but here's the one that really was a changer for me. When you look at the photos of the potential that this has for the county, we heard earlier, Cerna said, I want something that's award-winning community. And it's beautiful. It's an incredibly beautiful area. And when I heard earlier exceptional proposal that CERNET had wanted the developer to bring forward, and this project is exactly that. It's an exceptional proposal. And when I looked at the photos, one of the things I envisioned that I always love about Chicago, that during St. Patrick's Day they turned the water green, and so it was one of those beautiful visions that I have of the area. So I will be supporting the project. I think this is the kind of projects that really will be a game changer for the Sacramento region, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Chair. Any other comments?
There's no one else in the queue.
Okay, all right. I'm going to look to County Council at this point and ask her advice about how best to get a motion in the record with some changes. Can I simply recommend the staff's recommendation? Is that legally enough to cover the multitude of things that we're being asked to consider today?
So yes, you can move to approve staff recommendation, but you do need to indicate which changes you want, which amendments you want.
Very good.
And I think Mr. Smith has language.
Okay.
I know he referenced, at least as far as it pertained to the circulation pattern, that needs to be read into the record.
Todd?
Yes. So I have a couple of things there, but in response to the public art, I went through that as part of my presentation. I have submitted that to the clerk of the board for the record. As it relates to the Garden Highway piece of this, the language would be for the board to adopt alternative 5, which includes the elimination of the elimination of the full connection at Radio Road. That would be emergency vehicle access only, and then implementing traffic calming on San Juan Road and Bright Bend Road, with the changes to the conditions that I think Matt shared on the overhead, which I also have distributed to the clerk of the board for the record. And on the other, let me find those conditions real quick. Here, I'll just. So these are the conditions that would change with this alternative 5. Condition B, hang on.
I know it's been a long afternoon, Todd, but
I'm just getting upside down on this. Okay. There we go. So conditions B1, that's 2 L's, B1LL, B1MM, and B2F would be revised as shown in the overhead. B1MM, as it relates to Radio Road, we're just simply defining where those improvements would occur, specifically from the westerly terminus to the western boundary of the planned K-8 school. Come on.
Can the clerk bring up the attachment that Todd had emailed?
I have one of the two in my email. That particular one, if you want to email it to me again, I could throw up the PDF.
Okay.
Chair.
Is it-
May I ask a procedural question of council? Do we need to have a separate motion as the water authority? Okay.
thank you for it's part of the staff's recommendation.
No, you don't. It's a part of the staff recommendation, so that's fine. We know that you're acting in that capacity.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
No pressure. Okay. Should be in Mr. Sturmer's inbox.
All right.
Mr. Cerna or the clerk?
Clerk, Mr. Sturmer, Todd
Oh,
Sturmer.
I thought you said Cerna.
Sorry.
I'm refreshing my inbox. Here we go. And getting this where it needs to be right now. All right, Metro, you should have that in your inbox in 2 seconds. And then if we could get that on our presentation PC, that would be spectacular.
While we're waiting for that, I do want to make mention of the, there are 2 versions of the CEQA findings in the board package because we weren't sure which direction the board would go on this alternative 5. So if you are going to include alternative 5, your action should be to adopt the CEQA findings in attachment 32B. And as it relates to the alternative water supply assessment, we're asking the board, and it would be the action as an SCWA board of directors, to approve both attachments 9 and 10B. 10B is the water supply assessment that includes Natomas Mutual, which is the later version of what used to be attachment 10, which is just the standalone Sac City. And then as we're waiting for that, I want to go back to Supervisor Hume, your question or comment about the potential for a fee program to assist with the town center. So depending on the board's direction and desire as it relates to the infill fee, I won't belabor what Dave already explained that the intent of that was. If the board wishes, you could include a requirement for the fee program to live in the implementation level public facilities financing plan. And the direction would be to include a certain dollar amount per dwelling unit equivalent, and that the definition of that amount could be based on the capacity in the fee program or bonding capacity of the project. It's a bit tough to pull a dollar amount at this moment.
I would defer to my colleagues if that's a...
Supervisor Desmond.
Could I ask you a question about that? I mean, would you be adverse to maybe having that discussion, maybe a larger discussion about impact fees and dedicating them to a specific project? Because I worry about us tying our hands with respect to some other priorities where we want to maybe allocate these impact fees. I don't know. I mean, is that
Well,
out there?
My only concern would be is that, one, you have a one bite at the apple for the conditions of approval. Two, you're locking yourself into a development agreement. And so this really is the moment in time if we were going to kind of get that acquiescence, now would be when it would have to happen.
I think part of the conversation perhaps could be to include that at the time the implementation level financing plan comes back, because it will need to come back when the project gets to that level of detail. But I certainly understand the point about setting the expectation at this juncture.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I'd like to hear from the applicant's representative about this subject, because I'm starting to get a little confused up here.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that what we're talking about is we're already obligated in the development agreement and the finance plan to contribute $1,000 a dwelling unit for the infill, county's infill fee. We're not talking about establishing yet another impact fee program. I want to be clear that that's what we're talking about. Okay, that is what we're talking about. Okay.
But we're talking about dedicating that specifically to this project, right?
So we're okay talking about potentially doing that and considering doing that in the project level, implementation level, PFFP, and not hash it out now, that's something that could be looked at, certainly with the implementation level PFFP. We already are obligated to pay the fee, the infill fee and the DA, whether this board chooses to, upon further consideration, create a pot of money just for the Upper West Side area. We can do that at the Tier 2 phase.
I'm seeing agreement up here. All right, so back to the attempt by this supervisor to make a motion here. So I would move staff's recommendation with the following changes, and someone please jump in if I missed something here. The changes being we would adopt CEQA finding 32B, is that correct? Okay. And then we would ensure that the alternative that staff has provided in terms of the radio road connection only be assigned as an EVA.
Correct.
Okay. That the language that has been negotiated between our planning department and the applicant's team relative to a $500,000 public art endowment, that language be adopted in both, is it both the DA and the finance plan?
Yeah, it's in the DA, or would be in the DA, and it speaks to implementing through the financing plan.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, is there specific language that we have, again, on the roadway safety matter as it affects Garden Highway?
Yes, that's what's on screen now. So I don't know, Todd, are you able to scroll?
I think I will.
Oh, what? Okay, so the language that Matt was showing earlier is the last page of this, which includes a requirement for the timing would be at the prior to approval of improvement plans showing a roadway connection to Garden Highway, show on the plans and fully fund installation of traffic calming and management measures along Garden Highway. This list of A through I is what's proposed. It includes a roadway safety audit study, including not limited to a number of things. And we added letter I, which includes fair share payment on shoulders from San Juan Road to Powerline Road.
Okay, so for the record, then the motion again would include the language that has just been alluded to and explained by planning staff. Am I missing any other interests by my colleagues about additions or deletions here?
Could I just ask one quick question?
Please.
As feasible, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Do we even need that? I mean, fair share.
As feasible, just meaning if we're somewhere on a levee and it's just the top of a levee and it's not wide enough. I don't think that is the case in this section. I think it is feasible all along. So we could strike that language if we really want to.
I prefer it.
Okay.
Okay.
Right?
With the as feasible language struck from item I, correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right. I'm not hearing from my colleagues any other suggested changes, so that would be my motion, Madam Chair, and I would ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Please vote.
That motion with those amendments passes 5-0.
All right, Todd, we'll give people a chance to exit.
Thank you.
And she doesn't have to come in, right?
It's like my traveling evening planning committee.
If I can ask, is my mic on? Is it on? My mic?
Yeah.
If I could ask everybody to exit that wants to have conversations, please go outside. My mic doesn't seem like
It's on, it's just not loud.
Todd?
We still have one more item to go. We still have one more item. If you guys can have a conversation on the other side of the doors.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic.
We have one more item to go.
Thank you, everyone. We have an additional item. If you can please step outside to have conversations. Todd, my mic doesn't seem like
You are on.
Oh,
It's
it was
just
on.
not very loud.
Oh, I needed to yell louder. Get it. Okay.
Next. All right.
All right, next item, please.
Our next item is number 60, county executive comments.
I just wanted to mention, I know we've taken our break right now, and I just want to wish you guys all a safe and enjoyable summer break-ish. So enjoy your time off. So I know I will. So thank you.
We do have a sewer district meeting tomorrow, so.
Okay, starting on Thursday.
We have an SDA meeting.
Friday?
Friday.
Saturday?
Friday. All right, next item, please.
Our next item is 61, supervisor comments, reports, and announcements.
All right, Supervisor Cerna.
Just real quick, Madam Chair, I just want to thank again my colleagues for their patience and diving deep into what we just considered. I'm not just proud of our planning staff and the applicant team for listening carefully about what the expectations are for this project, but obviously to a person, everyone I think has contributed to make this plan and the future of that part of Sacramento County the best it can be. So I just want to say thank you to all four of you.
All right, very good. I just have one. This week, we celebrate Juneteenth and recognize the important milestone of our nation's history. Juneteenth commemorates the end of slavery in the United States and serves as an opportunity to reflect on the values of freedom, opportunity, and equality that continue to shape our country. It is also time to celebrate the many contributions African Americans have made to our communities through business, education, public service, the arts, faith, and civic leadership. So thank you to all the families who have continue to contribute to make Sacramento County stronger. And I wish you all a great vacation, and we will see each other next month. All right, with that, we will adjourn at 6:34.